what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes inside your destiny. Just say yourself, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show do what you want to say, baby. When you alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny.
Morale. Yes, this one. Here we are. Here we are. Hey, chat. Sorry for making you wait for so long. I just had to put some things together. Oh my god, speaking of which, I think there's one more thing that I need to make happen before we can officially get started. And that is... I think we're ready to go now. Irene, hey Omega Star, hey Jules. Hey Weasels. You're already in a better mood? Me too. I was having a rough morning. Kind of. I don't know. Are we ready to go today, chat? We got some Peterson, some Jordan Peterson, and somehow I don't want to stretch this too far, but it's like he's kind of on the side of good this time, or he's against the side of worse. It's like the Daily Wire. I mean, this is the drama that keeps on giving. They let Candace Owens in, and she will not leave without taking like a freaking, without clawing up the place, right, when she leaves, and that's what she's doing right now. She's still Blink 182 edging. Is there a song by Blink 182 called Edging? We are used to the edging. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't want to make you, I don't want to treat you like that. I value your time, chat. I just, I'm a mess. What can I say? Sandy calls Twitter the toxic fart sauna. Oh my god, that's like a nasty sauna. You know, like my favorite sauna though, like I used to work out in the at the school, and there was a sauna there, and it had like rules. And one of the rules was it's going to be a scent-free environment, but somebody in there did not follow that rule. And usually I would come in there after her because she I don't know what she had. She had some kind of peppermint stuff, and she would just like you know, you would smell that the peppermint would just be like that. Some maybe she put peppermint oil on the rocks or something like that. I don't know, but it would just like you would get infused with peppermint, and it felt really good. And then one time I got in the in the sauna at the same time as her, and I had the full on peppermint experience. I wasn't gonna tell on her. I know that's illegal. I know that you're not supposed to have scents in the sauna, but it felt so good. But yeah, obviously for people with scent sensitivities, sometimes like you know that peppermint was pretty damn intense. But like I don't know, I felt like it was intoxicating. Do you know what I mean, chat? And not like in a excited way. It was more like it calmed me down. I don't know, maybe there was some Sebe Day in there. Maybe it was maybe it was peppermint flavored Sebe Day. Maybe she hooked it up from Sam Cedar. Our souls are fighting past the popcorn. Indeed, Emo Bear writes, indeed. But yeah, we're gonna join forces with Jordan Peterson and the Lobsters to take down Nick Fuentes, the Rat King. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Unfortunately, the battle between the Daily Wire and the forces of the Groypers, it seems to be pretty asymmetric, and the worse contingent is always winning. It's a war of attrition. It started way back in, I don't know, 2016 or something. Back when Nick Fuentes was like freshly 20 and had just popped onto the scene, and Ben Shapiro was able to pretty effectively slap him down, and you know he got banned all over the place. But he figured out a technique to still grow his overall presence even under the effects of those bans. And then then you had Elon Musk, right? There was always groypers on Twitter, and they would always repost Fuentes' stuff. Same thing on YouTube. Like you'll find Fuentes videos, but they're not from Fuentes himself because he's banned off the platform. But it's like the Andrew Tate thing. You get rid of him, but getting rid of his stink is like a whole nother thing. And but Elon straight up was like, no, you know what? I'm gonna unban him, even though I hate what he says and he's a bad man and I don't support this stuff. I'm gonna unban him because free speech, free fucking speech. And like that's all the help he needs. That's all the help he needs to take over the fucking right and consolidate it into like a mask off racist configuration. I barely like eating in restaurants with my own friends and family. Oh my god, I know what you mean, BCatK. That's not a good way to eat. Yeah. I had like a high school principal who was really mean, but sometimes he would eat lunch with us, and it would be the weirdest thing. You'd be sitting at the table in the cafeteria, and all of a sudden here comes the principal, and he's like, hello kids. Like, you're just like, hello, Mr. Whatever your name is. I can't, what was that guy's name? I don't remember his name. Right. But like, I remember like not being able to finish my lunch, and I loved lunch, right? My school lunch, I feel like I got lucky in terms of my school lunch. I really liked the way that they, like, I don't know, there's some school lunches that aren't so great. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Hi, CJ. I just feel annoyed and grumpy. It's just, oh, good luck with that, Afroponics. Weasel Force, meown. Indeed. We got the Weasel Force. Why does the president get his own plane and I don't? I know, right? But would you want that plane after Trump had it? I feel like Biden should have had it like, I don't know, like steam cleaned or something. Maybe that's not even enough. Candace really does frighten me. She should. She's she's evil and she's savvy. She's a lot more, She's a lot. She's a lot smarter than your average right winger. I mean, she says some ridiculous things that make you think that she doesn't have a lot going on up there, but actually, you know, when it comes to strategy, she has come out of this whole Daily Wire thing, very much the winner, very much the winner of everything. She has scary eyes, yeah. Yeah, like fumigated, that might work too. Like some kind of anti fungal, anti-parasitic, anti uh I don't know. Trump is nasty, okay? Trump is just nasty. Candace is just a lot. Yeah, she's a lot all the time, isn't she? Old McCheeseburger and diaper smells? I mean, yeah, pretty much, BKK, pretty much. And that's probably not even the worst of it. Trump is just a nasty dude. That's like when your boss wants to take you to lunch and they think they're being nice. Yeah, yeah, it's just awkward and unpleasant. Well, I mean, I've heard it's worse in Japan. Supposedly in Japan, your boss wants to take you out to a night of drinking. And it's not the kind of night of drinking where you can just be like, I'd like a Shirley Temple. I've got an early morning. You know that project that I'm working on? Yeah, I'm still working on it, so I don't want to get too, you know, messed up. Like, let me just have a Shirley Temple with a cherry in it, which is delicious. This is my favorite drink. One of my favorite drinks. Actually, though, if I could, I would get a Shirley Temple with seltzer water instead of Sprite because I'm kind of off the sody pop these days. Chat. Does anybody remember when I would always drink sody pop and I talk about sody pop? And it was usually an energy drink. It was usually like a purple like energy drink. It's a small can and it costs like way too much money. And I was just like, yeah, I'm off of that stuff these days. It's too expensive and it's not good for you. Candace fully has the religious zealot eyes. I mean, she is a religious zealot, that's for sure. Eddie Corpus, what video game are you playing? I'm curious now. Wait, painted over diced onions, ketchup and pickles? Oh my god. They're like ground into the carpet too. But yeah, yeah, in Japan, supposedly, it's like this whole ass thing where if the boss wants to go out drinking, the boss asks the employees, and the employees, you know, I mean, like you can say no, but you say no at your own risk, right? You might not keep that job if you're gonna say no. You might be in the shit. You might be like in the doghouse after that, right? Could never survive the work culture in Japan and South Korea. I don't know how getting fired there is, like, right? Because in the US, it's so easy to get fired, but in the EU, it's like I've heard it's hard to get fired. Maybe that's just in France. I'm not sure how that works now. There was this whole issue about that. But in the US, you like look at somebody wrong and you get fired. Whatever plane I'm on is Air Force One, usually Hawaiian Airlines. Is that like a nice airline to fly? I've never flown Hawaiian. I kind of there. I don't know. I mean, like an airplane ride is an airplane ride, right? But I've heard Alaskan is good and I've heard Hawaiian is good. But I don't know. I've never flown them. I always end up with Delta or American Airlines. That's like the two freaking airlines that I ever got. And it's just because, it's cheaper or some, it's going where I need to go or whatever. I just always end up on those two. Yeah, you have to go or else it's considered disrespectful. So it's probably bad things will happen. I don't know exactly what bad things. That's what I mean is that I don't exactly know like, how easy is it to get fired in Japan or no, I don't they just like not fire you, but they give you the cold shoulder until you leave. They make it really uncomfortable. You might get a shitty office, you might get moved around so that you're in a crappy place. Um but yeah, you got to go out, you got to drink too, right? You kind of got to match your boss like drink for drink from what I understand. And if you get drunk, but you don't get as drunk as everybody else, it's a problem. It's a problem. That's why I love the game Valhalla. Has anybody ever played this? It's technically VA-11 Hull-A, right? But everybody calls it Valhalla, and it's a cyberpunk bartender simulator. You're a bartender in the cyber dystopian future, and you're pouring drinks for the rich and the famous and whoever comes in there, really, and mainly like hearing their stories, mainly getting to know the world through the patrons at the bar that come in. Doesn't Japan's workforce have an extremely high? Oh my gosh, there's like a whole name. There's actually a name in Japanese for dying working, for working yourself to death, right? For dying like on the job because of overwork. There's like a word in Japanese for this. Unfortunately, because it's real. The whole "you can decline at your own risk" reminds me of a story I once heard. Unless you're an American, I heard that Japanese companies will keep an American on staff to tell their boss when necessary because they can get away. Wait, tell off their. Oh wait, so they expect the Amer. So wait, the American's job is kind of like to tell off the boss when need be. But yeah, we got I feel like something different. Work is the main cause of death for isekai character. Wait, after you get isekai'd, Schmegly, or like do you get isekai'd away from the bad work situation? Maybe that's the reason that isekai is so popular, because as much of a pain in the ass it would be to be magically transported into like a parallel universe or a magical world or something like that. It's maybe better than your job. And that's why, chat, uh karoshi is the word. Is that the word I was looking for? Karoshi. That's the reason, chat. If you ever wonder why a lot of anime and video games like Persona, like always in a high school, always in a high school, never in a college, always in a high school. I mean, obviously there's exceptions, right? But there's a lot of high school stuff. If you haven't noticed, right? A lot of high school stuff, a lot of middle school stuff, and that's because as difficult as like high school is, it's like the best years of your life or something. And then you go to work and you become a cog in the machine. And this is doubly true if you work at a if you're employed at a manga, like what is it called, like a manga company, right? If you're helping put out manga, like, right, or anime, yeah, animation and all the other stuff that goes with creating it. Apparently, there are a few like animation companies which are known for their good workplace culture, which tend to take care of their employees really well. But that's like the exception, not the rule. The rest of those places are like they're rough. They worship YouTube people in Japan like crazy. So wait, what is America? Because like the influence the U.S. has had on Japan in terms of social media is that we've sent all of our most toxic IRL streamers to Japan because I guess it's just good content. Like Americans like to watch content that's set in Japan, especially when it's an annoying, obnoxious streamer fucking with Japanese people in real life. And so now, like, I can't imagine going to Japan and being like, yes, I'm a streamer, right? I feel like I feel like people would get the wrong idea because there's been some real, like, problematic people that that we've sent over there. We're not sending our best, chat, as far as streamers go. We are not. Wait, no, wait. Oh, white people, shit, fuck me. I'm sorry. SM said they worship YT people, and like, I mean, I know that that means something else. In lowercase, yeah. I was like, they worship YouTube people. They worship YouTubers. Wait, they would really like me. Might move to Japan with my kava tender. Wait, kava tender? But yeah, let me see what else we've got on the docket for today. I kept Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips because people keep voting for it, right? And like that tells me that there's somebody out there that's potentially interested in seeing that debate. I feel like it's almost won a couple of times. I might just have to add sake. Oh my god, I don't know good sake. Sake's complicated. Like there's not just one kind of sake. There's like so many different variations, and like if you have to know like how they're like there's different ways to make sake. And we've still got the Jesse Gender on Joe Biden thing because I feel like somebody's got to be interested in that. So I left that up there. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about so that you can actually see rather than me just say these things and you have to imagine them. There we go. Oh my god, it's Candace Owens. It's Candace Owens. It's Candace Owens. Oh, yeah, the other thing that I was thinking about though, chat, and I should probably ask you, right? So yeah, I've also put Jink Uger debates a Democratic insider. This is like a donor, somebody who's involved with Dem donors, which is funny because there are donors that are holding out on Biden. They're holding out on Biden for him to drop out, and they're saying that they're not going to donate any more money until he does it. So there is pressure being applied. There's pressure being applied on Biden by senators and members of Congress. It's not, like, I mean, you go a lot of places and you hear like, actually Biden's perfectly fine and he's completely bedwetters brigade, the fucking bedwetters brigade. No, this is all right wingers that are making it seem like Biden, there might be something wrong with Biden. No, right wingers love Biden. Trump wants to run against Biden. I don't know how hard that is to figure out, but yeah, apparently some people have not put two and two together yet. Wait, dandelion wine? That's a real thing. I've only heard of that. Isn't that a book? There's like a book, right? The guy that wrote Ray Bradbury. But yeah, Jink Uger is debating a Democratic insider on Biden. But I might sub that one out, actually. 1 times 1 equals 2. Oh, also, Jules, congratulations on your 10 stream streak. That is pretty impressive. I don't think I've seen a 10 stream streak in a while, so kudos. Whatever those are. What are kudos? Where does kudos come from? Why do we say kudos? Can I get a kudo? Is it good? Is it something I would want? Is it something I need in my life? Maybe I'm not getting enough kudo. Maybe it's like part of this complete breakfast. I'm not getting enough and my nails are going to fall off because of lack of kudo. I don't know. Oh my god. Maybe kudo is nail polish, which, I've got nail polish. I just don't have any nail. Do you ever have that, chat, where you have nail polish, but you don't have any nail polish that you like, and so you don't ever wear any? And you're like, I should buy some, but I'm afraid I'm going to fall out of love with it. I had this one color called Mollycoddled, and I think it was called like Butter London was the company that made it, and I can never find it anymore. It was like the perfect color. A kudo is like a granola bar? I mean, that could be good, except, like, what is in granola? Is it oats or is it wheat? Because I can have oats, but I can't have wheat. Cujo's? Wait, what is Cujo? Like Jolene Cujo? Oh, it's a Stephen King novel. Oh my god. The last time I saw a Stephen King movie, it was apparently the one that he wrote when he was on a significant amount of powders that he would inhale, if you know what I'm saying. He was deeply, deeply into the powder at that time, whose name I shall not speak for fear of monetization risk, right? Kudos are sugar bombs. Very tasty. Wait, sugar bombs from Fallout New Vegas? Or really like the world of Fallout? It was a granola bar. It was discontinued in the early 2000s. But what is in the granola? Is the granola like based on Yeah, so anyway, yeah, Stephen King was on a lot of that stuff, and he had this idea of like, what if like vehicles became sentient and the monster in my movie is like a truck and like cars and the car like right and they're just going around trying to kill people, right? And I mean, I don't know, it's pretty compelling stuff. The only horror movie I've ever seen that was set in North Carolina. But yeah, it's because I have this awesome friend that shows me the coolest, weirdest stuff. Whenever I hang out with her, we watch the she shows me something I would never see around anybody else. And I appreciate her for that. I don't think it was Christine. It was the one with it's got the like the Green Goblin on one of the trucks. Stephen King invented Toastmaster. Most Japanese, the most that wait, sorry, it's like it's a continued one. Kudos were a sugary granola bar with caramel, chocolate, etc. But I'm just wondering, I don't remember about granola. Is granola mostly wheat or is granola mostly oats? Because I know I can have oats, I just can't have wheat. I'm not allowed. It's against the rules. Very strange stuff happens because I live a both cursed and charmed life. You got sick of the kudos bars eventually? So is Jordan B. Peterson, says Thomas Jerome Newton, a Cenobite that bores you to death? Wait, what is a Cenobite again? Oh, it's Maximum Overdrive. Thank you, Badash. That's the one. It's Maximum Overdrive. Not Towmaster, Towmater? Towmater? From the Cars. Oh, from Cars. Yo, I never saw Cars. Am I missing anything? I always see Rule 34 of Cars, but I've never seen actual Cars. I mean, not that I'm looking for it, Chad. I'm not looking for it. It just happens. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Thomas Strom. So yeah, anyway, here's what I was thinking, right? The one that I'm kind of like not sure about, right, is Cenk Uygur debates a Dem insider about Biden. I feel like that might be it's oats. It's oats. Okay, so I can get with that. I can get with that if it's oats. Oh, Hellraiser is Pinhead. Okay. But yeah, maybe I don't know. This one, I'm wondering about this one, right? Chat, are you tired of this kind of stuff? We've watched several Cenk Uygur debates recently. Seems like at least one of them was about Biden. It might be too much. And I was thinking, if you want, I could flip it out. I could switch it out for something else you've had too much of, which is West Side Tyler. We could finish West Side Tyler versus Demon Mama. Or we could try. I don't know. He spent like I think he spent like 4 hours. I think he spent 4 hours. They sexualized the cars. Yeah, the cars were gives like a tow truck a whole new meaning. But I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do you think that we should stick with Cenk Uygur debates Dem Insider on Biden, or would you rather me sub that out for something like more more West Side Tyler? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm not offering you stuff that just like nobody's interested in, because that's no fun. And then that like bias the polls. Does President Sunday talk about Kant? Yeah, there's that too. He talks to Tyler about Kant, and he tries to explain Kant to Tyler, who's stuck on this idea of the categorical imperative is like good things good because good, and bad things bad because bad, and that's why leftists are too goddamn moralistic. It's just like I appreciate that there's somebody that, you know, like half of his content is like takedowns of Vosh, right? I appreciate that, but it seems like maybe the problem that he's got the wrong problems. No Tyler, please. Okay, so we gotta vote for no, at least from one person. It's bad enough they anthropomorphize cars. Sheesh. Yeah, it is kind of weird. How do cars even do it? I mean, something with a tailpipe, maybe? Is that how it works? Or am I not, am I reaching? But what would go in the tailpipe? I'm not sure. It doesn't really make sense. Should we stick with Jink Uger for this one? Pass no heed on my half asleep ass? Like, I'm wondering what kind of ass you're talking about, Bad Lefty, because when you say pass no heed, it makes me think that maybe you come from medieval times, or maybe you just got isekai'd. Did you recently get isekai'd? You would rather hear, oh, so we got an idea for, well, I mean, this would be Tyler involved, right? Sunday trying to explain to Tyler what exactly the categorical imperative actually is, because he got a weird idea. And look, I'm trying to be charitable here. Like, look, debate bozos talk a lot about a lot of bullshit. If you watch their stuff and you take it seriously, you might come out with some really strange ideas. Like, can you imagine watching Destiny? Like, you don't know anything about Israel Palestine and you only watch Destiny. I mean, you'd have some strange ideas about things, right? And I think the same's true if you watch like a lot of Vosh, or you watch a lot of debate content, and you hear the way that they use words like ontological, and then you're like deontological, categorical, imperative. I could see there's like some kind of ship of Theseus that I think Tyler gets to that like understanding, that misunderstanding of Kant. But Sunday tries to straighten him out, and then Brooks is like, actually, Sunday, you're full of shit. It's like this. Like, right? So Brooks and Sunday not exactly seeing eye to eye on what's important about Kant. And I think after that they go and like chat. I feel like I would. Okay, look, I'm kind of interested in theory. Okay, I mean, I am interested in theory. What I'm not interested in is doing content that nobody's interested in besides me. And like I get kind of hyper focused on some of the stuff that I cover, and I would hate to get like hyper focused on something that was like boring to a lot of people. So that's why we don't do theory here. I think I did a long time ago. I tried to do a little theory, and it was just not really taken that well. Irene be looking for the Carrossi. Well, I understand maybe where the Carrossi is, right? The Carrossi is not that hard to find. What's difficult to find is like what is going in the Carrossi. Like what else does a car have? How do cars work? How do cars do it? You just kind of see them on top of each other. Sex in theaters while watching cars. Oh no. Well, at least you're not watching Beetlejuice, anti-corporatist. I love content, says SM. Hey, as long as it's not Beetlejuice. Is there a Rule 69 about A Bug's Life? Randy Renee all revved up for the raunchy race cars. Cussy, tut. Oh my god, I miss Clussy. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? The Clussy, she's from Ace, not Ventura. Ace Detective, Ace Phoenix Wright, Ace Detective. Yeah, she's like one of the characters who totally didn't do anything wrong. She was wrongfully accused. She's completely innocent, I'm pretty sure. Honk honk. And her power move is to take her, like, she's got the suspenders, and they're like right on the line of you know what, and she takes them out and she goes like snap. That's her power move. Too many people mix up the Carrossi and the Volvo. Ace Attorney 1. It's from Ace Attorney 1. I mean, there's a lot of these games, and I probably should have played these. These look kind of cool. Trailer hitch or the antenna at the back of the car? Wow. Okay, so I get the feeling that you don't, yeah, objection, exactly. I get the feeling that you don't want me to sub out Jink Uger for just like more of the West Side Tyler Demon Mama thing, because like I did feel like that was going nowhere, right? I mean, it was just like, who is this demon lady, and why does she think that her political opinions should be listened to, and why am I not as big as her channel? Is kind of what I got. Like, right, I rated her a bunch of times, she never paid any attention to me, so now that I'm big enough to bother her, I'm going to be a burr in her saddle. I'm gonna give her shit. So I mean, that's kind of what I picked out from it. Maybe there's more. Like I said, there's 4 hours, so who knows what. Maybe by the end of it, Tyler had watched the whole thing and was like, actually, Demon Mama, you're beautiful. This is a great analysis. I'm so sorry I doubted you. Maybe it's completely up. Maybe they're best friends now, right? He like messages Demon Mama and he's like, Demon Mama, I'm sorry I doubted you. Your analysis, it changed my life. Now I finally understand Immanuel Kant and the categorical imperative, and I want to do an ontological collaboration with you. I don't know. Who knows? Like, right? We didn't watch it, so anything could have happened. But I did see some interest in President Sunday's discussion. Oh my God, I can't put theory on there, chat. I'm not President Sunday. We can't have a theory goal. Thomas Jerome Newton says, you need a headdress or gimmick. Maybe a Yushenka? I need a headdress? I mean, wait, I do have, like, I do have the Splatoon, like, head, the head tentacles. Oh, you're saying because President Sunday puts a octopus on his head, I need something like that, right? I mean, I do have the butterfly if I ever remember to put it on. But then I have to pick I have to choose which butterfly, and it's very difficult. Because they're all so cute. I want to put the ones that I could not. Oh my God, look! The butterfly's still on Waluigi. That's awesome. From yesterday. No Comet Cthulhu? Oh, because of the squid. Jules says cat ears. I'm gonna end up with all kinds of bling on my head before the day is done. What's the grift with Candace today? Being defending Nick Fuentes, I guess. Right? Jordan Peterson found Nick Fuentes being openly anti-Semitic and was not a fan because Jordan Peterson prefers his anti-Semitism to be hidden behind a layer of bullshit theory, right? He likes to say it's the cultural Marxist, right? Which is just kind of like a rehash of cultural Bolshevism, which is, you know, Judeo-Bolshevism, which was a Nazi, a way of Nazis smearing Jewish people as being communists, and they like to conflate the people that they hate, and so hence the trope of the Judeo-Bolshevist, and then the later the Judeo or the what is it, cultural Bolshevik, and then anyway, so Jordan Peterson likes to have a nice like layer protecting himself from any accusation, so that if anybody says cultural Marxism, that's an anti-Semitic dog whistle, he can be like, what? Yeah, he could be like, oh, so if I'm against Marxism, then that makes me a Nazi. It seems like you leftists call everyone Nazis. So, but yeah, anyway, Peterson's not too thrilled about Nick Fuentes being an open Nazi on Twitter.com because he likes to be a mask on sort of fascist on Twitter.com. and Candace Owens, jumped in and said, "Hey, that's not nice. You can't call my best friend and brother in Christ, my brother in Christ is King. You can't call him a rat. That's not okay, right? We reserve those kind of dehumanizing insults for anyway, for anti-Semitic purposes, basically." So that's what Candace is up to today. We're trying to figure out what to, I don't know, should I just leave Cenk Uygur debates dim insider on Biden up there? I thought about maybe Thomas Jerome.
Super chatted $5.90. The Bible is Hebraic, so he won't come out as a Nazi until he finds the Ark of the Covenant. Bop, bop, bop.
Indeed. That's a huge bop on Nick Fuentes. If you've seen, which is that Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark, or the last Ark, the first Ark? It's one of the arcs. I always thought that the Ark was the thing that Noah was on, but apparently there's like another kind of Ark that like melts your face if you touch it. Yeah, is it in Job 2? Is that where that happens? No, wait, it's not Job, is it? Is it Job? Does the Ark appear in Job? Yo, God was just like all about just like killing people for the most like bizarre reasons. Like some dude, spanks it in the Bible, he gets killed. Like, but then sometimes not, right? Because he didn't kill Cain. Like you would think you would think that Cain would be, getting like destroyed, but Cain just has to walk around with the mark. It's Raiders of the Lost Ark. Okay. But that's different than the ark that Noah went on, right? Like, what does ark even mean? Does ark just mean boat? Is an ark like a boat? Because I hope you know that in the Book of Mormon, they actually make an ark, and I think it's an ark, and they travel to America. so that Joseph Smith can make up more racist shit about indigenous people. That an ad is coming. Oh my gosh, you're right. Look, I mean, I should have figured this out earlier. He could have turned him into salt. I mean, that would be, yeah, that's a good solution. Then, he's a spice too when you need some salt. There's an anime arc of the lad based on the video games. Let's bet and see who can make the man suffer the most. You were referring to the Jungian fail son. Oh, Peterson, yeah. Rats of the Lost Ark. The arc is also a progressive storyline. Oh, yeah. An ark just means vessel. So wait, was the Ark of the Covenant like a boat then? Like, you mean like a boat, like a vessel? Or is it like something different? Could it be like an urn? Could an urn be an ark? Or is that different? I'll tell you one thing that's not different day after day and week after week, and that is the top of the hour ad break. And that is an ad break that happens on Twitch exclusively, at the top and bottom of every hour, which I think is kind of the same thing, right? I think it's the same thing. Oh no, there it goes already. I was trying to figure out a way to work my way into that. Okay, so do we have consensus that leaving Cenk Uygur on there is better than switching it out for West Side Tyler excoriating Demon Mama further, or President Sunday very generously correcting West Side Tyler's gross misunderstanding of Philosophy 101 concepts? Do we want to... Vessel just means a container. Okay, so it can be a container. It's where the 10 Commandments... Wait, so they had to have a container for the 10 Commandments? Wait, didn't one of them get broken? What's the deal with the broken command? Like, what? There was like 2 tablets, or was there 3 tablets, and one of them got broken, so they don't have to follow those. It's a box. They supposedly keep the fragments of the stone tablets. Oh, the fragments. Okay. Given to Moses by God on the mountains, and basically a gold-covered wooden box to hold stone tablets of the 10 commandments. You just leave the commandments outside? I mean, I would put them I would park them in a garage, maybe. I don't know. If I had a garage. Oh no, if I had a garage, it would definitely have kickboxing stuff in it, though. I don't think I would. Thou shalt not omit the top of the hour ad break. Well, there's still like a minute. They're in there for another minute. Threw down 1 set of tablets in rage. Wait, he was mad at God? And they busted up? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Then he got another set from God later. I think it was supposedly the same commandments. Okay, so I think I'm just going to go with what we got now, because I don't have a consensus to change it. There's as much resistance to what we would change it to, I think there is, than to seeing Jink Uger debate somebody once again. So, wait, God was mad at the Israel? Yeah, wait, or was Moses mad at the Israelites? I don't know. My commandments are in a fireproof safe. They were worshipping a golden calf. Oh, is that during Exodus when that happens? Yeah. Ever notice the Skyed Father didn't smite the weird people like Lot's daughters? Wait, what? Yeah, whatever happened to Lot's daughters? Because like it's like only he got out of there, right? There's over 600 commandments that formed the Mosaic laws, right? Yeah, the 10 commandments were the ones that applied to everyone, and God is just a tsundere. There we go. God is definitely a tsundere. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could look at the... It's always good to look at stream suggestions, is it not? These are just suggestions for the stream. Oh, we do need to watch AOC and the articles of impeachment against Thomas and Alito. Oh my gosh, there's another Candace Owens video of her. She's talking about like Hitler and Voldemort. She's got a picture of Voldemort with a Hitler mustache. What is this? This sounds cursed. This sounds super cursed. It's like Mark Lamont Hill debated Candace Owens. R.M. Brown's also talking about Candace Owens. It looks like I'm not the only one talking about this subject then. Serfs are talking about this. Ooh, Ryan Grimm versus Robbie Suave? Is that real? They're debating Gaza? I don't know, chat. Everything seems equally cursed. I think we're just gonna go with what we got. By the way, Twitch, I'm so sorry. I think I just got to mentioning that at the top of every hour there's a 3-minute ad break, without being able to explain what you can do about that ad break before you got taken by that ad break. So if you're watching me on Twitch and you hung around through those ads, thank you very much. Just know that you don't necessarily have to watch those. You can get out of those ads for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of those ads for $5.99 because they raised the price yesterday or the day before. You can get out of that by buying yourself a sub. You could possibly get out of it by being gifted a sub, which does sometimes happen on stream. But your best bet on that is to be active in chat. We got some people excited for Medi. Okay, well, as long as there's something on there that excites people, right? I don't want to ever give you options that just like suck all the way down. Like, do you ever have that where it's like, would you like to have some bologna? Or would you like what else sucks as bad as bologna? Does anything suck as bad as bologna? We got 2 different kinds of bologna. There we go. That's the kind of choice I don't want to give you. Okay, so here's a question. Is the Ryan Grimm debating Robbie Suave video, is that better than the Jink Uyghur versus the Mega Donor video? Should we swap that out, Chad? Is that a good swap? Is that a good exchange? Is that an equivalent? Either way, I probably need to put the poll up somehow. Bologna is just sliced hot dog. Oh my god. Do you ever have sliced hot dog sandwiches? It's like the weirdest thing. Chat is so nerdy. I'm being nerdy too, chat. You're feeding into my nerdy nature. Nerdy by nature? No. What is my... Somebody must have come up with that before. I cannot be the first one. Okay, so we got Mediasan versus Dean Phillips. Boom. Wait, I gotta make sure this is really a real thing. I think it looks like it's on Breaking Point. Well, I would guess it would be on Breaking Points. I guess it could be on Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill, Robbie Suave. I think it's Robbie Suave. He doesn't have his oh, it's on the hill. Oh, wait, what? It's Ryan Grimm leaving The Intercept. You know, like the hill hasn't been has not been relevant in like a really long time. Left-wing media collapses. What is this? Are they just like hack watching The Intercept? Is that what this?
10 years, and now they are moving on.
Ryan and Jeremy announced Monday.
chat. The hill is just sad. The hill is just sad. No, I'm not switching this. I'm not switching this. There's no way. I can't watch The Hill anymore. Like, without Brianna Joy Gray, it's just not. And, you know, this is somebody saying this as somebody who's had issues, disagreements with Brianna Joy Gray. I can't watch The Hill when it's just Robbie. So I'm being super indecisive, chat, and I need to just like decide. It's just like, you ever have one of those days where everything seems like a bologna sandwich and you don't want a bologna sandwich? Oh, here's something that's not a bologna sandwich, right? Here's something that's a very old sandwich in the backseat of a car that you've discovered. Like, right? It's Destiny versus Hassan. Subject being inward Andy. I have talked about this debate so many times, and I have the feeling that most of you, well, he's leaving The Intercept, supposedly. Yeah. But like, Robbie's happy because he's like, haha, left-wing media is going down. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Destiny debating Hassan on the casual use of slurs, right? Which Destiny is defending. I mean, like, look, this was how part of Destiny's content strategy, to just have like a take that's like, you know, repulsive and to defend it to the hilt. This is what Destiny would do. And this is, I guess, why his community loves him, is that he's going to defend stuff like. So to me, the like, I feel like this inward Andy discussion started off when people would use the phrase gamer word, especially on Twitch, right? You would hear people say, talk about gamer words, and what a gamer word was a slur. It's a slur that somebody says not to be racist specifically, or not to be offensive, but while they're playing a game and not doing so well, and like, you know, Destiny, you know, this was just kind of like a joke, right? I don't think anybody's like bragging about saying gamer words, but Destiny goes and he just defends it. Is like, yeah, no, that's totally fine, because you're playing games in your own house and it's not hurting anybody. And Hassan obviously disagreed with that. So I mean, that's where all these, you know, if you ever hear anybody say inward Andy, that debate is what that refers to, and it's one of these like just horrible takes that Destiny could not be moved from. Oh, I gotta shrink this somehow. But that's available if you want to watch some of that. It's a pretty long debate. I don't think we're going to watch all of it, but if you want to get a sense of like what the lore behind this whole, you know, controversy is, it's there. It's on the it's an option. We also have Jessie Gender giving her take on Joe Biden and whether he should drop out and all that stuff. So I'm going to let you play with this poll. That did not come out right.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.90. Looking back, Demise predated Norm telling managerialist Steiny is not reading anything and using his anger as a response.
Wait, Demise? Wait, are you predated Norm? Yeah, Finkelstein. Wait, I think I know who you're talking about. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I've been on this person's podcast before. Long time ago. Oh my god, chat, help jog my memory to what Thomas is talking about. I know Andre Domis, also known as Cormentine, the Canadian politician. Yeah, and writer. He's a Canadian politician and writer, and apparently fan of NCC enough to bring me on his stream back in the day. He debated infrared Haas and was like, I've never seen anybody be as nice to Haas. Cormentine, is that his other name? The founder of Resistance Noire. Or Resistance. Was that his other name, Cormentine? Yeah, I know who you're, like, of course I know who you're talking about, and yeah, this is like I had him on my podcast. He had me on his podcast. This is going way back. He goes by many names. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Brother Q is another name. Although, is he calling himself Q Ali now? Sometimes he just calls himself Q because he's mysterious like that, and he. There's many blasts from the past. There are many blasts from the past associated with that podcast that I went on, and oh my god. All right, well, I think we've got our agenda for today. The one thing that we don't have is the. Yeah, I mean, this will be something. I feel like this is something I have a great confidence that the shorts category will like the stream. They'll like this topic. But I gotta serve it up to them right. I gotta change the Jordan Peterson versus Nick. I guess what I'm saying is, if you're over on shorts today, buckle in tight. Because we might get some interesting people. And by interesting, I mean horrible. You're gonna have your thing. If you're modding on shorts today, better have your finger on the ban button, because like, I don't know what I don't know what kind of audience we're gonna attract with this. This is dangerous. But we lived dangerously yesterday, and we survived, which is great. Yeah, I was kind of worried about, like, it just feels like whenever I got something to say to a debate streamer, to like a dude bro debate streamer, it's like they never tend to take it well. They always get mad, and I always end up with Dylan Burns like in my chat for like 5 straight days, trying to get a rematch or trying to come on, and or infrared Haas in my chat, same sort of thing. Like, somebody I don't really want to talk to is like insisting on talking to me. But so far so good. So far so good. And like I said, I don't mind, like, you know, Tyler wants to have a nice conversation. I don't mind that. I'm not, you know, I don't hate the guy. I massively disagree with him. I think that it's just like, I mean, there's some stuff that I noticed, but like, I'm not a hateful person. Let's just put it that way. It takes a lot to get me to hate somebody, no matter what you hear. Omega Star says Danger is my middle name. Wait, Drop Site News? What is that? Scale are starting a new media called Drop Site News. Oh, interesting. I'm trying to get this to work. Do I need to... There we go. Gotta erase. All right, I feel like we're ready to go now. I feel like we're good to go. We can get going, chat. But I'm glad that we got to talk, okay? Because I feel like this whole week I've been so rushed and I haven't really been able to talk to chat. And I know that there's been people frustrated trying to get my attention, and so I just wanted to have a nice little chat with chat, and it feels good. It definitely feels good. I think I gotta update this. So Thomas Jerome, so far, our only donor. If you want to let me know, Renee, which of these topics is tickling your fancy today, I will add that 15% to that topic. Or if you want to tell me that you want to see me play Fallout New Vegas, or if you want to tell me that you want that money to go to Vox Populi because you just want the poll, you know, whatever people select to actually win. Mindwaves comes off as a horrible enabler. So yeah, Thomas Jerome apparently has been around for like around the scene that I've been around for quite a while. These are names that I have not remembered. That's right. Mindwaves is in this debate. We're just talking about Twitch poll, people, chat, and I feel like every time I say Twitch poll, like I get, you know, YouTube fans, their eyes glaze over because they're just like, it doesn't matter. And truly, you're right, it doesn't matter. Twitch poll doesn't exist anymore. Twitch poll is not important anymore. You know, none of these people are like particularly in Destiny. Okay, so we'll put this in Destiny. Indeed. I gotta count up. Wait, did I count it up? Did I add the last one to it? Got 17% there. Omega Star with the gift sub, the community sub to Dallas Arlo Music. Dallas Arlo Music, you just got weaseled. Look, we got our first weaseling of the day. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Thank you, Omega Star. Hassan. Wait, whoa, okay, looks like we got a favorite. So we put this dono goal up to 22, and then we put that 22 on. No, wait. When you say Hassan, please, do you mean Mehdi Hassan, or do you mean Hassan versus Destiny? I gotta clarify this time. That's it's like 17% goes here. No, 17% goes there. Hassan Piker. Okay, so 22 per, okay, so far, yeah, it looks like that. So I was right. The lore, the historical stream, the origin story, the villain origin story of Destiny is and this might jog my memory as well. I don't know if my memory needs to be jogged. I feel like there's a lot of trauma tied up with the whole Twitch poll thing for me, and I'm kind of glad to be out of it. Mehdi is Mehdi and Hassan is Hassan. That's the one way to remember it. What's up, Dr. Butler? We got the Waluigi stands in chat. We're about ready to get going. We're gonna take a look at this beef going on between Candace Owens. Her video is titled, "Is this the end of Jordan Peterson?" Do we need to take a look at the Twitter? Sort of like the Twitter background of this? Because I didn't even realize this was going until I started to see videos being made. I think this all started on Twitter, though. Candace Jordan Peterson. Oh my god, people are taking sides. You don't actually have to take sides, just so you know. I'm still looking for this chat. I feel like this has got to be something. Like, this started on Twitter. I mean, they'll probably show the tweets anyway, because, you know, that's what people do. They go on and they show tweets. Okay, what if I type in Jordan Peterson rat? Because that's, I think this is what that started with, is the... Don't tell me these people are deleting their... Oh no. Chat, they're being weird and they're being anti-Semitic to Jordan Peterson. That's how bad this has gotten. That's how bad Twitter is, right? There's so many fucking Nazis on there that they're now purity testing their anti-Semitism, saying that Jordan Peterson is somehow not anti-Semitic enough. The guy that got like cultural Marxism back into the lexicon, somehow not. Oh my god, chat, this is like some deep shit. Buyer's remorse, Vox Populi? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, you want me to change? Is Dr. Butler a doctor or a butler? Good question. Dr. Butler, you want to take that one? I'm like negotiating between chats here. Okay, so adding... I'm trying to figure this out now. This would be like 19, and this would be like 3. Buyer's remorse. Okay, so just so you know, I mean, like, I don't know, like, it's, I'm not saying like you're gonna traumatize me, but I mean, I put this on here, right? I can handle this debate, so don't anybody think that they gotta put money into Vox Populi just to save me from memories of I probably need to deal with this stuff. Yo, I'm only seeing like okay, I'm trying to find, there we go. I think, wait, what? Here, let me just show you what I'm looking at. I'm worried that there's going to be some like not so great stuff here. Okay, so I have Fuentes blocked. I don't have Borsinko or Michaela blocked. I probably should. I'm like tempted to not even open Twitter at all because like look, like I mean, you know who Fuentes' fans are and you know what he is, and like usually I can find like the beginning of, oh my god, there's Fuentes fans literally trying to accuse Jordan Peterson of hate speech for calling Fuentes a rat. Like as if that's the problem, calling somebody a rat and not like calling a group of you know not the use of it against a group of people. Here we go. I think I finally found it. Okay, here we go. Let's get this started. Let's get this show on the road. It's been I've been yeah, 1 hour and 30 minutes into the stream and I haven't even gotten this going yet. So, there and so there we go. Dr. Jordan, oh my gosh, this isn't even the beginning of it. Okay. This is like in media res. Wait, what? Is that the status? Oh my god, dare I click on? This is from Nick Fuentes' Twitter. Okay, I think we kind of got everything here. So here's how it starts, right? And I'm going to have to add a little bit of context for you because it's a little weird here, right? Even for Nick, right? He replies to somebody with one word, and that word is Jews, right? So what is this person asking? What is this person saying? What is he replying to? The question this person asked was, since Biden is like obviously not running his own White House, who's running things in the White House? Fuentes' answer is this. Oh, I can't even, it's a picture, so I can't select it. But like, right, this is Slippery Nick's answer, right? So Jordan Peterson sees this. And like I said, Jordan Peterson is known for heavily dog-whistled anti-Semitism, right? He's brought back this term cultural Marxism, which comes from, cultural Bolshevism, which is related, like, right? He's like sort of bringing back a Nazi dog whistle calling Jewish people communists, right? With that, but when you ask him about it, but he's like, what do you mean? I'm just against Marxism, and right, so it's dog whistly, right? He knows who his audience is. He's winking at them, but he doesn't want to say it mask off. Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, loves to take his never had the mask on in the first place, was always just like out and proud as a racist. And so Peterson responds to Nick Fuentes and says, really, you, Nicholas J. Fuentes, really are a psychopathic rat. And then is this Nick? Oh, Michaela deleted. Okay, so this is where she got ratioed by Fuentes. And you ask, like, how does somebody get ratioed by a Nazi? And I answer, because it's twitter.com. Come on. You should know this by now. Now, I don't know how many of them are bots, and I don't know how many of them are actual, like, if just like that's a requirement for being a groiper, is that you have to get a Twitter account, right? That you have to, like, maybe they all have Twitter accounts. I don't know, chat. Probably a mix of the two. There's probably botnets, and there's probably actually a lot of groipers on Twitter at the moment, right? And that's kind of what brought Nick Fuentes back, right? He'd been banned for years and years and years. But his fans would just bellyache and bellyache. I mean, Elon, I thought you believed in free speech. If free speech should be unlimited, Elon. And so Elon was like, okay, even though I disagree with anti-Semitism, which he doesn't, you've seen him like anti-Semitic tweets before. So, he's lying just as much as Jordan Peterson is, if not more. To prove himself as the true warrior for free speech, he allows Nick Fuentes back in a lot of the same way that he did with Alex Jones, saying, I don't agree with this person. I don't like this person. I'm not signing off on, you know, what this person has said or done, but I believe in the principle of free speech, and we really just need to have that public square with like unlimited free speech, apparently including Nazis. So we bring the Nazi back to the platform. He's got, you know, all his fanboys on there. Michaela responds to Fuentes. We can't see it because she deleted it. Probably because she didn't want to get harassed by his fans. And he responds to her, "Your dad literally called me a rat last week. Thank you for exposing yourself and revealing who you really work for." Oh my God. You see what he's saying? Jordan Peterson, employee of the Daily Wire, employee of Ben Shapiro, parentheses, parentheses, parentheses. Yeah, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying to Michaela. That's what he's saying to Jordan Peterson. Both of you are freaks and should be deported to Israel since you love it so much. They can have you. So anyway, Peterson replies to him, quote, retweets him, saying, "I apologize for calling you a rat, Nicholas J. Fuentes. Rats are just animals. They happen to be the enemy of mankind. So they are like you in that regard. But they are merely acting on instinct. Whereas you are motivated by a willful ignorance so deep that it's kind of a miracle, in combination with profound malevolence." And this is the way that Peterson tweets. If this is new to you, right? Like this is just how Peterson tweets. It looks like an E.E. Cummings poem, right? If you've ever seen the way that
Super chatted $5.90. I think Nick the Rat is offended that a blonde woman is talking to him.
Interesting. That might be part of it. That might be a.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That might be a piece of it, Thomas Jerome, and I'm guessing that this goes to Vox Populi as well. Okay, so I got that updated, and thank you for the super chat, Renee. So yeah, whereas you are motivated by a willful ignorance so deep that it's kind of a miracle, in combination with a profound malevolence, so I was unfair to the rats. To the rats. Hence, my apology. Take note, Michaela. Take note. Anyway, so that's his response. So she gets ratioed, and it's weird because Peterson does okay for himself on Twitter.com. There's a lot of Peterson fans on there, but like I said, there's something weird going on with these groypers on Twitter. I don't know how much of it is botting and how much of it is just they really like Twitter. They found like one website that they're not going to get banned from, they're not going to get pushed out of, etc., etc. And now they're talking about the term rat, like as if that's the problem. Like, right, calling Nick Fuentes a rat is akin to the, you know, racial epithet that, you know, that rat is. This is our good friend Carolyn Borosinko, one of the weirdest people out there, who's definitely gotten on board with the Groypers, with Nick Fuentes, with the Christ is King crew, with Candace Owens. She's definitely part of that group now. Okay, so here's another. Oh my God, this is somebody saying that Peterson's lost his mind. I mean, I don't know. Oh, it's Carolyn Morosinko once again. All right. Hey, new Nazi troll rats. Anonymously trumpeting your anti-Semitism doesn't rescue from your mother's basement. Ha ha ha. Or from the demon, not the dragon, the demon of resentment. or make you more attractive to the women who take one look at you and shudder, and rightly bloody so. You are despicable, bottom-rung cowards using Gaza, 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 Hamas, Hamas as camouflage for your detestable cluster Bs. Oh my God, are we gonna weaponize cluster B? That's what we're doing. This is a psychotherapist. I mean, like, granted, right? The people that he's dealing with are truly despicable and but yeah, we're gonna diagnose them with with cluster B disorders, cluster B psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and sadism, and of course sadism. I've got your number, you pathetic tantrum toddlers. You don't even have the courage of genuine bullies like Steven Crowder. No, your Cheeto dust covered, sweat stained white t-shirt, hide behind your mommy's skirt scum. Disgust is wasted on you. Oh my God. But yeah, according to Borisenko, that's him losing his mind. I don't know. It seems like one of the more normal responses from Jordan Peterson. I mean, again, this isn't great for somebody who's a licensed psychotherapist to be, you know, hurling diagnoses at people that he's fighting with on Twitter.com. But I mean, look, they're probably under a decent amount. Let the huge rat cook. What is this? Is this an Asmongold meme? We're talking about cooking rats? Is this Asmongold? Okay, so this is what we meant. This is the tweet that got ratioed, right? Of Michaela's. Yes, I think the Nazis on X equating using the hashtags like filth should have more content Oh, okay. So that's what's really activated the free speech brigade on Michaela. She's like, I think that if you're doing like shit that you know, tropes that like Nazis used against Jewish people in the Holocaust, that yeah, maybe that should get moderated, maybe that should get censored. Oh my God, but that's like against the rules on Elon's Twitter. Nobody gets censored. Everybody's allowed to say what they want, unless it's like showing a picture of Elon Musk standing with Ghislaine Maxwell. Then you will get your you will get banned, or showing you know, the connection between Trump and Epstein. Then you will have your post deleted. I mean, you know, these are the things that deserve moderation. Apparently, it's got to be personal for Elon for him to do anything. Other than that, you know, he's totally fine with people. He's totally fine with Nazis on his platform. He's totally fine with Nick Fuentes. Okay, so she's saying, yeah, maybe this should get moderated. Maybe this should get moderated. Oh no, Thomas. These memes are getting dark. These memes are getting dark. Yeah, he is kind of the Rat King. I don't know. I feel like he would rock that. Okay, so Thomas Jerome, unless you tell me differently, I'm gonna put all of your donos on Vox Populi, because that's what you told me last time. So I'm gonna add that here. And we're up to 29% of the dono goal. I think exclusively. No, not exclusively. Almost exclusively because of Thomas Jerome. Well, so they're now, the Groypers are calling her low IQ. Either you believe that this is their thing. Either calling anyone a rat is bad, or you can use it as an anti-Semitic, like, you know, or you should be allowed to call like a whole group of people that, like a whole Oh shit. This is almost funny. Jung, if you don't know, I believe was an anti-Semite himself. So yeah, Peterson's the one getting cooked here. Right? Like, Fuentes is being straight up anti-Semitic, not anti-Semitic. I'm not saying, you know, this isn't the thing where you conflate being anti-Zionist with anti-Semitic. This is just anti-Semitic, right? This is just him saying that the Jewish people somehow control the Biden White House. And then Peterson calling him a rat based on that, and then being like, oh, I thought we weren't calling people rats. Oh, I thought that was... Oh my god. These people are insufferable. These fucking Fuentes fanboys who hopefully we are not attracting into Shorts chat. I should probably check on that. Have we got any rats in chat? I do a good impression. Thank you, MB. Feeling like Fuentes missed Michaela's point. I mean... Candace and Fuentes work for the same people as Peterson and Shapiro. What? I mean, you do know that Candace was fired from Daily Wire. I don't know if that's where you're going with this. And Fuentes, I don't know who he's working for, but I'm guessing they type in Cyrillic, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, Chad, enough Russiagate. Let's So I mean, you kind of got the background. I think I gave you a good sense of what's going on here. We've got a video from Candace Owens. We've got a video response from Michaela Peterson. I almost want to watch Michaela's first, because like Candace Owens is scary. I don't know. We'll go ahead and watch her, and then Michaela will be Michaela's the palate cleanser. How bad is it, chat, when Michaela and Jordan Peterson have to be your palate cleanser? That you're watching such toxic shit up front that like you're, you know, I'm just worried she's gonna say something that's like over the line. Oh my god, chat. Okay, let's go bravely forth.
His mind this week. What exactly is going on with Dr. Jordan Peterson? It looks
What's going on with Peterson? No. This is the most normal response I've ever seen from Peterson before. This is the most normal acting he and his daughter have ever been. These are the people that tell you to eat an all-meat diet. These are the people that tell you that apple cider is poison, right? The proper diet is a completely meat diet. That's what humans were built to eat, a carnivorous diet, right? This is the most normal shit I've ever heard from them. Is anti-Semitism is bad, right? Yeah, that's not, you know, I agreed, Dr. P, agreed.
like he's lost a lot of his male audience, and we're going to take a look.
He's lost a lot of his male audience, has he? I mean, he's probably lost the gripers. But that's a good thing.
At how exactly that occurred. Also, we have news that a doctor who specializes in Parkinson's disease has visited the White House 8 different times. 8 different times, my friends. No big deal. Everything is...
Schmegley says, I am angry to be on Peterson's side in this one. It feels weird. It feels really weird.
It's fine. It's totally fine. And Amber Rose is speaking at the RNC. What are your thoughts about that? Because I'm going to tell you mine. All that coming up on Candace. Nothing that I'm going to say should be taken personally. I am just taking a look at something objectively that, of course, is fascinating, interesting to watch, because it's really difficult to capture into words the international level of celebrity that this Canadian professor of psychology reached on YouTube.
Danarchus says, Dr. JVP is a neo-Nazi. That's what's wrong with Dr. JVP. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like I was telling you, there's a difference between how they may agree on that, right? But he likes to cloak his anti-Semitism with words like cultural Marxism. He never likes to come out and say what he's actually trying to say. He wants to kind of keep it, keep it behind the mask. And Candace and Nick Fuentes, obviously, their innovation is to just say the quiet part out loud. And Peterson and Michaela do not appreciate that. He's blowing up their spot, basically. That's what's going on here. This is on some level, yeah, a fight between fascists.
A celebrity which began
4chan is calling him, yeah, I saw. They do not like him.
Back in 2017 when he
okay, so relate this back, okay, to the feud between Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and the Daily Wire, right? That's kind of the background of all this, right? Jordan Peterson representing the Daily Wire, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes representing 4chan or 8chan.
Began dropping lectures that were aimed at men with lessons pertaining to how they could order their lives. We all remember this. He subsequently dropped a book in 2018 that was entitled 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos. And just so we're clear, that book sold over 10 million copies worldwide. That is, nobody sells 10 million copies worldwide in any book. It's unbelievable. And shortly thereafter, he embarked on an international world tour. I'm not kidding. He sold out stadiums across the world. And I remember watching this celebrity just...
I'm kind of curious about how much Peterson's book is actually read, because there's some books that get bought. Yeah, and it's actually hard to tell. Like, book sales numbers, I just inherently do not trust. If you don't know this already, there's a phenomenon of trying to get your book on the New York Times bestsellers list or some kind of bestsellers list in order to get it more press. And in order to do this, book companies will they'll buy copies of their own books to make sure to inflate the sales numbers, to get that promotion, and then hoping that, in getting it on that list, they're going to sell more books than they would otherwise. So I don't know if how legit the 10 million books are. Obviously, Peterson is way too influential. Obviously, way too many people, thought that 12 Rules for Life was a great point, and his wisdom from this sage Peterson, and bought it. But I just wonder what kind of book it is, because there's a coffee table book where you have it as a signal to other people that come over that this is what you read, that you are deep, that you are wise, you are whatever, right? There's that kind of book, and then there's the book that people actually read, and I'm not sure what classification 12 Rules for Life actually fits into. I know for sure that if they've got a copy of Maps of Meaning, they probably haven't actually read that. They're not as into the hardcore, I shouldn't even call it hardcore Jungian analysis, but the more academic, iterations of Peterson's work. They're not as interested in that as they are in just the 12 Rules for Life kind of shit.
Watching his star rise, and I was absolutely fascinated, as I'm sure a lot of women were, partially because there are very few people that achieve celebrity in their later years. Jordan Peterson is 62 years old. So we were watching a person become a 62-year-old rock star. That in and of itself is quite impressive. And people definitively do not achieve that level of celebrity by being a professor. So it was just, be amazed. I was absolutely amazed. But there was also a piece of me, and again, I am sure that women can relate to this, that if I'm being honest, I just didn't really quite comprehend it. Again, it wasn't for me, it was for men, but I didn't find any of the things that he was sharing to be particularly earth-shattering in his 12 rules. And I was shocked by the male response to it. So I'm going to give you just a few examples of the rules that were in the book. One was set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Okay. Another one was pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient.
So I'm guessing this is going to be her finding what she sees as hypocrisies in Peterson, him criticizing Nick Fuentes, and then she's going to be like, but wait a minute, Mr. Peterson, your house is not in order. Your house is not in order yet, Mr. Peterson. You don't get to criticize Slippery Nick until your house is in order.
The third was tell the truth, or at least don't lie. Another was be precise in your speech. And the last one was pet a cat when you encounter one on the street, which that makes it sound silly, but essentially he was saying, like, don't miss the small things in life. And I don't know if I wasn't so amazed by this, because a lot of these kind of are repackaged biblical proverbs, and you should read the Bible. And I'm sure that that obviously was a source for him. But I was really, I guess, taken aback by the male.
Yeah, the Bible is really big on cleaning your room. It's big. Was that the first commandment, second commandment? Somewhere in there.
Response to it in a way that was meaningful for me. I actually learned a lot, because I realized that a lot of men were feeling disordered. You know, I recognized that for men to have the response that they did, clearly something was missing in their lives. And I was glad that they had this male example to say, hey, listen, this is a little thing, but make your bed. Make your bed in the morning, because it means something to make your bed. You know, stand up straight, kind of notoriously walk like a lobster, like have some self-confidence, have some self-respect. And again, it made me reflect on just how far feminism had gotten, that we were making men feel so deflated that.
I hate how feminism tells you not to pet a cat. I think I read that in Judith Butler, no petting cats.
It took just one man, a professor, to stand up and say, hey, you don't have to feel that way, and your life should have purpose, and your life should have meaning, and you should do things that give your life purpose and give your life meaning. So I was like, kudos, love it. And as I said, I got to meet him multiple times. I've spoken at events with him, and I was very impressed with him. Then things started to shift. So let's recap what happened. In January of 2018, so this was really at the peak of his celebrity, he appeared on Sam Harris.
Why are they beefing? Yeah, because Nick Fuentes was openly anti-Semitic. Jordan Peterson, I guess, prefers to cloak his anti-Semitism in words like cultural Marxism. And I guess you could say that Candace and Nick are kind of blowing up the spot for Peterson, right? He likes to say the quiet part quietly. They like to say the quiet part out loud. Walk like a lobster. Yeah, I don't remember that one. I thought the Bible did say something about shellfish, but I don't think it was like to emulate the shellfish.
Harris's podcast, which was entitled Waking Up with Sam Harris, and he seemed rather incoherent when he was being asked for a basic definition of truth. And people recognized this. Perhaps they didn't overthink it. But a couple of months later, in July of 2018, he sat down with Joe Rogan talking about that moment.
So I can kind of tell what format this is going to take already. This is going to be the video that's like, this guy was so cool. I was a big fan. I was amazed by him. And then he fell off. And then he fell off.
And talking about why he was incoherent. And here is what he said. He said that it was due to the fact that he had consumed.
Yeah, Bad Ash gets the irony in that.
Some apple cider. Take a listen.
Oh my God. So she's going to use like the class. I mean, this is what we talk about, right? When we're making fun of Peterson, this is like, you know.
But I didn't.
But the right wingers have not had a problem with this, because something like eating an all meat diet, even if they don't want to do it themselves, at least it's got the right cultural signifiers, right? You're a man. You're proud. You want to go out and something's got to die for your diet. So eating an all meat diet and saying that even something like a apple cider vinegar or apple cider is going to upset the balance, the delicate balance of your perfect natural all meat diet is perfectly acceptable to these people most of the time.
I want to not do it because
Apple cider. Like what was it doing?
sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I seriously mean overwhelming. Like there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for. See, Michaela knew by that point that it would probably only last a month, and I was like,
A month.
Michaela knew, chat.
yeah, a month.
Remember, she's the dietary genius. Okay, so the all meat diet thing wasn't exactly Peterson's thing. It was Michaela's thing. It was Michaela's grift, and him at least signaling that he indulges in this diet, that he finds it effective, that he finds it useful, is kind of him using his clout, using his reach to help his daughter out on her career.
Cider.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible? That should
I'll tell
kill
you how it's possible.
You should be dead. No, really, Dr. Peterson, you should know.
Frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
Oh my.
So here's my, if this even happened at all, I mean, this is speaking to Dr. Peterson physician, heal thyself, right? You got some stuff to work on there, maybe. I don't know. Maybe this is not the guy that impending doom, says Daymel, makes me think of Invader Zim. FTW all day says doom. That's the doom song, the doomy doom doom. I vaguely remember this. No materialist analysis because he's also a fascist, so just drama.
Oh yeah, not
And
good.
this is from cider.
I feel like Joe Rogan is all of us. I'm listening to that, and it doesn't pass the sniff test. I'm just going, wait.
To be fair, though, he didn't throw shade on. He wasn't really throwing that much shade. I mean, he's amazed by it. You can kind of read between the lines in that he's thinking, maybe apple cider vinegar is not actually that bad for you. I don't know. Like, there's a sense of disbelief, but he didn't try to, peel him apart. He didn't try to peel the lobster out of the shell right there, which he probably could have.
Wait, what, apple cider? You didn't sleep for how long? What are you talking about? He brings up Michaela, by the way, that's his daughter. We're going to get into it. That explanation does not make sense to me whatsoever. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not claiming to know how everybody's body reacts to apple cider, but I just don't think that you wouldn't sleep for that long because of it. Now, what?
And it takes you this long, and it takes you this set of circumstances. It's only after Peterson calls Nick Fuentes a rat that she thinks to doubt his story. I don't think she's ever said anything about the apple cider vinegar thing. It's only when they get into a drama.
Followed thereafter was that in February.
Peel him like an apple, you dragon of chaos. No, peel him like a lobster. Peel off the shell.
2020, so
Dip him in butter. Dip him in butter.
News broke that Jordan Peterson was seeking emergency drug treatment in Russia. According to his family, and this was in a CBC News article from February of 2020, Jordan Peterson's family says he has sought emergency drug detox treatment in Russia after several failed attempts to overcome his dependence.
Is Hassan smoking the pole? Sorry, I'm saying everything wrong, chat. I'm saying everything wrong today. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think it's because we started off talking about Rule 34 on cars, right? That it's just got me in this sort of state.
Anti-anxiety medicine. They obviously spoke to his daughter, Michaela, as she speaks out on behalf of her father a lot. She also has her own.
Stop gossiping about me. I mean, Dr. Peterson, this time it's not the woke moralists that are gossiping about you. Oh my gosh, it's Candace Owens, and that just makes me realize that she looks better like this in the full screen. There we go.
And talks a lot about growing up with him and what she's learned. And this is a direct quote from her. He's had to spend 4 weeks in the ICU in terrible shape, but with the help of some extremely competent and courageous doctors, he survived. She goes on.
And luckily she had Andrew Tate to console her during her father's dark night of the soul.
To say the decision to bring him to Russia was made in extreme desperation when we couldn't find any better option. It goes on, the article.
Dr. Peterson says, I have filed cease and desist order against this evil woman. Yeah, she must be stopped. She needs to be stopped.
Says that his family said,
wait, I need a glass of water? Why?
As he had been taking the drug for years to mitigate lingering anxiety following a severe autoimmune reaction to food. His dependence reportedly started last spring after doctors increased his dosage, to help him cope with stress as his wife, Tammy, battled kidney cancer.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that Michaela's story is that she had severe autoimmune issues too. I mean, these are real issues, and sometimes for some people with autoimmune issues, there aren't really good treatment paths for them to pursue because it's a rare enough thing, and the immune system is very complicated. Just so you know, when we're talking about autoimmune disorders, we're not talking about immunodeficiency, which sometimes gets confused with that. It's not like it's not like HIV/AIDS or anything. Autoimmune is actually your immune system attacking parts of your body. So, in other words, when your body tags pathogens, when your body destroys pathogens. When your body fights off, like, let's say, an infection, it takes a profile. Think about this as a wanted poster, right? Think about it as like they actually do take like proteins off the surface, like the proteins from the pathogens, and a little snippet of it, and they'll kind of, the immune cells will like hold it up and show other cells, hey, watch out for this guy right here. This guy's bad news. If you see this guy, let us know, because we're gonna come in and we're gonna fucking, lower the boom. If it just so happens that little piece of protein is similar to a protein in your body, your immune system will attack part of your body. And that's really not good. That's really not good. So like, I feel for Michaela and Jordan if they're, really experiencing like autoimmune phenomenon. These are very difficult things to deal with. And, something like an elimination diet for a lot of people with autoimmune issues can be helpful in just starting off from a baseline of like, okay, like I'm eating, a very simple diet. I'm eating very few things and I'm not, experiencing, these symptoms. And then you add something in, see how you feel. You add something else in, you see how you feel. But elimination diet, like part of that elimination diet is adding stuff back to it, finding out what's safe. It sounds like the kind of elimination diet that Peterson has done is like eliminating everything but meat. And then like not even apple cider can he add back. So, I mean, that's a tough place to be.
Okay, so immediately have some questions there. So we're saying that there was a food reaction, and then in
Oh, I wasn't saying your daughter had sexual relations with any member of the Andrew Tate family. I was just saying that he was very, he consoled her, right?
In response to the food reaction, they put you on anxiety medicine, and then the dosage was wrong, and he apparently had what appears to me to be a drug overdose. And Michaela ends the article by basically telling them, like, he'll speak out when he's ready. And that moment came in 2021. Jordan Peterson was ready to talk about it. This is a New York Post headline entitled, "He was suicidal and addicted to benzos." From that article, it reads that he was struggling with an addiction to benzos prescribed to him after a violent reaction to a strict meat and greens diet. Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's a meat and greens diet. I mean, like I've seen variations of this with people that are into paleo and primal. Wouldn't an all meat diet mess with your bowels and digestion? It sounds like I thought it was an all meat diet, but she's talking about like a meat and greens diet. So meat and kale, meat and spinach, maybe not spinach, right? They're like I know these kind of people, I know people that are into this paleo stuff, and sometimes they're afraid of oxalates too. So they'll no spinach, no chard, kale, maybe collards. I don't know what else they don't like. They don't like to eat broccoli because they're afraid of goitrogens. I don't know. It's a pretty limiting diet, right?
Regards to his cider, the apple cider overdose or the apple cider reaction.
Was it apple cider or apple cider vinegar? I never know.
The New York Post writer put this, quote, "Peterson has previously claimed that he didn't sleep for 25 days during this time, but the longest period of human sleep deprivation ever."
MB says, "I thought it was exclusively beef." I thought that too. All meat, you barely go to the toilet. They also drink, is it salt water? I don't know if salt water acts like a laxative or what, but there's like some way in which like salt water helps them poop.
Recorded is only 11 days, the paper notes. So what they're saying is he lied. He must have lied. I mean, that's unless, or he just broke this record from 11 days. He not only doubled it, he added some. He just added 14 days to the longest record ever held of sleep deprivation. Or, as I said, Jordan Peterson was not being honest, which would mean that he violated one of his 12 rules. And to be
Oh my God, you violate the rule and you get punished by God.
back when he was saying this about having
but now there are freaking communists invading
water with salt.
slept because of apple cider, the internet immediately knew that he was lying. Here are some of the tweets from people regarding his cider overdose. One person writes, he's describing benzo withdrawal to a T, an overwhelming sense of impending doom and horrific insomnia. Another user writes, exactly what I just said. Bro had the withdrawals in the worst kind of way. Been clean and sober for over 12 years now, but benzos are harder to stop than heroin. This last person writes, he didn't say apple cider vinegar, he said cider. My inference is that it was alcoholic cider, and his reaction sounds like benzo withdrawal probably was combining booze.
I mean, keto could be different, right? Keto, the key to keto is that like you just stay away from foods with carbs, and it does make it difficult because like even like kale has got like a little bit of carbohydrate component in it, but yeah, this is a little bit more extreme than just keto, I guess.
Booze and benzos for a while. In any event, we aren't getting the full story. And lastly, this person writes, when I was detoxing off of methadone, I didn't sleep for almost 3 months. It is possible you're in a twilight, half awake, barely asleep with no real rest. If you've never.
I think what more likely happened is that he was having trouble sleeping for whatever period of time that he claimed, and that he probably did sleep a little bit, but he was just like kind of groggy and didn't realize. Have you ever had that before? Where you go through a night, like let's say that you got like something, you're really worried about something, right? You got a big test coming up or this or that, right? You're really worried about what's going to happen the next day. You know you need to sleep. So you lay on your bed and you're like, okay, go to sleep, go to sleep. Mind stopped working and the mind is just like, and you can't get to sleep. And you sit there and you look, it says 1 o'clock, it says 2 o'clock, it says 3 o'clock, right? And you're not sure if you slept or not. And maybe you probably did. You probably slept for like, I don't know, an hour or two, but you feel like you didn't. Or you're not sure if you did. I think it's more likely something like that, right? Like it is really, he would have, I don't think he set the world sleepless record.
Been through addiction and or detox from anything, then you have no idea what you're talking about. So yes, the internet, people that have lived through this understood that what he was actually going through, far from the story that he was painting, was withdrawal. Good old-fashioned withdrawal, which a lot of drug users obviously know can lead to insomnia. Now, jumping back into...
I mean, that is Occam's razor. And like I said, look, I got to be real honest with you, and I'm not trying to... I know that diet... As my Muay Thai teacher always tells me, diet is like religion. You question somebody's diet, you might as well be questioning their religion. They're not going to like it, okay? But I will tell you, with some of this, like, paleo, eating the diet that you are perfectly evolved for according to your 23andMe profile, right? There's not a lot of scientific basis for any of this. That doesn't mean it's not going to make you feel better. A Dumbo's feather can make you feel better, okay? Placebos are a thing, and if you feel like something that's out of your control, something like autoimmune disorders is maybe brought under control, or that you're controlling your diet in order to deal with something that you can't seem to make sense of. And autoimmune phenomenon are wacky, right? It's physicians can't make sense of them, or have trouble drawing up effective treatment plans for things like this, right? So something that gives you the semblance of control might actually make you feel better regardless. But yeah, I mean, she's right in that it's more likely that this had to do with the withdrawal than it had to do with his intake of apple cider vinegar.
The New York Post narrative. Now, again, Jordan is speaking out about having had this addiction. Jordan said he was prescribed a low dose of antidepressants to help him recover. I don't know if it's from the meat detox. I honestly can't follow. But the dosage was increased after Peterson sunk into depression following his wife Tammy's cancer diagnosis. So I'm going to be honest about when all this was coming out and it was all very confusing and it wasn't quite clear. Is this a food allergy? Is this depression?
Dr. Jordan Peterson says, you don't know what it's like to have your personality business broadcast to millions of people. Actually, Dr. Peterson, I do. I know exactly what that's like.
Is this just somebody who's addicted to pills and doesn't want to quite tell the public? I was having private conversations with people and people that are in the conservative movement going, I don't see how he's going to recover from this moment, because it just seems to me that if your entire brand is built on telling people how to order their lives, and then what becomes apparent is that your life is in disarray, how do they trust you again? I think that's the big question. How do they trust you again? How do they rely on you? And I had to examine myself at that moment.
Okay, so again, this is like boilerplate, like what a lot of people on the left have noticed about Peterson and the contradictions in his work, in his lifestyle, and in his advice, and in his life, right? Yeah, there's a huge contradiction, right? There, you know, he's and you don't need to be mean about it, right? And shame him for having an addiction, but if what he's preaching is strict discipline and control of your life, he's somebody that doesn't seem to have a background of that. He's somebody who doesn't seem to be in control of his life for various reasons. So yeah, there's a legitimate question. But again, this is stuff that never comes out of the mouths of right-wingers until they got a problem, until they got a beef, until they're in some kind of social media feud with somebody like Dr. Peterson, right? I've heard this from so many different people on the left, and now she's just going to kind of trot this out to her right-wing audience like it's completely new. And in reality, like, this analysis has existed for years and years and years. But again, she's a grifter. She's got an audience probably at this point full of groypers, and this might be new to them. Maybe they've never heard this before.
Because people were saying, oh no, it's all about the comeback. And I believe in comebacks, but I believe that comebacks can only happen when you are radically honest. And I don't think people sensed, as you can see by those comments, that he was being radically honest in what had occurred to him. And said they felt that he was kind of trying to give a PR spin to what may have just been a good old-fashioned drug addiction. But then I thought, maybe I have a chip on my shoulder, because listen, I didn't have a pretty childhood, and I've seen drug addiction, and I do have a very low tolerance for it. I will be honest. Like, when people are talking about their addiction struggles, and I'm thinking, man, I wish addiction wasn't an option for me. Like, people that just turn to drugs as a solution for every problem, you know, it's hard for me to feel bad, because there are people that grow up in sets and circumstances that are so much worse, and they don't turn to drinking and they don't turn to drugs. So I checked myself and I said, you know what, Candace, that is actually you just having a chip on your shoulder. And maybe it's true that it's amazing, and maybe Jordan Peterson, having a male audience that he has, will actually come out of this better and stronger, because he will share with the world how he was able to overcome this and reorder his life, write another book, you know, how to reorder your life after a chaotic scene. But that wasn't the case. I think men felt like they couldn't trust him. They never felt that he was fully honest, and it felt like there was a lot of him and his daughter kind of trying to condition this in a different vein, whether it was talking about his wife's cancer diagnosis, and I hope that she's okay. I think that she is, which is amazing. I know that she's recently come to faith. There never seemed to be that big, radical, honest moment that came from him. Then we fast forward to October 7th, 2023, a day that will...
I mean, she's got a point there. Like, I mean, okay, I definitely don't need to hand it to her, right? All of the drill tweet, but
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
There is, as like I said, many people on the left have noticed, a phenomenal contradiction between the way that he lives his life and what he preaches. And if he really wants to retain the trust of his audience, you would think that there would be some watershed moment where he's like, this is how I got out of control, and this is what I learned that helped me get my life back into control, and maybe help people that are fans of his that deal with addiction issues as well. Instead, you know, blaming it on the apple cider, you know, blaming it on the medical establishment kind of lets him skate. It's kind of a cop-out.
Live in conservative media infamy, because it just was a moment where people behaved in ways that the public is never going to forget, in my view. And on that day, Jordan Peterson did not tweet like Jordan Peterson, which is to say he did not tweet in a calm, rational manner. Here is what he tweeted.
Okay, again, if this is what I think it is, this is like the most calm and rational and reasonable tweet that I've ever seen from Peterson. Narwhal by nature says, hand her nothing, Irene. She wouldn't accept it from, oh yeah, well, I know. Yeah, you're exactly right about that, Narwhal. Not gonna lie, Jordis, you kind of did lie about cultural Marxism and all that neo-Nazi nonsense. Well, yeah, like I said, here's the irony, right? Peterson's doing anti-Semitic stuff too. He's just doing it through the filter of dog whistles, right? Through the filter of words like cultural Marxism, where you have to know a little bit about history to understand what that actually means, to understand what's being signaled with the cultural Marxism thing. Whereas Candace and Nick Fuentes, their whole thing is saying the quiet part out loud.
He wrote, "Give 'em hell, Netanyahu, enough is enough." And he began trending and he lost a huge following, partially because he was perhaps not aware. Because
so the anti-SJW guys have finally noticed that what the SJWs noticed about Peterson years ago regarding his health and drug issues. Is that why Candace and Peterson are beefing? So for anybody who's just joining us, this is all about a tweet that Nick Fuentes made on twitter.com after being invited back to Twitter by Elon, who swears that he doesn't approve of Nick Fuentes, but believes in free speech. So you got to let a Nazi be a Nazi on twitter.com because it's all about free speech, right? So when somebody said, if Biden is this out of control, if Biden is not, in command of his own faculties, then who's been running the White House? Who's been running the White House? And the answer that Nick Fuentes proposes is Jewish people. Right. So it's the classic, classic anti-Semitic trope. Like I said, he likes to say the quiet part out loud. Candace Owens likes to say the quiet part out loud. Jordan Peterson likes to hide behind dog whistles. So Jordan Peterson responds to him and says, "You're a psychotic rat." So yeah, again, licensed psychotherapist, using quasi-diagnostic language as an insult, right? This is one of the reasons that his license has come under threat. It's behavior like this, but I mean, like it's Nick Fuentes, so like I said, compared to a lot of the stuff that Peterson has said, some of this stuff is a lot more reasonable, is a lot more cogent. But I'm going to say that he's mad about Candace and Nick blowing up the spot. He likes to do his, far right shit with a, through the protection of this sort of dog whistle. And Nick and Candace are saying it out and out. So in other words, the people that are attracted to this anti-Semitism, they're going to more likely gravitate towards Candace and Nick. And, Peterson has a choice of either tolerating it and saying, yeah, they're all right, being associated with it, or he has to say, this is not all right, this is not okay. That's what he did. And of course, he and his daughter, I think, got ratioed by, like I said, there's a lot of, I don't know if they're bots, I don't know if they're real people, but there's a lot of Nick fans, whether they be real persons behind the keyboard or bots, right? There's a lot of that on Twitter. So they kind of got roasted pretty hard and ended up blocking a lot of people. So Candace comes to the defense of Nick Fuentes and says, "What's wrong with Dr. Peterson?" Like how dare he call Nick Fuentes a rat?
I'm sure, listen, he's 62 years old. He probably is not aware of the demographics of his audience, but it turns out that Jordan Peterson had a huge following of Muslims behind him, and they felt that this response was not calm. It was not dictated by rationality or the logos, which Jordan Peterson loves to speak about. He speaks about how postmodernism wants you to abandon your logos. It wants you just to react emotionally without...
Not just postmodernism, postmodern neo-Marxism.
...properly thinking. And it seemed that that's exactly what Jordan Peterson...
Well, that's what I was saying, Bad Lefty, is that like somebody calling Nick Fuentes a rat is different than Nick Fuentes and his Groyper followers calling, like, using dehumanizing language like that towards Jewish people, right? And it's pretty clear to see the difference. It's pretty easy to see the difference. That's not... I don't think that should be that difficult of a concept to grasp, but of course, twitter.com is great at destroying context, and groypers are skilled at rhetoric in a similar way to Nick Fuentes himself. They've been following him, they've been listening to him, they've been learning from him, they've been becoming more like him. And so they, it's an easy thing for them to say, oh, I thought that saying people are rats is anti-Semitic. I thought that was bad, but you're doing the bad thing now. Like my issue is more with him using diagnostic language, right? Being specifically because he's a trained psychotherapist, right? He's calling Fuentes psychotic, and talking, accusing the groypers of being having cluster B disorders, right? And it's just kind of wow, of all the things you could have said, right? Again, putting his license maybe in danger through that. But no, I'm not shedding any tears.
Did on October 7th. He wasn't asking for people to be calm. He was participating in the madness of crowds that he often speaks about. And people did not like that. And you saw people in the Muslim community saying, we will never listen to another word that he ever says, because he has not used his platform to talk about some of the hell that Muslims have also been enduring. Time has obviously passed since then. We're almost at a full year, just shy of a full.
So there's another aspect of the grift of Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes to pretend to care about the carnage going on in Gaza every day as a way to sort of launder their out and their mask off anti-Semitism.
Year of October 7th, and I don't think his audience has fully recovered. But I can tell you that what just took place online at the end of last week was very strange. I was watching this back and forth, and it was extremely strange. So I will set this up for you. Again, Michaela Peterson is his daughter, and she communicates a lot of what is happening with JP, so people see her as auxiliary to him. Now, to be fair, she is not Jordan Peterson. Of course, she is not Jordan Peterson, and we can't say that every word that she says should somehow reflect on what her father's viewpoints are. But she did tweet this. She wrote, "Yes, I think the Nazis on X equating Jews with rats and using hashtags like filth should have more content moderation and censorship. No, I'm not retracting that statement." Okay, what? You're just
okay, so there's the cardinal sin right there. She's in favor of censorship.
straight up calling for censorship. I mean, saying using the hashtag filth, that is literally an English word. And you can say that word whenever you want. And
If it wasn't an English word, right? If it was a French word, if it was a German word, if it was an Arabic word, maybe you could ban that, but certainly not an English word.
in fact, rather notoriously, I used the word filth to describe Rabbi Shmuley. And I used that word to describe Rabbi Shmuley because Rabbi Shmuley is filth. I meant what
And also because it's a classic anti-Semitic trope.
I said. This man harassed me for 2 years. I would be really, honestly, shocked and disgusted if somebody would dictate that I'm the one that deserves to be censored after this man harassed me for 2 years. And I never called for his censorship or his hag daughter's censorship. I just said, you're filth because you are filth, and that is my right to use that term. So for Michaela to make such a strong statement calling for censorship is not going to reflect well on her father, particularly because her father has said things like this in the past. Take a listen.
Freedom of speech is a cardinal value, not because it gives you the freedom to speak.
Wait, Candace is married to someone whose father is in the House of Lords in UK?
Exactly, but because without that freedom, we can't think, we can't improve our institutions.
I totally agree with what Jordan Peterson is saying there. It is a cardinal value, and it is true that we have to be free to critique people and to critique our institutions. It's the only way that things get better. It's the only way that the truth can get out. As soon as you start censoring speech, the question is who's in control of dictating what should or should not be censored. We just went through COVID. I mean, the COVID SARS online saying, you can't say this, you can't say this. These were radical lefties. And it was a very—
That's America's rabbi you're talking about, yeah.
Jordan Peterson has also tweeted this in the past pertaining to freedom of speech. Free speech is not just another value, it's the foundation of Western civilization. Again, I agree with that.
Oh my God. Hoisted on his own petard, right? He's not a free speech. He's not enough of a free speech absolutist for Candace Owens. Free speech must be free speech for Nazis as well.
So it's quite shocking that she would take this perspective. But again, she is not her father, that people should be censored for referring to people as rats or referring to them as filth. But what was more shocking was when Nick Fuentes, who is considered the leader of the Groyper movement.
She's like, now, I don't know what this thing is, the Groyper movement. This man, Nick Fuentes, who I've never heard of before, and who my utterance of his catchphrase, Christ is King, has nothing to do with. Completely separate. This guy, like, I almost feel like she's gonna, like, you know, look down at her notes and Nick Fuentes, I believe, like, pretend to not be familiar with this at all. This is like Trump being like, Project 2025. I've never heard of this before. What is this Project 2025 that my entire staff was part of writing, right? Everybody that I've, you know, nominated, everybody that I've put up, everybody that I've worked, everybody who's part of my administration is apparently hard at work writing this Project 2025, but I know nothing about it.
Movement.
You mean that there's gambling in this casino? Seriously?
He wrote this in response to her. He wrote, "Your dad literally called me a rat last week. Thank you for exposing yourself and revealing who you really work for. Both of you freaks should be deported to Israel since you love it so much they can have you."
And there we go. There we go. And this is the beginning of this weird anti-Semitism that he and his fans are, you know, doing to Jordan Peterson. Calling him the German word for Jewish person, Peterson. Like, I don't even want to say it, right? There's also, I mean, I didn't show you this.
But now there are freaking
I tried to avoid some of the more overt anti-Semitism on Twitter, but there was a picture of Jordan Peterson with a photoshopped nose to be extra long. Like, I mean, they're doing anti-Semitism to Jordan Peterson now.
And he attached a tweet from Jordan Peterson where Jordan Peterson did in fact write this to Nick Fuentes. He wrote, "You, at Nick Fuentes, really are a psychopathic rat." So yeah, now we're in a conflict here. She is calling for the censorship of her father, right? I mean, if you're saying the standard is just calling somebody a rat.
See, that's all it can be. It can't be about calling a specific group of people who's had that dehumanizing language, like, used on them historically. It can't be that that's the problem. It's got to be that calling anyone a rat ever is the same as that anti-Semitic trope.
And it is not just because it is a phrase that's being directed at Jews, but because calling people rats is wrong, then your father would have to be censored. And so when Nick Fuentes raised this obvious conundrum to her, here's what she wrote back. She wrote back, "Oh my God, were you called a rat? Did that hurt? I work for..."
Wait, I'm trying to figure out where this came from, right? Because I don't see. Like, he's okay. Okay, so we're missing the thread that he's replying to. We're missing the thread that Fuentes is replying to.
"For myself, you loser, and I know that Jews' success is due to their above average IQ."
There's a neat kind of racism, right? Is there a name for this? Like, racism by compliment? Like a stereotypical I feel like there's a name for this. I feel like this is a particular variety of racism that we're seeing here. JP's HP is OP. He needs a good DP. I don't know if. Wait. None of these words are in the Bible. I don't know what these words mean. Candace is making me feel a little bad earlier for calling chuds roaches and rats. We shouldn't use dehumanizing language even to the worst people. Frustrating. I don't know. Listen, I think there's a huge difference between using dehumanizing language to like a religion, to an ethnicity, to a nationality, compared to calling, you know, fans of a social media figure or a social media figure himself. I don't know. I don't see them as being anywhere like on the same level. It's like a complete different thing.
But I'm sure blaming a nation of people for your failings is easier for you. I'm sorry, what? So now she's like, aha, yeah, you're a rat, or did that hurt your feelings? That just doesn't seem like a stable or a rational response to someone pointing out the fact that your father just said something that you're calling for censorship for.
Matt's Pool Service says, is it anti-Semitic to disapprove of the bombing of Palestine? No, it's anti-Semitic to insinuate that the Jews, the Jewish people, are controlling the Biden White House.
Or are you saying that it should only be censored if it is being directed at a person that is Jewish? She's not clear on that, but what is clear is that Jordan Peterson jumped into this and doubled down on calling somebody a rat. Here's what he wrote.
Oh my God, he doubled down on calling somebody a rat? Listen, like, we're going to have to cancel everybody from gangster movies that said, you dirty rat, you dirty rat. That's hate language, I guess.
He wrote, I apologize for calling you a rat, Nick Fuentes. Rats.
Anybody who accused the Nixon administration of rat fucking, yep, you're canceled too.
Are just animals. They happen to be an enemy of mankind. So they are like you in that regard, but they are merely acting on instinct, whereas you are motivated by a willful ignorance so deep that it's kind of a miracle, in combination with a profound malevolence. So I was unfair to the rats. Hence my apology. Take note, Michaela.
See, like, you could accuse him for being cringe. You can compare his line breaks to like an E.E. Cummings. It's like E.E. Cummings without like like, if it was truly E.E. Cummings, there'd be some weird punctuation with no particular purpose. There'd be it'd be like 90% lowercase letters with like an occasional random capitalization in the middle of a line. But it's close enough. It's close enough, and it's cringe.
He further added, I don't regret the psychopath moniker, however. You and your followers, I know your type, buddy boy, but you don't know mine. Okay, so parking aside the fact that it's written...
He should have followed that up with, I watch Columbo, Jack.
...in sonnet form, which is something that I don't quite understand why he's doing that.
Not a sonnet.
Jordan Peterson has built himself as somebody who is calm, who is rational, who relies on logic.
Do we have to go over what a sonnet is?
Who is a person...
Shakespeare, please chill out.
...who believes in radical free speech. He's now coming to the aid of his daughter and essentially doubling down on calling, this is again a 62-year-old man, calling a 24-year-old a rat. And what is the reason, by the way? Because we should also say what is it that Nick Fuentes said that garnered that response from Jordan Peterson. And Nick Fuentes wrote one word on Twitter. He wrote Jews. Now, what was that in response to? Well, somebody asked the question. We know that Joe Biden is not in control of the White House, so who is in control of the White House? And Nick Fuentes wrote,
oh my God.
Jews. He's saying Jews are in control of the White House, and that...
Okay, I mean, like, that is scary. The way that this kind of shit is being successfully laundered, right? The way that this whole process is excusing something that should be inexcusable, that should be obviously inexcusable. And even if you're like the Elon Musk type and you just cannot possibly, you can't bring yourself to any sort of censorship, even of people espousing, you know, Nazi viewpoints. This is still scary shit. Like, the fact that somebody makes a tweet like that and it gets fucking likes. And yeah, like some of them are bots, some of them are fake, some of them are like alt accounts. I'm sure there's all kinds of shenanigans that the Groypers are up to on twitter.com, because that website is just fucking hell. But it's so scary that and here we are on YouTube. This video is not gonna, I will be surprised if this video gets taken down, but I have a feeling that she's about to get really, really okay. So Shakespeare is showing me that this is called a negative compliment. And again, you know, when there's so many chats active, it sometimes takes me a little while to get to stuff, but I am interested in, you know, people, especially when you're answering like a question that I asked on stream. This is really useful, right? Negative compliment or contemplation on racist rhetoric. This is what I was asking about earlier is, you know, when Michaela's comment was that Jewish people have high IQs, right? I was like, that's a specific kind of racism, isn't it? And this is the like the academic designation of this kind of thing from people who study this stuff. So yeah, thank you, Shakespeare. But yeah, it took me a minute to get to. Yeah, I feel like we're about to hear something just unabashedly anti-Semitic from her. And I'm afraid that this video is just going to stay up on YouTube and the envelope gets pushed a little further.
Garnered a response from Jordan Peterson calling him a psychopathic rat. Now, we all know that Nick Fuentes has branded himself as somebody who expressly hates Zionism. He expressly hates Israel. And he is saying that Jews in the White House are now obviously in control because Joe Biden is not. Now, to be fair, the Times of Israel has noted in the past, this is an actual article from them, all the Jews Biden has tapped for top roles in his new administration. This is from back in 2021 when Joe Biden first was inaugurated as president.
Yeah, Chad, and I gotta like be clear about something. I don't think I say this nearly enough. Okay, some of the stuff that I cover hits different depending on your identity, depending on your background, right? It's different for me to see Candace Owens saying something like anti-Semitic than somebody that's the target of her anti-Semitism. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that if it ever gets too, you know, if it ever gets too much, what I'm covering, you got my permission to take a step back and to check out for a second. And I obviously, you know, like I don't take offense to that at all. You need to take care of yourself, and I want you to take care of yourself. And it's not something that you necessarily understand the gravity of seeing something like this. When it, you know, like when we're talking about transphobia, it hits different for trans people, right? It's the same, you know, kind of thing going on. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that, like, you know, you're not, there's nothing wrong with needing to take a step back. And, you know, this is not easy stuff to watch. And it's particularly not easy if you like, I mean, you can probably imagine what it's like, you know, even if this is not directed at you, to see content of shit that would have just been beyond the pale a few years ago. Like somebody says that and they're just like, people turn their back and shun that person, right? Not too long ago. And just see somebody be like, oh yeah, well, I don't know, Nick said that the Jewish people were controlling the White House. You know, what's wrong with, right? You know, to see somebody just launder that. And to see like this kind of rhetoric be like successful on twitter.com is scary in a way that's hard to comprehend unless you yourself are the target of that. So I just wanted to speak to that and make sure that everybody understands that I know that we're all coming at this from a different place, and it hits different. It hits different, you know, depending, you know, for each person.
And it goes on to say, Joe Biden filled the months before Inauguration Day, lining up a slate of cabinet secretaries, assistants, and advisors, many of them Jewish. It goes on to give us a rundown of all of the Jewish names,
what?
all of the Jews that they are saying are in his cabinet. You have Anthony Blinken, you have David Cohen,
What are we back at? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. She's like trying to be like, well, no, we got to look at this very real scandal of how many Jewish people does Biden have in his cabinet? Like, what the fuck?
CIA director. You have Merrick Garland, the attorney general. You have Avril Haines, the director of national.
Okay, you know what? We can skip by her like naming, listing the Jewish people in Biden's cabinet. I just like, there's something about this that is extra gross.
Very long background of focusing his attention on Israel and Zionism, and that's what he is reacting to. Also because Nick Fuentes has called out Jordan Peterson explicitly for a very long time as somebody who he believes has more of an allegiance to Israel than he does to Western civilization in general. Essentially, that he would put Israel before he would put Canada and before he would put America.
So there you go, Jordan Peterson. Welcome to the face-eating leopard party. I bet you thought they would never eat your face, but here we are. Here we are, the same Western civilization shit that you and Sam Harris talked about, right? Is now being apparently it's not truly Western civilization unless you are unabashedly anti-Semitic, according to Candace Owens here.
Now, I don't know if that's a fair critique of Jordan Peterson, but I do know that it is off-brand for him to respond by calling someone a psychopathic rat. I mean, calling somebody...
I don't know. It's actually on brand, right? It's weird because he's a psychotherapist. You'd think that a psychotherapist would use different kinds of, insults. You'd think that, in fact, I feel like his accrediting body has had, discussions about, him using this kind of, with this kind of behavior online. But I guess for Jordan Peterson, it kind of feels like par for the course at this point.
A name, calling somebody an animal when you are billing yourself, right, as the calm, rational psychologist, doctor who insists on logic and that the better ideas should win is just going to be off-brand. But we should also be honest here that while people are pretending this is about Jordan Peterson versus the Groypers, or pretending that every person that we're seeing right now that is having a battle...
I love how she's like the Groypers, whoever they are, and this Nick Fuentes guy that I totally don't know anything about.
Right now, it's due to the Groypers. That is not what we are watching, right? Like I said, this began long before it arrived between a beef between Michaela and Jordan Peterson and her father. It really began with people feeling like they don't trust the voices that are in the media. And
the media.
Jordan Peterson is one of these voices, and that distrust in Jordan Peterson actually began when he wasn't radically honest about his addiction. And then it began further when they saw him basically not behaving in the way that he instructs others to behave. There is a famed expression, those that can't do, teach. And people are wondering.
So he was a teacher. Remember, that's bad. At first, we thought he was cool because he's the teacher that's different. He's the teacher that's willing to misgender his students, because he doesn't want to have his language policed. But now we're gonna remember that we just fucking hate teachers, we hate professors, we hate academia. That's...
If Jordan Peterson is one of these individuals, he does not live his life in order, but he teaches order. Virtually everything that we've seen happen has seemed quite chaotic in his life. His correspondence with his daughter, watching this on Twitter, genuinely was just chaotic. I thought, this is chaos. What is this? Why do we have a psychologist and his daughter, and his daughter's calling for the speech censorship, and he's not agreeing with her necessarily, but he's doubling down on using the word rat, which she says needs to be censored. It felt like chaos. It didn't feel like 12 simple rules.
It felt like the Dragon of Chaos.
And so that is why I believe that a lot of men have fallen out of love with Jordan Peterson, because they don't perceive him as somebody that is living his life honestly. I would, by the way, jump at the opportunity to have a discussion with Jordan Peterson. I have no bad feelings about him whatsoever. Like I said, he treated me extremely well. Every time I've ever spoken to him, seen him, he has been very kind.
I feel like you don't. And the stuff that you said about him, like, it just, like, it feels like you were trying to feed him to the anti-Semitic mob, is if I was to describe this in a simple way, right? And the idea that, like, he would want to have a discussion with you to direct more of your Nazi followers at him and his family. I don't see how that would be appealing to him in any way. This is
But this is a moment. We are watching a shift in politics. And I would love to know if Jordan Peterson believes that this shift is simply because there are people that are so awful and so rat-like and not deserving of our time, or if he recognizes that there's something larger that's happening and he's perhaps developing tunnel vision and thinking that it's because of the Groyper.
So did you see where she's shifting the concern from the concern of like a like an ethnic or religious group being dehumanized to concerns about a political political leaning which dehumanizes people being looked at as less than human, being not listened to, being shunned, equally bad, and if we shouldn't do the former, then we shouldn't do the latter. Do you see this kind of rhetorical turn that this is taking? I mean, this is classic fascist gaslighting. I don't know what else to call it.
Movement, when in reality people are losing trust in the institutions and they're perceiving him as part and parcel of those institutions now. Anyways, again, I would welcome that conversation with you, Dr.
Wait, are the gift memberships not showing up again? I'll take a look in a second, chat. We're almost done with this segment.
Peterson. It would be a pure conversation, by the way.
A pure conversation.
Pure talk is what I am all about, you guys.
Oh, there we go. This is great. This is great. The sponsorship tie-in. Okay, so I think we can yeah, she's gonna do this for the rest of the segment. All right, cool. I am very glad to be done with this segment. How are you, chat? That was rough. But again, like, it's, you know, it's scary. So crazy because I've seen terrible Dr. Peterson shut people down when they ask him directly to address. Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's not. Okay, so, like, look, Peterson does anti-Semitic stuff, but it's, like, under the cover of dog whistles, right? He's not out and about. And then some people even hypothesize that he's just repeating shit that he's heard, and he himself is not aware of the relationship, the historical relationship between a term like cultural Marxism, which he uses, and like cultural Bolshevism, and you know, like how this was originally like a way to smear and conflate Jewish people with communism, right? But that's what he does, right? That's the kind of thing that he likes to do. Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, they like to say the quiet part out loud. They want to push the envelope. They want to make it acceptable to be anti-Semitic. For Nick Fuentes to say that maybe the Jewish people are controlling the White House is something that he is trying to push into the realm of acceptability. And it's with things like Christ is King, right? They use this as a dog whistle. There is a, you know, whole ass like Christian nationalist and anti-Semitic aspect to that on one hand, but some Christians, when they hear that, they're like, yeah, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Christ is, I think the Bible said that. I think that's biblical. They want to give it the thumbs up, right? This is the way that they kind of shift. They sort of ship far-right fascist, you know, rhetoric into the mass culture. And it's a scary thing to see. It's really a scary thing to see. Wait, is he back in rehab? Is that true, Christian Strand? I haven't heard this yet. Jordan Peterson thinks he's understands life, but if you look at his life, he's in shambles. Yeah, and that's a point that she was making. But again, this is like sort of stuff that the left has been saying for years and years and years, and you never hear it from the mouths of somebody like Candace Owens until she's got beef with Dr. Peterson. Oh, I don't know about Tanky. Like, Tanky is usually a way, I mean, like, it's theoretically it refers to like an authoritarian leftist, but the way that it's used in debate circles, it usually is just someone who is attacking someone to the left of them and saying, well, you can't listen to them because they probably want to lock you up in a gulag, you know, based on nothing. So yeah, it's like it's lost its meaning. It's like it had a meaning at one point, and it seems to have just become whatever people want to make it. But yeah, I've never heard it with a like anti-Semitic. It doesn't mean it's impossible, because like remember, dog whistles are always changing, always adapting, always metastasizing, always mutating. But yeah, I've not heard tanky ever used like that. Good question though. So yeah, we're at the time where I should probably take a look and see what oh okay, yeah, I hope you're feeling all right, Shakespeare. That's a lot to deal with, I can imagine, and having to putting on YouTube.com and seeing this content is probably not the easiest thing to deal with. So I'm looking at the poll. The poll. And I'm seeing that the Destiny debate, Destiny versus Hassan, the inward Andy debate. This is the origin story. This is like Destiny's supervillain origin story. Like, when did Destiny start just being like ridiculous and you're like courting things like racism, specifically for the controversy and the attention that it gets him? I guess a good place to put that back is at the inward Andy debate. So it came up, the Hassan channel, one of the Hassan channels has put that up recently, so I thought it might be fun to take a blast from the past, take a look at that, see what that was about. Renee was earlier reminding me of the participants in that debate, including some people that I knew. Yeah, Mindwaves was always trying to get on my stream back in the... I don't think... You know, I almost actually had Mindwaves on. There was one day that I think I had Mindwaves scheduled to be on a panel, and I don't remember... I think the power went out. I think the power went out at my house, so there could be no panel. And so I didn't end up talking to Mindwaves, but yeah, Mindwaves, Cormentine, I'm trying to remember who else, Cole, there was a, yeah, it's going to be a blast from the past from Twitch poll. So get ready for that if we end up choosing it. Let me take a look over here, and 51%. Yo, it's at 51% in the other poll. Yeah, it is dominating. This is the content that chat is picking. Now remember, if you're in the shorts chat, you can vote in the shorts chat. You should vote in the shorts chat. You can also vote in the not so shorts chat, in the full screen chat, as we've taken to calling it. Shorts stream. I should put in parentheses vertical brackets. There we go, vertical. So I'm gonna leave you the links to those other ones, because you can vote in the one that you're in, but you can also vote in the one in the stream that you're not in. So like, right, if you're on the full screen stream, you can go over here. That's the shorts, the vertical stream. I'm going to pin that for you. And then I'm going to grab the link to the full screen stream and give it to the people in the short stream. Why don't we ever get an AI chat summary here? Is that a thing for YouTube? Can somebody explain the AI chat summaries? I'm gonna pin that. Right, and if you're in Twitch, since I'm not really able to do God, I can't really link you to the YouTube though. They're gonna think that I'm trying to poach viewers from Twitch to YouTube, and I would never do that. I want you to watch the stream in whatever chat that you want. Just know that if you want to vote, that's going to be over on YouTube. And there's 2 streams that you can vote in. And the reason I'm giving you on YouTube the link to the other stream is that some people are going to figure out that it's possible to vote in both streams. That if you want to have 2 votes, you just switch over to the other stream and you vote in that one too. And since I know this is going to happen, there's nothing I can do to stop it. I might as well tell you all that that's a possibility so that everybody and anybody who wants it can have the option to have 2 votes instead of 1. All I ask is that if you do that, that you hit that like button while you're over there, because it helps me out a lot. It helps me out indescribably. And I appreciate you for hitting that like button. It does a lot for me. I should probably shout out the crew over on Patreon. Shout out the Fancy Weasels. Again, I have a Patreon. You can use it to support me if you want. No pressure or anything, but if you want to support me over there, it comes with benefits. One of those benefits is that you get access to the uncensored full-length versions of my videos before they come out. So you get like kind of an early bird view. It's like the Snyder Cut. You get that being any kind of weasel, being any kind of Patreon. If you're a fancy weasel, you also get a fancy shout out. And I'm going to give you those fancy shout outs right now. Omega Star shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Moe Nope shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. And Temporal Insanity shouts out. Shouts out to all the fancy weagle fans. I said weagle again. Weagle's like a half weasel, half eagle, I guess. The flying weasel, which like really should exist. I mean, if there's flying squirrels, you'd think there could be flying weasels as well. And they might just as well be called weagles. But look, weasels are mythical creatures to begin with. Like nobody's sure if they actually exist. Nobody's seen one in real life, right? So might as well have flying weasels as well, which we do over on patreon.com. So if you want to support me over there, that is just one of the many ways that you can support me. When you do support me, right, I give you the opportunity to affect the poll. So whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, or you are becoming a member yourself, weaseling up, or passing on the weasel to other people by gifting memberships. Like I said before, Patreon signups and donations on throne.com, which is either down there if you're watching me on the full screen, or I think it's like up there if you're watching me on shorts. That's my Throne link if you want to help the stream get better. If you want to improve the production value of the stream, you can. There's some stuff that would really help me out over there on Throne. So if you want to help us crowdfund that, that's there as well. Anyway, the Throne donations get counted for this as well, as do people subbing on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say on Twitch. On Twitch, because at the top of the hour, yeah, and you just experienced this again, probably. You probably experienced this just again. At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's 3 minutes of unskippable ads. It's kind of a bad time. If you want to get out of that bad time, you can do so for free using a Twitch Prime sub, or you can do so for $5.99 using $5.99 to buy yourself a sub and get yourself kind of a premium viewing experience without the ad break, right? Those 3-minute ads get us out of the pre-roll ads, which would be an ad every time you clicked on my stream, which would really suck. So it's a choice of evils, and we deal with it how we can deal with it. And you know, if neither of those work for you, there's also a chance that you can that you know, like sometimes people gift subs. It's more likely that you will get or be the recipient of a gift sub, though, if you're active in chat, because the subs tend to go to people that the people making the gifts see in chat. So your best bet, if you don't have Prime and you don't have $5.99, is to just be active in chat, and maybe sooner or later you will get weaseled yourself. So yeah, any of those ways of donating also translate into an effect on the poll, right? And right now, the major effect on the poll is Vox Populi, because the major. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to scroll back on Twitch and figure out. Omega Star, did you? Yeah, Hassan. Okay, so this is actually 8%. That's 8%. And so that must, Vox Populi is 21%. So yeah, the way that this works is that I've got 4 possible topics that we're going to do after the Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson thing. And I think we're almost done with this. We're going to watch Michaela Peterson's take on this. We might look, I'm afraid to look at more Candace Owens content because again, she's a real deal, you know, she's a real deal anti-Semite. She's very mask off about it too. And so, but yeah, she's been talking about Hitler lately, apparently. This is something that she got in trouble with when she insinuated that maybe Hitler didn't do anything bad until he attacked other countries, kind of forgetting that there's also the Holocaust. I don't know, or maybe she doesn't care. I don't know what exactly she was trying to do there. She doesn't seem like somebody who would just forget something like that, right? She's not she's not an unintelligent person by any means, right? But you know, she claims she wasn't she kind of sounded like supportive, right? Towards Hitler in that statement. So yeah, she's talking about that again, and we might take a look at that. I don't know. It sounds kind of toxic. The more I think about it. Have your setting to receive gifts if you want a free sub chat. Okay, so that's a thing, right? Apparently you gotta set, how does that work? Autumn Leaves, thank you for the gifted membership to Christian Strand. Christian Strand, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got weaseled. And when I say you've been weaseled, what I mean is that if you either through getting yourself one or through being gifted one, if you get a YouTube membership, if you get a Twitch sub, you have the ability to post weasels, right? The Twitch ones are kind of fancy, as Jules is showing us. They kind of wiggle back and forth. And on YouTube, they do not, they don't move, but they're still weasels. And you also get access to exclusive content, members only type content. I wonder if non-members can use the weasel if they manually type it in. Maybe somebody wants to try that out. I'm curious too. I'm curious as well. What's up, Monk with No Mission? Good to see you. Oh, Omega Star showing the wiggling weasels of Twitch. But yeah, let's see. What am I'm adding this, I'm adding 3% here, and I need to find out what Autumn Leaves of all the topics listed, right? Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips, Cenk Uygur debates Democratic Insider on Joe Biden, Destiny versus Hassan, the N-word Andy debate itself. Yeah, we got it up there as an option. Or Jesse Gender talking about the whole Biden thing. You can let me know which of those sounds most interesting to you, or you can even say Vox Populi if you'd like to just leave it to the voters. Because we're voting on it on Shorts, we're voting it on the full screen stream, and whatever wins with the addition again. So like when you when you donate, you get your chance to put like kind of your thumb on the scale, just a little bit, right? Just one. It's a 1% per US dollar. You can increase the percentage of the topic that you want to see. And you can also, fight against the increasing of the percentage and try to return the poll back to neutral by saying Vox Populi. So I hope that wasn't too complicated. I know I make it way more complicated, and it ends up being complicated math for me sometimes at the end if it's close. A Monk with No Mission says, feeling disenfranchised since Biden won't quit. Trump seems unstoppable. I feel that. I feel that. That being said, for what it's worth, there are leaks from the White House saying that there is a discussion. They are talking about, they are mapping out a potential Kamala Harris versus Trump matchup. So there's some chance. There is some chance that we might get a reprieve from Biden, the incredible shrinking man, Joseph Robinette Biden, running against and probably losing to Trump. But yeah, there are a lot of Dems, unfortunately, that do not seem to be able to deal with reality. And the reality is what you saw on that debate stage. The reality is Biden saying things like, introducing Volodymyr Zelensky as Vladimir Putin, referring to his vice president as being Vice President Trump, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So like, maybe, I don't know what it's going to take to get through to the riding with Biden people, that riding with Biden is a trip straight to Trumpsville. And that's a city that we can't stop here. This is Trump country. Did I miss one? Somebody mentioned like that Soul Life. I'll look and see if I can find it. Okay, so I vote for British Comrade Mediasan. Okay, I gotcha. All right, so I'm gonna add 3% more to the overall dono goal, raising it to a total of 35%. And I'm gonna add 3%. Wait, no, I'm gonna add 6%, right? Because you gave 2 memberships. I'm gonna add 6% to Mediasan Debates Dean Phillips. And then I'm gonna look and see, because I think somebody told me that there was one that I missed, and apologies if that's the case. Sometimes it does not show me this stuff. I mean, I guess it's possible that I might have missed something too. I'm not seeing it. Chat, was there one that I missed? Yeah, I'm just seeing Autumn Leafs and Thomas Jerome over on the YouTube side of things. But if I missed one, let me know, because I want to, want to give everybody a chance to affect the poll. Did you get Thomas Jerome Newton? Yes. Wait, let me make sure I got all of these. So 1, 2, 15 plus 20, and then 27 altogether from Thomas Jerome. No preference, says Monk with no mission after resubscribing for 2 months. All right, I will add that as well. I think everything's present and accounted for. And then I'm gonna just like, okay, so if you say no preference, I'm just gonna leave your donation off the poll. You can also say Vox Populi if you want your donation to reinforce the vote of the people, the vote of the chat. That actually like takes away from donations that are going to a specific topic. I know, chat, I make this entirely too possible or too complicated. Like President Sunday shit is easy. It's like, do you want drama or do you want theory? And if you want drama, you donate to the, what is it? The drama jellyfish gets the money. If you want drama, if you want theory, you donate to the theory squid. And there's just like 2 choices, I think. YouTube has 2 sides. Indeed. All right, well, we're going to get back to the content in just a second. Thanks for sitting tight while I attend to, because if I don't do this every little while, then I'll lose track of the donos and I might not count somebody's. Remember, if you think that your donation did not get counted, let me know. I'm not trying to ignore you. Like I might have missed, like somebody said that Soul Life gifted a membership to somebody and I didn't see that, so it's possible that YouTube's just not showing me them or something. But yeah, if you feel like I'm leaving yours out, let me know. Or you're not Harlan Crow. Nice, Autumn Leaves. Nice. All right, so let's get back to our mission. And our mission is to parse this drama between Jordan Peterson, Michaela Peterson, and Candace Owens. So I'm guessing that Jordan Peterson is not going to do a drama video. That's not usually what he does about Candace Owens. He doesn't want to give her the attention. And, you know, he usually just talks to somebody for 2 hours. It was a different day. Okay, I was just making sure I'm not missing I'm not forgetting anybody. But yeah, we're at what are we at? Let's check this again. Scroll up. 40%. I was about to say 35%. No, we are at 40%. Whoa. Freaking communists invading radicals. Look at that. Welcome to the fold, Liz F. So yeah, the donation goal is 40 out of 100. That is 4/10 of the way there, or 2/5 of the way there. However you want to divide that, in your mental space, we are almost halfway towards the donation goal. If we hit the donation goal, we will watch whatever is winning after I compute the 2 polls, of which it looks like Destiny versus Hassan is winning in shorts by 5 points over Mehdi Hassan. And Destiny versus Hassan is winning, oh my gosh, by 24 points over Jesse Gender. Talking about Joe Biden on the full screen stream. And yeah, welcome. Wait, did I I can't tell what's going. Maybe I did miss. Did I miss a gift membership? I'm not seeing it. Oh, I know what it is. I'm seeing it on the other screen. That's what it is, because I've got 2 chats. Okay. I'm entirely too confused. But yeah, we're going to finish up with Michaela's... Huh. Wait, maybe I am missing. Anyway, I'll try to figure out... Ooh, potential emotes floated yesterday. I should post this in Discord. Yeah, and I should make a channel specifically for emote suggestions, because that would make things way easier. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Exactly, Gus Kablau. So yeah, let's see what Michaela Peterson had to say about all this, and we'll get back to the content, which I know you are all excited to see.
Hey guys, over the weekend I was scrolling around X and I was being spammed with Nazi content to an unnerving degree. Not that one post.
I mean, look, it's unnerving to anybody that saying something like and in this case, we're actually talking about anti-Semitism, right? There's a lot of spurious and disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism being thrown at people who care about, you know, the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza right now. That's not actually anti-Semitism. But, you know, when Nick Fuentes insinuates that the Biden White House is run by the Jewish people, yeah, that's classic anti-Semitism right there. And the fact that you would disagree with somebody saying something like that, and then the overall flow of Twitter is you getting criticized, you getting shit on, it is pretty unnerving. And especially to somebody on the right wing who's in the, you know, in the mind space, in the mentality, in the practice of thinking that, well, leftists just call everybody a Nazi, and there's nobody's really a Nazi. Nazis aren't real. There's a historical thing that existed back in the 30s in Germany and don't exist anymore. And then to, you know, just to see your social media spammed with all this shit.
isn't bad enough, but I've pressed not interested on so many anti-Semitic posts, it's ridiculous. And I'm not defining Nazi content by the liberal definition of
There we go. There we go. See, you know how liberals always call everybody Nazis. No, I'm talking about actual Nazis. No, those are actual Nazis too, Michaela.
Nazi, but real Jew-hating spam on X. So it's been all over my feed.
Now you have to like stipulate that, like, right? I'm not like calling people Nazis for standing up for Palestine. I'm
Not from people I follow, by the way, just random posts. It makes me think these accounts are being funded by Iran, honestly, but that's a topic
Iran. It's Iran doing it.
for another time, and I have no evidence of that. And it bothered me this weekend. I've been stressed because we're launching Peterson Academy, and I've been working all the time, and I don't know why I would go on X to let loose, but bad idea. It should bother any reasonable person. So I tweeted out one of these posts and said a few things. So first there was this one.
Chat, is it just me or does she look different? Anybody else notice like a difference in how Michaela looks? Anybody else like think that she looks different than she's? Look, I mean, maybe we haven't seen her. Maybe I haven't seen her. I've seen more like profile shots or shots where she's like, you know, diagonally turned or something like that. But she just looks different. Has she been mewing? Has she been pressing her tongue into like into the, you know, hard palate of her mouth? Her hair is longer. Like there's something about her like chin line that looks different. Not that mewing works from all I've seen about it, it doesn't, but she's had some tweakments, as they say. Oh.
It should bother any reasonable person. So I tweeted out one of these posts and said a few things. So first there was this one. And then when I started getting attacked online for the first post, which I thought was obviously anti-Semitic and anybody would think so, but like wham, thousands of negative comments, I tweeted out this, which I ended up deleting because it wasn't worded.
Wait, what was?
Anybody would think so, but like wham, thousands of negative comments. I tweeted out this.
Yes, I think Nazis on X equating Jews with rats and using the hashtags like filth should have more content moderation and censorship. No, I'm not retracting that statement. Oh, God. See, that's not the kind of statement you should retract, though. Like, you can't say this and then, like, apparently she deleted this. She didn't like the way it was worded. I don't see a problem with it. I don't see a problem with what she said here. It's like the most obvious thing in the world.
Which I ended up deleting because it wasn't worded properly, honestly. So let me clarify. I shouldn't have used the word censor.
Oh, I see. Censor is a bad word, right? Not any of the slurs that are being said, not anything like that, but censor is a bad word. Censor is a naughty word. Gus Kablau says, mewing is self-inflicted jaw trauma. Yeah, it's like, it comes out of, I guess, incel culture, where, like, if you've ever watched the ContraPoints incel video, which I suggest you do, it's a pretty good video on that subject. You know, she talks about the way that, you know, these are people, mostly guys, that get it into their head that there's something about the way that they look that is just going to doom them to a life of being alone. No woman will ever be interested in them. And then they go online and they see charts that say, actually, 20% of the men, the top 20% of chads, the really attractive men, they're having like 100% of the sex. There's all these women that are, ones, twos, threes, fours, five, six, sevens, eights, nines, tens, all the way up, right? That are having sex with only the nines and the tens of the men. And if you're not a 9 or a 10, fucking tough luck, bucko. You're gonna be, alone all your life. And if a woman ever does want to be with you, she's a gold digger and she's just there to use you. And she's probably roast beef. She's probably had sex with a million guys, right? I mean, this is like the incel mentality, right? So they get it in their brain that there's something about their looks that's just unacceptable, and it's maybe never going to be acceptable. So, then what do you call it? Like, it's like the coping, the negotiation starts, and they're like, well, maybe, I could fix this, or maybe I could fix that. And one of the things that they sometimes think they could fix maybe is their jawline, right? And there is an old pseudoscientific technique that's called mewing. The guy that invented it, his name is Mew, right? This is how like nature doctors used to work back in the day. If you've ever seen a film like The Road to Wellville, right? It's about George Kellogg, a natural health proponent in the 1800s. So there were tons of doctors that had their techniques, right? Fletcher was a doctor who had a technique called Fletcherism, and that was you put your food in your mouth, and then you chew. You chew it like a gazillion times, and then you're going to get better health than everybody else because nobody's chewing their food right? Maybe that's, you're not unlocking all the nutrition that's in your food because it's not chewed that well. So if you like leave your food in your mouth for a really long time, chew every bite for a huge long time, according to Fletcherism, which is what that's called, right? The Fletcher technique or Fletcherism, excessive chewing. Then you're going to be healthier. And it doesn't actually, I mean, you should chew your food, right? But to a point. Mewing, I think, is a technique developed by somebody whose name was Mew. And so it got called mewing. And it's like pressing your tongue up into the roof of your mouth and like flexing certain muscles. And look, as I'm thinking of this, like it doesn't have, there are muscles down here, like the platysmus is the one that comes to mind. But the ones that, anyway, it doesn't really make sense. And I think it doesn't really work is what I'm trying to say. But that doesn't stop people from obsessing about it. And look, it's one of these brain rot terms, right? It's one of these, if you ever hear like a song where they take the lyrics to a famous song and they replace them with like Skibbity, Ohio, Grimace Shake, Baby Gronk, mewing, jelking, right? Which it's like just kind of, online like meme culture, right? Yeah, sometimes it'll include like mewing as one of the words as well. I hope I'm doing a good job explaining this, maybe.
I should have been more careful with that word because it's not exactly what I meant. It's hard to believe that if I'm not over the top clear in my communication randomly on X, it matters enough that it can go viral. That's still weird for me. Dad obviously has the same problem. Most of my tweets don't go viral. What I meant was if I don't follow Nazis on X, I don't want their posts all over my feed, and the algorithm shouldn't be pushing these posts. Not that they shouldn't have the freedom to post it. I meant censor as in don't artificially push their posts.
I feel like this is a window into what's wrong with Twitter these days, right? I mean, there is a boost to accounts that have a blue check mark, accounts that are paying Elon. There's been incidents of him, like there's a boost for being Elon, right? When he came onto Twitter as the CEO, one of his complaints to his engineering team was that my posts are not getting enough likes. My posts are not reaching enough people. And they were like, Elon, you're getting the same treatment as everybody else. You're getting the algorithm, this is how it works, right? Here's the algorithm, take a look at it, right? It's applied to yours, it's applied to everyone's. And he was like, yeah, but there should be a special one for me because I'm Elon Musk, right? So he did get a special one. You are more likely to see Elon's tweets, even if you actively seek to avoid them because of that boost. So yeah, there's some kind of funny stuff going on. And, some people hypothesize that because of the preponderance of Nazi accounts on Twitter, that maybe there's there's some kind of boost, right? We have seen, okay, so one way that Nazi tweets get boosted is if Elon Musk himself sees them and comments on them, because his algorithm is different than anybody else's. Him just being like, interesting, right? On a post, we'll get that post seen by more people. Him retweeting something will get it seen by more people. So there's one kind of boost, like what is Elon interested in? And therefore, there's a downstream effect. If you're somebody that's always getting the interest from Elon, if you're somebody who's always getting retweeted by Elon, you're going to be artificially boosted in the algorithm. So maybe there's like a downstream effect that she's like as kind of, conspiratorial as this sounds. What I'm saying is that maybe she's not entirely wrong, because even if Elon's not specifically trying to boost Nazi tweets, maybe the people that Elon tends to retweet, tends to comment on, tends to boost with his presence, with his account, also tend to be far right. And so there's a disproportionate amount of Nazis receiving that downstream Elon algorithmic boost. Yeah, no, this is perfectly plausible.
Not disallow users from posting whatever they want. So I should have said, I don't want Nazi posts pushed by the algorithm, not censor Nazis. There's a difference between freedom of speech and freedom of reach.
So look, she's trying, I mean, this is like the gospel according to Elon Musk, right? She's trying to be like, no, I wasn't being heretical. I know censor is a bad word. I know that's one of the 7 deadly sins. I didn't mean to say censor. I just meant like the freedom of reach thing. You know, the thing that Elon said, you don't get freedom of speech, you get freedom of speech, you don't get freedom of reach, right? I was just saying that. Don't give them the freedom of reach, like that kind of, the kind of okay censorship, right? The kind of censorship that's going on to Matt Bender and Lance from the Surfs, right? Do that to them, right? The thing you do to leftists, right?
So yes, that tweet didn't reflect my views as perfectly as it should have. I was honestly quite irritated by all the Nazis responding to my original post and not paying attention as much as I should have. Anyway, Nick Fuentes, I don't know because I don't care, a well-known anti-Semitic boy, went after me along with his thousands of anti-Semitic followers because I said that people who use the hashtag filth or rats when referring to an entire nation of people should be...
Okay, so she's actually making that demarcation. That's what I was wondering about, because the way that Fuentes and Candace were talking about it, it was as if, she had a problem with referring to like individual people as rats, like, you dirty rat, or, so-and-so's being a rat, as opposed to the, classic I shouldn't say classic, the, the anti-Semitic trope, or other ways of dehumanizing groups of people, dehumanizing ethnicities, dehumanizing religions, etc., etc.
Censored. Like I said, this was after I got attacked for retweeting a medical doctor who had the original anti-Semitic post, retweeting it in a negative way. Again,
oh, wait. Let's see what this is.
Should be censored. Like I said, this was after I got attacked for retweeting a medical doctor.
Okay, so this is the... Oh, God, I've seen this one. Yeah. So, yeah, this is one of those... I feel like this is one of the accounts that's been seen, tweeting about Palestine, tweeting about Gaza, that is actually coming from an anti-Semitic place, and sort of using... using concern about Gaza as a fig leaf for their, but yeah, you can see them out and out saying, oh God. So speaking of anti-Semitic tropes, here's one. Associating Jewish people with content such as OnlyFans and Pornhub is definitely striking a anti-Semitic chord there. And so she responds, I cannot believe I'm seeing Nazis in my lifetime. I think does she mean timeline? That didn't grow up in a cave. She's an MD. spewing cherry-picked data. I'm not sure who she is, right? Some of these accounts, like, you know, they say Dr. So-and-so, like, until I see a medical license, I'm not sure if I'm going to buy into that, but whatever, whoever she is, right? Spewing cherry-picked data while completely ignoring the fact that almost 30% of Nobel Peace Prize winners. Oh my God, she's doing the thing again. She is doing the thing again. The negative compliment. Maybe there needs to be some content moderation. Elon Musk, what do you think? Interesting. Interesting.
Who had the original anti-Semitic post, retweeting it in a negative way. Again, I meant these people's content shouldn't be pushed by the algorithm. I shouldn't have said censored. And Nick Fuentes responds with, you know, your dad called me a rat. And I would like to clarify, I think calling individuals rats or whatever is fine, particularly if they are rat-like. I think it's different when you're referring to an entire nation of people as rats that have been subject to, say, Hitler less than 100 years ago, when the Nazis of the 1930s also referred to those people as rats as a tactic to breed disgust. So yeah, I think referring to Jews as rats is completely different than referring to Nick Fuentes as a rat. And if you can't understand the differentiation, I can't help. Social media really allows views to propagate unnaturally. If some of these anti-Semitic tweets were spoken in an ordinary public setting, the individual would be being punched. But then...
Does anyone know why her last name is Fuller? Just curious. I don't know, actually. I mean, on this account it's Michaela Peterson, but you're right. Her Twitter @ is Fuller.
These views grow and their followers go out into public thinking everyone agrees with that view. I don't think freedom of speech is the same thing as being pushed by an algorithm. I shouldn't have to go on TikTok to hide propaganda pushed by the Chinese government, and I don't want to go on X to hide Nazi posts from my feed. Nothing against Elon here. I think there are bots or fake accounts behind a lot of this, and possibly funding from Iran, and I know he's trying to get that under control. Next in these series of
I know he's trying to get that under control. What the fuck?
events, the scum of the internet pulled the classic high school girl trick of trying to tarnish someone's reputation by promulgating rumors, and pulled out a picture of Andrew Tate and I claiming that I slept with Andrew, which both of us have said multiple times isn't true.
No, he was just consoling you. It could be her mom's name. I'm not sure. Maybe she's married to a Fuller. Yeah, I don't know much about the, you know, personal life of.
And has nothing to do with anything I had said. Truly lovely things this weekend. Then yesterday, Candace Owens makes a video on my dad and my response on X.
So I'll ask the question that's on everybody's mind this week. What exactly is going on with Dr. Jordan Peterson?
She starts off with compliments and then attempts to try to tear him to shreds. She goes into how he's lost his audience and men don't trust him anymore.
He lost a huge following, and they felt that this response was not calm. It was not dictated by rationality or the logos, which Jordan Peterson loves to speak about.
None of this is remotely true. He just hit 8 million on YouTube. And then she goes on and
8 million.
blames it on drug addiction and his give 'em hell tweet last year. Again, employing the tactic.
I mean, all these people suck. All these people suck.
High school girls use to tarnish someone's reputation that they don't like. Classic. So she starts off with, he's always been really nice to me.
I obviously have met and worked with him. He has always been extremely kind to me, so nothing that I'm going to say should be taken personally.
And segues nicely into laughing at an anaphylactic reaction to sodium metabisulfite.
Here is what he said. He said that it was due to the fact that he had consumed some apple cider. Take a listen.
But I didn't want to not do it because
Apple cider, like what was it doing?
sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending.
I'm sorry, just his way of describing this stuff, it never fails to make me laugh.
And I seriously mean overwhelming. Like there's no way I could have lived.
Well,
Like
it's funny too. It's funny too because like his you know, it's like his obsession about sort of the purity of his food, like his meat and greens diet, I guess, being, you know, like the thing that, you know, is healing him. And look at you got Joe Rogan there. Now, chat, you see that light on the end of the table, right? That's a salt lamp. And they're really pretty salt lamps. And I'm not judging any of you who might have a salt lamp, right? Because it's a beautiful light, right? You got a big thing of salt. It's like a, you know, pink salt or something like that, a Himalayan salt. And then you got a light inside of that, and it makes a beautiful glow, okay? But there's some people, I'm thinking, including Joe Rogan, who believe that these lamps suck in, like, what is it, like negative ions or something like that, and make you healthier. So what I'm trying to say here is that you're dealing with somebody who's already into the whole like natural healing, holistic sort of, you know, vibe of things, right? Who's already got some of these, like, you know, ideas about, you know, ways of natural living and stuff like that. And, but Peterson's, you know, description of not sleeping for, I don't know how long, and this like impending sense of doom and all this, like, you know, yeah, it is kind of throwing him for a loop, right?
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I seriously mean overwhelming. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for... See, Michaela knew by that point that it would probably only last a month. And I was like...
A month?
Yeah,
from
a month.
Cider?
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible? That
I'll tell you how it's possible. You lay in bed... frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
I'm wondering if the flicker, the like the camera, the projector flicker that she's got on here, I wonder if this is just for an aesthetic effect, or if this kind of thing keeps you from getting copyright claimed.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
This is from cider.
To clarify this clip, he says sulfites. It wasn't the cider. I know that's complicated. Now, my guess is
the sulfites in the cider.
His dad did sleep a bit during that month, but not much.
Okay, so this is what I was saying.
And not well. I've been in that state of anaphylaxis, and it certainly doesn't feel like you sleep, and you certainly don't sleep well. We now know what happened was called a biphasic anaphylactic reaction, which means it repeats and lasts longer, and those can take a long time to recover from. To clarify, like we've clarified so many times, Dad and I both were on psych meds for over 10 years.
I mean, yeah, Dr. Peterson, that is some evil laughter we just saw from Candace.
Prescribed to treat major depressive disorder. Major depressive disorder is not a joke. It ruins your life. It was worse than my arthritis. When we changed our diet to a paleo diet, we stopped the antidepressants in.
AC says, I actually don't sleep at least 20 days a month. You mean 20 days in a row? Or like 20 days during a month? Does a cider always include sulfides? I don't know. Somebody, I'm trying to think. They can be a natural byproduct of certain things. Like I know there's, but like there's like there's, for instance, there's alcohols without sulfites. I think.
Fall 2016 for me.
Let me look at this.
Winter 2016 for my dad. We dealt with antidepressant withdrawal and food sensitivities during that period of time, and ultimately ended up on the ketogenic all-meat diet I call the Lion Diet in 2017. She also scoffs at that.
He was struggling with an addiction to benzos prescribed to him after a violent reaction to a strict meat and greens diet. Okay.
Even though the ketogenic diet is now being used to treat psych disorders by a doctor at Harvard and is a cutting-edge treatment for metabolic disorders. I know it's complicated.
Okay, so I am seeing that it is possible to get apple cider without sulfites, but it sounds like it's the exception, not the rule. It sounds like maybe most apple cider that you find is gonna contain sulfites, and that's a real thing. People can be sensitive to sulfites, right? That's not like whether Peterson is or not. I can't really tell you, but he said 25 days a month, and it sounded like he meant like continuously. Like it wasn't just that like, you know, he went for a week without sleep or like 10 days without sleep and then immediately slept for 2 days. The lion diet saved my life. My gums are in perfect health. And as we know, dental health, you know, if you read your Weston Price, dental health is the best indicator of overall health that we have.
So we had stopped needing the antidepressants because of dietary intervention, but then we're stuck in this horrible situation of psych med withdrawal, which can take about 2 years to recover from after the medication is stopped. I got off of...
Jordan B. Peterson says, can we please put the apple cider jokes to rest? Now, I will agree that Candace Owens kind of made them less funny.
OxyContin after a year. When
sulfites are found in a lot of foods, true.
17, when I had my hip and ankle replaced, and it was rough, but it was a breeze compared to getting off of 10 years of psych meds. So that brings us to December 2017. To top off this psych med withdrawal, combined with sudden like online stress and his university job at risk and the food sensitivity mess we were in, my dad and I are both extremely allergic to the preservative sodium metabisulfite, amongst other random things like peppermint. I'm also allergic to soy and nuts and like everything out there, but really allergic to those things. Sodium metabisulfite is a preservative that's commonly used in foods and medications and is also used in alcoholic apple cider. So while Dad was already off SSRI...
Oh, it was alcoholic. I was always wondering about this. Like, right, like I was kind of like going in between, did he drink, was it apple cider vinegar? Was it apple cider that is, you know how you can get cider that's non-alcoholic, or was it a, cider drink as in, he drinks a cider drink? Is it like the Chumbawamba cider drink?
And had been for a year dealing with antidepressant withdrawal.
They have the weakest immune system in history. Well, I mean, Sasha G, it might be the strongest immune systems in history. In general, one of the theories behind autoimmune phenomenon is that that people might have overactive immune systems. So in this case, it could be. And like, look, I'm trying not to be judgmental about this. Or I don't want to jump to conclusions because I know, these conditions that like what she's describing are rare, but they do exist and they are really hard to deal with. Like most doctors aren't going to be able to give you like, you need to do this, this, and this, and then your life is going to be way easier, right? There's not a lot of good, treatments for these things. And that's why a lot of people, who have them try extreme diets, try extreme medical or herbal or like sort of natural remedies, right? Because they just don't know.
With diet, while dealing with being canceled, he got hit with a biphasic anaphylactic reaction, and we didn't.
While dealing with being canceled, wait, what? Your dad, Jordan Peterson, was canceled?
Everything out there, but really allergic to those things. Sodium metabisulfite is a preservative that's commonly used in foods and medications and is also used in alcoholic apple cider. So while Dad was already off SSRIs and had been for a year dealing with antidepressant withdrawal with diet, while dealing with being canceled, he got hit with a biphasic anaphylactic reaction and we didn't know what it was. The cider with sodium metabisulfite was mixed into a meat stew we were eating, and we both had an allergic reaction to it.
Okay, so it was alcoholic cider in a meat stew. Yeah, to flavor up the meat stew. That makes sense. You're eating mostly meat, a little bit of greens. This is the lion diet that, just like lions eat mostly meat and a little bit of greens, right? This is the lion diet that she and Dr. Peterson are doing. Sounds like, some kind of an elimination diet, maybe, if I were to guess. That's common and common thing that people try in order to deal with their with autoimmune disorders, and not too tasty to just eat meat and greens. So they're gonna flavor it up a little bit with some apple cider and see. I listen again. I don't know. I mean, it does sound weird. There's every chance that his symptoms had more to do with like withdrawal from the meds that he was on than this, but I don't want to judge, right? I don't want to jump to conclusions, even on these two. I never understood what all this means. They can't eat a single vegetable. Well, that's what I thought too, Caramella. That's what I thought too, but she said something about greens, so I guess they're eating some kind of greens. I'm guessing like kale or collard greens. Shouldn't they be eating the bones too? I mean, that's often part of a paleo diet. She's talking about this lion diet as if it's a keto diet of some kind, so a very low carb diet that maybe just doesn't even allow them to eat anything like carrots or berries, or like, I mean, some paleo diets can include like a little bit of like a little bit, some carbohydrate containing foods that aren't super carbohydrate dense, right? But the one that she's talking about is like a keto diet, so it's going to keep you in ketosis. It's very low carbohydrate.
Dad's was way more severe. He ate way more than me. I had a bite or two, got nauseous, and didn't eat anymore. We didn't know this was before the meat diet. We didn't know we were allergic to sodium metabisulfite at the time. It took a long time to figure out
Wait, so that's before the meat diet? Oh my God, Chad, I'm trying to keep track of this.
what happened, because who's even heard of sodium metabisulfite? Even doctors don't all know what this is when I bring it up. Like, hey, don't give me sodium metabisulfite. And they're like, what is that? I guessed it was sodium metabisulfite at the time, but we didn't have that confirmed for months afterwards. Now we know what happened. Like I said, it's called a biphasic anaphylactic reaction, and it can be somewhat delayed. It's an extended anaphylactic state and can be caused by peanuts or whatever people are allergic to, and recovery takes a while. If you go on Reddit, type in anaphylaxis, you can see people's response to that. It takes weeks to recover from. So you don't just eat something and like blow up like a pufferfish like you think you would in an anaphylactic reaction, which is why we didn't know what was going on. You eat something.
The biphasic anaphylactic reaction. Again, I mean, you can tell that she in particular, right? I think she's the one that came up with this diet, and she says it's because she's got like a just plethora of autoimmune stuff going on. And again, chat, she's doing a lot of research on this. There's some chance that ideas get into her head and she starts to have a little bit of a placebo effect going on. In fact, there's a very good chance of something like that. But again, understand that it really is like, if she's dealing with autoimmune stuff, it's very difficult to deal with. And it's kind of understandable that people would they're just looking for something to hold on to. They're just looking for some measure of control in a life that feels very much out of control. Imagine, chat, if you are sick in mysterious ways, you can't get help from the doctor, you can't get a diagnosis, everybody's doubting whether you're faking or not, and you really are experiencing some kind of symptoms and you don't know what it is, so you try to like eliminate everything. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to have sympathy for the devil here with the Petersons. I don't want to, I don't want to reflexively judge them as, as being just, completely, off base in terms of, especially Michaela, what she's experiencing. Like Jordan's symptoms could easily be explained by, complications with his addiction. But Michaela, may very well have, some sort of autoimmune stuff going on. Again, it's mysterious. It's hard to diagnose. It's hard to treat. It's rare too. It's rare. So, there's some chance a lot of people that are experiencing this might be, some sort of a, oh my God, a somatic, is that the name for it? A somatic illness when you're not actually sick, but you're, kind of work yourself into what appears to you to be sickness. Anyway, chat.
And in the next 12 hours, it worsens and worsens, and then you can continue to worsen, or it can happen again a few days after that. The doctors didn't know either because the reaction was a bit delayed and it lasted about a month. We'd had these reactions before to a lesser degree because we're allergic to a lot of things in a really crazy way. We didn't know what they were called at the time, like I said, or how to treat it other than avoiding triggering one. All that was obvious when he was in that anaphylactic state was he was pale, couldn't stand up without blacking out, had trouble walking, had a puffy face and lips, difficulty inhaling, said he couldn't breathe a lot, and had an overwhelming sense of doom, which is a classic symptom of anaphylaxis because it can kill you. So the doom just kind of goes along with it. It's a symptom though, plus severe insomnia.
So we're saying that there was a food reaction, and then in response to the food reaction, they put you on anxiety
Rizzler says it's called Sigma.
medicine, and then the dosage was wrong, and he apparently had what appears to me to be a
Yeah, psychosomatic says FG. Psychosomatic or psychogenic. I think it's
drug overdose.
Candace said this was classic
two ways to refer to it.
drug behavior, but that's not possible because he wasn't on drugs and hadn't been on SSRIs in a year. He was prescribed benzodiazepines for anxiety and insomnia while in that anaphylactic state, when realistically he should have been given a steroid for about 2 weeks to stop the anaphylactic reaction and calm down his immune system. What we didn't know at the time was adding in benzodiazepines to someone already experiencing psych med withdrawal, which, like I said, can last a couple of years after stopping psych meds, is insanely dangerous. Dr. David Healy discusses this at rxisk.org, rxisk.org, if you want to look into it. Adding in benzodiazepines when someone's in psych med withdrawal can result in akathisia. Being treated with multiple psych meds can cause akathisia, and some people just get akathisia from a random medication if they're super unlucky. Even certain antibiotics can cause it. It's severe and can be a deadly side effect.
So for anybody just joining us, we are going over the drama between Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, Michaela Peterson, and Nick Fuentes that all stemmed from an anti-Semitic tweet by Nick Fuentes that Michaela or I think Jordan called out. Michaela apparently had an interaction with this guy too, and now they are now the Groypers and the Nick Fuentes fans are basically associating Michaela and Jordan Peterson with their imagined Jewish conspiracy to control the world, right? And look, again, I keep on repeating this, like Jordan Peterson has been anti-Semitic himself, right? His whole cultural Marxism thing, whether he realizes it or not, comes from an anti-Semitic trope used by the Nazis to associate Jewish people with communism. And he's kind of rehashing that. Like, I don't know if he heard this somewhere and he's just repeating it, or he actually knows what he's doing and he's dog whistling and signaling to that audience. But regardless, right, the anti-Semites are definitely on Team Fuentes here, and them getting in this fight with them, that Peterson calling Nick Fuentes out has put them on the wrong side of this just hellhole of the internet known as the Nick Fuentes fandom. This is kind of an extension of the Nick Fuentes versus Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens versus the Daily Wire feud that has been going actually, I think, since like 2016 or so, right? These two contingents of the right have been beefing, and like I said, they don't seem to. The Daily Wire side doesn't seem to have a problem with covert dog whistles like the cultural Marxism thing, but they obviously don't want they want to be associated with anything that is like overt, like what Nick Fuentes is doing, which is saying the quiet part out loud. And so they didn't realize, I think, at least on Twitter, what a leviathan they were fucking with, like how much of that shit there is on Twitter. And again, I don't know how much of it, some of it could be botnets, some of it could be bots, and some of it is probably like, the fact that these guys know that they will be able to say anti-Semitic stuff on twitter.com and not get banned from it. So, they brought Nick Fuentes back in the name of free speech. Michaela's response, though, was something to the effect of, like, I think that there should be some kind of censorship or moderation when it comes to, straight up anti-Semitism. And those are bad words on the right. You can't speak positive. You can't speak positively of censorship. So she's trying to reframe it and say, no, I meant about the freedom of reach, not freedom of speech. The thing that Elon says, come on. No, I wasn't trying to say pro censorship. But she's, they're on the wrong side of this issue. they're getting kind of cooked on Twitter. She's taken to YouTube, right? Her YouTube channel, 121.25 million subscribers. Her dad's channel being like closing in on 8 million subscribers. So they're pretty powerful on YouTube. They're trying to get their side of the story across here. But again, unfortunately for them, the Nick Fuentes contingent in the right-wing civil war is ascendant right now. It is, winning this slow war of attrition against the Daily Wire contingent. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're watching right-wingers, far-right people fight far-right people. And this is a little bit of the leopards, what do we call it? The face-eating leopard party. You support the face-eating leopard party. You say they're good people until they eat your face. And they're like, whoa, I didn't know they were going to eat my face. Yeah, that's what they do. They're, face-eating leopards, right? What do you expect?
I didn't know any of that at the time because people don't know these things. After being treated for a biphasic anaphylactic reaction and having it misdiagnosed as anxiety, Dad ended up getting worsening and worsening akathisia over time. When Mom was diagnosed with deadly cancer, his doctor increased his benzodiazepine dose and the akathisia worsened dramatically. If this all sounds complicated, it's because it was, and it was a miracle we figured out what was going on in the first place. It took years to figure out. Doctors don't understand food sensitivities, autoimmunity, psych med withdrawal is only starting to get talked about. Using a ketogenic diet as a therapy for autoimmune and psychiatric issues is just beginning. And the fact that he was able to stay alive through all of that is a miracle. He was misdiagnosed and treated with various medications that made the akathisia worse for over 2 years in the US and Canada, once we figured out it was called akathisia.
Akathisia, an inability to remain physically still. It's the movement disorder that's linked with certain types of medications, especially antipsychotic medications. People with akathisia feel an intense and an uncontrollable need to move, mainly in their lower body.
When my mom had cancer. So then my family had to deal with my mom having cancer in the hospital and my dad having akathisia so badly we thought he'd die. Hilarious, I know. Then Candace goes on to pull a bunch of mainstream media articles that she's happy to quote, even though she tells her audience not to trust the mainstream media.
So yeah, here we go. Like, right, for everybody else that's not in the far right, this Jordan Peterson stuff, it's been talked about, right? The right wing held their fire up until this civil war between the Daily Wire and the Groypers got messy, and now they're coming for the Petersons. Now it's just kind of Candace repeating stuff, yeah, that's been in the media, that's been talked about on the left, and Michaela's like, no fair repeating mainstream media stuff. I thought we were against the mainstream media stuff, and Candace is like, this is war. This is war. And I'm going to use whatever tools are at my disposal. So,
Post headline entitled, "He was suicidal and addicted to benzos."
To clarify again, my dad wasn't brought to Russia because he OD'd or was addicted in the derogatory sense of the word addicted. He was brought to Russia.
Oh my God, no, he wasn't one of those addicts. He's not the bad person. You know how addicts are bad people? My dad's not like that. It's like he was the victim. It was not his fault. It's not through a failing of his own, right? It's not because he wasn't following the 12 rules for life. It wasn't because of a lack of discipline like it is with other people who suffer addiction, right? It's just a complete double standard. Like they got to maintain their whole like moral judgment of addicts, but then like kind of put her dad in a separate class where he's not subject to that judgment. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of hypocritical double standards here.
All the North American doctors we went to, which a number of different hospitals. Obviously, we didn't just want to go to Russia. Nobody wants that, not really. Anyway, everywhere we went.
So for anybody wondering, the reason that things like a keto diet might actually help somebody with, with autoimmune issues is that it's a form of an elimination diet, especially the one that they're talking about. It's a very limited diet, right? So, there's some thought that part of the symptoms that people with autoimmune issues experience is due to food sensitivities, is due to, eating foods that just do not, that by eliminating certain foods, they can feel better, right? But there's no way of knowing what those foods are. I mean, there's a bunch of, sketchy, allergy tests you can take, but they're not always super reliable. So a lot of people do find great benefit in doing, a variety of kinds of elimination diets. If you can pare your diet down to like a very simple, very limited diet, and then find that your symptoms get better, then you've eliminated something that was causing, that was aggravating those symptoms. And then people that are on these diets generally will try to add, different kinds of food back one at a time to see, what it was that was really aggravating those symptoms. So yeah, I mean, like I can see why this would work. I don't think there's anything magical about the keto diet or any specific diet, but it's just the key is that you eliminate as many foods as you can with common allergens, common food sensitivities, and try to work from there. So yeah, and I'm trying not to, like, as much as you might be tempted to being like these people are all up in the woo, and I mean there may be some of that too. I don't want to I don't want that to be the reflexive reaction, because autoimmune issues are a very real thing. They are not terribly common, but to the people that are afflicted with them, they're a very difficult thing to deal with. And the elimination diets, one of the ways that people have found some modicum of success in dealing with something like that. So again, this could be any number of things, but I don't want to jump to the conclusion that they're that this is all in their minds, right? That this is psychogenic, psychosomatic, because for some people it's very real.
Kept adding more and more medication to try and cover the akathisia, which ended up making the akathisia worse. And no hospital would remove the medication because they didn't understand akathisia was a side effect, not a symptom. I would not wish antidepressant and benzodiazepine withdrawal and akathisia on my worst enemy. It was like watching someone be tortured. You can Google or YouTube akathisia to see what it does to people. I don't want to put a clip in here because it's horrible. So no, it wasn't the cider like Dad says in the clip. It was a biphasic anaphylactic reaction to sodium metabisulfite that was misdiagnosed as anxiety and insomnia and treated with a benzodiazepine that caused akathisia. And then the akathisia resulted in years of misdiagnoses that almost killed my dad. Glad you think it's funny.
So she was saying she thinks it's a preservative that was in the apple cider rather than the apple cider itself.
And if anyone doesn't believe that, here's a very attractive picture of me after a CO2 laser, which is a skin laser smoothing treatment that really isn't that intense, in the middle of an anaphylactic reaction to peppermint flavoring in a caffeine pill. So I've been there with these biphasic anaphylactic reactions, and if I didn't know what they were, I would have taken anything to make it go away. So I do not fault my dad at all for going to a doctor after like 12 days of thinking he was gonna die because he couldn't breathe very well and saying, give me something to make this stop, and taking the medication they prescribed him. If you feel like you're gonna die for like 10 days, anybody would go to a doctor. The autoimmunity that runs in my family for whatever reason has made our bodies incredibly sensitive to food, the environment, chemicals. It's extremely annoying and frustrating. I spend a good portion of my time trying to figure out how to calm our immune systems down. But for now, the only thing that works is not exposing it to anything it reacts to, hence the all-meat diet. 1/5 of people in America are on psych meds, and the withdrawal dangers after long-term use are not talked about, and they really make people suffer, people who do not deserve it at all. And having some compassion is reasonable, not belittling people. And Candace, acting as if this is a story we made up to get people to believe my dad and take him seriously. Are you serious? Who on earth makes up a story as weird as this is to convince an audience of something?
The thing is, the answer to that question is Jordan Peterson, potentially, right? But I don't know that he's making it up. I don't want to accuse her of, like again, some of the stuff can be can be psychogenic. Some of the stuff can be real, right? What we're talking about with autoimmune is almost like an overactive immune system. In other words, an immune system that what your immune system does is when you come into contact with a pathogen, it will often capture bits of the protein from that pathogen and kind of hold it up to other immune cells like a most wanted poster saying, hey, this guy right here, watch out for him. He is bad news. This guy's trouble. You see this? You see anything like this protein right here? Call us. call us because we're gonna want to come in and have a huge immune reaction, right? Want to wipe that out. And if that protein sequence happens to be identical to something in your body's going to start to attack itself. That's what autoimmunity is. It's not super common, but I guess it's becoming, more common over time, and it is a difficult, thing to deal with. So that's why I'm not just like, jumping to the conclusion that Candace is, that this is all made up, that this is all in their head, more so with Michaela than with Jordan. I don't know. I mean, like, it sounds like maybe a lot of what he was dealing with might have had to do with his addictions and withdrawal from the benzodiazepines and such, right? But again, we don't know. We don't know.
All meat diet and an allergy to random things like peppermint and sodium metabisulfite is the way we'd go about convincing people of trustworthiness. Then Candace rails on me for a while for saying X should censor Nazis. Again, that was my mistake. I should have said, please don't push scum to my feed, not censor. But got a little fired up after I got spammed with thousands and thousands of anti-Semitic comments, photos of Andrew Tate, pics of my dad with the giant nose, and comments about my...
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They're somehow being, oh my God, they're somehow being...
clarified my views on censorship. Then she brings up...
They found a way to be anti-Semitic to Jordan Peterson.
Dad's give 'em hell tweet.
He wrote, "Give 'em hell, Netanyahu, enough is enough."
I don't know why this needs further clarification, but he wasn't calling for the genocide of civilians. He was referring to Hamas, the terrorist group. He probably could have gone into more detail too, like I shouldn't have used the word censor on X, if that's not exactly what I believed. There's a...
Yeah, you're not allowed to say censor on X. That's the one thing that's censored. Censorship, the concept of censorship, the word censor, it's a bad thing to say. You're going to have a bad time. You're going to get harassed by Elon's fanboys if you ever say anything that sounds like pro-censorship, pro-moderation, pro-old Twitter, right? That's not how we do it anymore. We bring back the Nazis. We bring back, Alex Jones. We bring back all the people that were banned from Twitter in the past, because we're all for freedom of speech. And then if you're an enemy of Elon Musk, then you won't lose freedom of speech, but you might lose freedom of reach. In other words, your tweets might be suppressed. But yeah,
conspiracy theory going around right now that I think is extremely dangerous, that Jews are behind some evil agenda, and that's why they're unproportionally at the head of companies. And Candace plays right into that in her video too. I'm not sure how she doesn't know this, but the average IQ of the average...
Okay, so here we go again with this same negative compliment, right? So she's, I don't know, almost as if to show her, like, anti-Semitic bona fides, she delivers like a negative compliment, like as if that there was something suspicious about, like, Jewish people in power, and that she has to explain it away with IQs or something like that, which you don't need to take anti-Semitic conspiracy theories seriously. They don't need to be refuted. They need to be called out and dare I say, censored, right?
Average Jew is a standard deviation above the average person. Now, IQ research is frowned upon because it's not fair, but that's what the data shows. So obviously the average Jew is going to be more successful, and that's going to show up as being at the top of companies. One standard deviation is a lot. Jewish people aren't just running the bad companies disproportionately either. They also run successful companies, the good companies, and have the most scientific achievements. It's really not that difficult to understand if you believe in IQ, and if you don't think IQ has anything to do with it, again, I can't help you. Read more. And people going, oh, well, now the anti-Semitism is different than it was in the 1930s and the thousands of years before that. Now the Nazis are the Jews because of what's happening in Gaza. Those people don't understand anti-Semitism. When the war broke out, I did an opposing views on Gaza and heard both sides. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about the rising anti-Semitism we're seeing everywhere, in universities, in random attacks in downtown.
Now we're gonna do. Yeah, see, the thing is, like, yeah, she's legitimately getting attacked by legitimate fucking Nazis. Like, right, the Nick Fuentes fanboys, these people are Nazis, right? They drew a extra long nose on her dad, to fit the stereotype, to try to imply that that he's controlled by by Jewish people or whatever, right? But it's like, no, but like the students that are protesting, those are definitely anti-Semites. Like, people that are concerned about ethnic cleansing going on in Gaza, those are definitely anti-Semites. But oh my God.
Down Toronto, it isn't just about protesting a war anymore. It's about attacking Jewish people in other countries for being Jewish. It's insane. Protesting a war is one thing. Attacking Jews in other countries for being Jewish is another. Anti-Semitism is a resentful, stupid, poisonous ideology, and I'm not for it. So I wanted to
and unfortunately, people like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes often use concern for people in Gaza as a fig leaf to cover up their very real anti-Semitism. That's why liberation movements have to be extremely cognizant of people who want to do this, of people who want to, whether these are like agent provocateurs trying to smear the liberatory movements, or whether these are anti-Semites trying to infect these movements with their ideology. You got to be on the lookout for this. They're, like I pointed out, accounts on Twitter that have ridden the wave of a very real concern for the slaughter that's happening in Gaza right now, with to promote their anti-Semitic Twitter accounts. So it's a mess. It's a fucking mess here.
Hop in here real quick to address the X posts, clarify my position on censorship, and respond to Candace Owens' attack on my dad and I. And honestly, to tell people that I think the rising anti-Semitism everywhere is extremely dangerous and just a repeat of history that's been going on forever. I have plenty of Jewish friends that are experiencing anti-Semitism and are scared and being targeted, even though they have nothing to do with Gaza and are living in the US and Canada, and it's completely screwed up. And I'm embarrassed it's happening in 2024. So I hope that sheds some light on my view on censorship and clarifies anything that needed further clarification about my family's autoimmune problems that people seem extremely interested in. Hope everyone's well. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, the concerning thing is there is actually a marked increase in anti-Semitism. You can, trace it back all the way to Charlottesville. What did the Charlottesville people chant? What did the alt-right, freakazoid Trump supporters in Charlottesville chant, right? You've got theories like the Great Replacement theory that seek to blame Jewish people for immigration. You've got conflations of Jewish people with the supposedly making promoting homosexuality. This was called Globo Homo. I don't really hear that bandied about as much anymore. But yeah, you do have a very real rise in anti-Semitism and a move from covert anti-Semitism, like the kind that Jordan Peterson practices, in terms of, utilizing phrases like cultural Marxism, which have their roots in a conflation of Jewish people with communism, to the very mask-off kind of anti-Semitism espoused by a Candace Owens or a Nick Fuentes. So this is a very real phenomenon, which makes the weaponization and the utilization of the specter of anti-Semitism as a cudgel against people concerned about a very real genocide. The ICJ has spoken about it going on in Gaza. This is like I said, it's a mess. And on that happy note, goddamn, just once, NCC, just once, do like a positive stream about good stuff that leaves everybody feeling happy. I feel like it's the rare segment that like gives people hope. With this stuff, it's just important to be aware of it and not get despondent about it, because it can be very you know, doom inducing. Oh my God, chat. Okay. So let's take a look once again at where we're at in terms of the poll. Did it tighten up? It tightened up on shorts. We got 108 votes on shorts. Destiny versus Hassan, the Inward Andy debate, the Inward Andy saga. If you don't know about this, this is you know, some classic lore from Twitch, some pretty cursed shit. But yeah, this is part of the breakup between Destiny and Hassan, who used to be friends, who used to be you know, I almost said comrades there. But you know, when Destiny found it more efficacious to attack Hassan, things kind of changed. This was a specific debate that happened. For some reason, I don't remember Hassan being part of this, right? But I guess he was. It's on his channel. Like somebody put up on one of his clips channels, and I knew some of these people that were involved in this. So it wasn't just Destiny, Mindwaves, Cormentine. There's a whole bunch of people that I've done content with or know that were trying to talk Destiny down from his viewpoint that it's totally okay to say the N-word as long as you're, you know, in your own little gamer, you're in your gamer cave and it's not hurting anyone and nobody's hearing it, then why not just like let out those gamer words? That's what he's advocating for, of course. It's part of, you know, his content strategy. Say something controversial, say something fucked up, and you know, get all the attention, and then you know, stick to your guns and try to make a career of it. This is what Destiny's done for most of his career. So that is ahead, let's see, by 3 points, by only 3 points, right? It's 3 points ahead of Mehdi Hassan debates Dean Phillips in the shorts poll. If I look over here at the full screen poll, it's 47% to 28%. Jesse Gender coming in second with 28%. It's a pretty commanding lead, at least on the full screen side of things. Remember, you still have a chance to vote. Tightening up, indeed, Lady Badass, indeed. You want a meme stream? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's less cursed than what we just went through. I am noting, though, that we're only at 40% of the dono goal, so that is one of the conditions of unlocking a second segment to begin with. Got a lot on Vox Populi, so it seems like, you know, if we were to hit the dono goal and go through with this segment, it very likely would be Destiny versus Hassan Inward Andy debate at this point. I'm not sure if we're going to get there today or not. Hassan joined at the end of the convo. Oh, thank you, Thomas Strom. Yeah, it's been a while. It's a bit, like, I watched this live. Was Lance involved in this? Somehow I remember Lance being there, but that could have been a different debate. Hassan joined at the end of the convo to be the voice of reason after commenting. Were Hassan and Destiny still friends by this time? Um, Wow, it seems like there's another Candace Owens segment that a lot of people are talking about. It looks even more cursed than the last one, chat. Let me see if I can find it on her channel. Wait, Don Lemon brought Candace on to debate gay marriage, vaccines, and election denial. Oh my God. I'm trying to find this segment that people are talking about. He who must not be named. Oh my God.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Today we're going.
Happy Tuesday indeed, chat. I don't know if I can get through this. I don't know if I can deal with this. Save me from this segment, chat. This video is called Literally Hitler. Why can't we talk about him? Does she not remember the last time she talked about Hitler? She's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. Talking about Paris Hilton. And today we also talk about Hitler. Fun for the whole family. Fun for the whole goddamn family. Talking about he who must not be named. And she's got Voldemort. She got Voldemort with a Hitler mustache on the thumbnail. That is her thumbnail. Her thumbnail is Voldemort with a Hitler mustache. What's going on here?
Did he make you take the COVID shot?
Putin! That is exactly how a lot of us feel when they start hammering this Russia is bad narrative. We're just bored with it.
Russia, Russia, Russia.
The morals of these people who did this, they were the same.
They were the same. You're probably thinking, but Candace, literally Hitler. Hey, neighbors immediately following the end of the war. Take a listen.
Altogether, 2,000 Sudeten Germans were murdered.
So,
oh my God.
I am exhausted. I am tired. I need a nap. When people start doing the Nazi and the, of course, literally Hitler comparisons. It's over. It's canceled. Please stop it. It really started drumming up in 2015 when Trump was running. Literally Hitler. Literally MAGA. They're just like Nazis. It's always literally.
Here's the problem, right? With the Hitler discourse is that there's this supposition from some people that the German regime under Hitler was a black swan event. What was like a once in a blue moon event, and it just could never happen again. That is the definition of evil, and that no, future evil will ever match it. But if you're talking about genocide, that's happened before, and that's happened again. If you're talking about fascism, that's an idea that continues to percolate under the surface.
Super chatted $5.90. Must be hard to choose between a Sov battalion and the Wagner group.
Yeah. It's worse than you think. Should I not watch this? And thank you for the super chat, Thomas. I'm going to put yours in Vox Populi, is that correct? Like, how bad is this? Is this like not for Twitch? Because I get the, I don't know. I feel like this is going to be cursed. I feel like this is going to be cursed. It's going to curse us all. Watch it, but she goes off the deep end, so she's not saying anything TOS-y. I don't know how much of this Candace I can take, honestly. But yeah, what does that put us? Does that put us up to 45%? So we are like almost halfway towards the dono goal. I don't know if we'll hit it today.
Literally, right? It's never figuratively. They're like, no, literally, Donald J. Trump is Hitler. And of course, I've gone through it. Any person really that has a platform has.
Literally, they're two different people. However, literally, the conditions for fascism are ripe in the United States. And literally, Donald Trump is a megalomaniac that'll do anything to keep himself in power, including, you know, riding a tiger of racism and eliminationism, including making common cause with Christofascism. I'm just afraid I'm gonna puke up a bunch of coffee. Oh my god, am I almost out of my void coffee here? I don't know how long I can keep going, chat. How about if we make a how about if I do an audible and go to this instead, which might be cursed too.
I don't know why we're talking about Biden's mental state when we can just look at his record. Donald Trump couldn't dream of doing these things.
Harry, you're gonna still.
Harry Sisson for TikTok. He's been coming on. Piers Morgan more and more. This is Crystal from Crystal and Kyle. Also Breaking Points. And of course, our good friend Dave Rubin, who left the left many years ago and has not been really heard from. He's just been like a sort of a lol cow, if you will, the political equivalent of a lol cow. But he seems to be popping up in more places more often now than he has been in the past. It's a good call. Is this a good call to switch this?
Be here when Joe Biden is long gone. So running cover for a guy that clearly is not capable for the job is not a long-term strategy for your career. That's just a little career advice for you.
Running cover for a sexual abuser is, Dave?
For the last 2 weeks, President Biden must have felt a bit like Donald Trump.
Dave Rubin giving career advice. But again, chat, as much as Dave Rubin's public image public image has been greatly tarnished on both the right and the left. This is the guy that Joe Rogan described as a deer in the headlights, right? Joe Rogan's defense of Dave Rubin, against the likes of Sam Cedar amounts to more like something about that it is unfair to attack him because he is incapable of defending himself, right? This is how Dave Rubin's thought of on the left and the right.
Word examined, then eviscerated, every negative story amplified to ear-splitting volumes, every blunder lamented by breathless cable commentators. So perhaps it's no surprise that he's now borrowing generously from the Trump playbook. First, he stepped out with Trump's
Pierce noticed this too. Yeah, I reported on this earlier. This wounded antelope. Thank you, Bad Lefty. Thank you for reminding me of the actual phrase that was used to describe David Rubin. How is Dave Rubin still existing? Good question. Well, like, I mean, if you mean financially, the answer is simple, right? You've heard of Locals, right? Locals, from my understanding, is like it's like a podcast based. It's a podcast based alternative to like Patreon, right? So, you know, you can get crowdfunded and you know, sort of like paywall stuff, paywall content on, I don't know exactly how it works. So if you imagine you cross Patreon with Spotify, is that about what Locals is like? I've never looked at it, I've never seen it, I don't know what it's like all about, but I know that Dave Rubin is he runs it. It's his thing, it's his baby. It's his jam. And so that's how, financially speaking, he still exists.
Signature orange glow. Now he's calling into friendly breakfast television shows with choice words for
breakfast television shows. We're talking about. Is that really his middle name? Shakespeare Josephus, Antonius David Josephus Antonius Rubin. Antoninus Rubin, sorry. But yeah, that's how he's still existing, right? He's, you know, in business. It's less about his own platform. It's less about his own voice. It's less about his own takes. It's less about him as a political commentator, and I guess more about him as a businessman. So yeah, he still survives.
Democratic elites.
I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But any of these guys...
So it's connected to Rumble?
Don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention.
I suspect they will. So far, none of this is working for the president. He's frankly lost the room. And this is why, asked directly about how he will reassure supporters about his fitness for office, the president offered this.
How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on you know, Faith That Can Intervene on your way to go to, you know, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, you know, the idea I'm too old. Created over 50.
Oh yeah, John Peterson here is reminding me of the reason that he's not as popular as he used to be on the right. You know, like he's a gay man, he's a right winger, and but he's also a parent. He's also you know, married to his partner, and they have a child together. And right wingers don't like that. They don't like two gay men bringing up a child together. And so, yeah, like famously, he brought Ben Shapiro on to say, well, you know, Ben Shapiro, everybody says that you're homophobic, but I mean, let's be real. If I were to invite you to my wedding anniversary, you would come and you would bring the cake, right? And Ben's like, no, I'm not going to celebrate an immoral act of an abomination against nature, right? And that moment, part of Dave Rubin's soul died right there.
15 million jobs.
What the hell is he talking about? Were you reassured by that? Would anyone be reassured by that? It's worth repeating what he was actually saying. It was a terrible night, and
Yeah, look at my career, Jack. Because I was okay at speaking 4 years ago, 8 years ago. Wait, how many years ago? 16 years ago? 2008? Yeah, 16 years ago. Right? Then I must still be okay. And that's the whole thing is like, no, dude, You've changed. You've changed, Joe.
I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on?
There is, yeah, Shakespeare, you're correct. There's probably a non-zero amount of anti-Semitism involved in Dave Rubin being somewhat a pariah of the right wing, although he provides that necessary service for them to paywall their Rumble stuff.
You know, on your way to go on your way to work tomorrow. Age wasn't, the idea that I'm too old. It's not exactly Winston Churchill, is it? Or JFK. And that was the part of the interview that was supposed to calm everyone down and reassure them. Instead, most of the attention was absorbed by another chaotic press briefing in which the White House Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, refused to say why a Parkinson's expert has repeatedly visited the White House.
Ed, please, a little respect here. So I am telling you that he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy.
It is public information.
I
It is
hear you.
listed that he went to
Guys, hold on a second. There's no reason to get back and
Yeah, this was brutal. We watched part of this press conference.
go back and forth with me in this aggressive way. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me. I'm not going to confirm a name.
Well, this morning, the White House allegedly did confirm that a neurologist had visited only as part of routine examinations. But this won't get any better, any of this, just as the president isn't going to get any younger. Today's New York Times makes a second call for his resignation, adding that Biden, quotes, does not seem to understand that he is now the problem. Even his own campaign volunteers are no longer taking him seriously.
The president made his way to a field campaign office in Manayunk, where volunteers were surprised to find out he was visiting.
Oh, is he coming here? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool. That's dope. I hope he's awake for it.
Hope he's awake for it. They're his people. Well, the so-called Democratic
Can you get fired from a volunteer spot?
elites have certainly woken up. The question now, with these words chosen all too carefully, is can Biden survive? To debate, I'm joined by the host of Breaking.
It started with riding with Biden, and now we're surviving with Biden.
Dave Rubin, creator and host.
He's trying to hang on for another day, chat, so he can do another press conference. He can do another interview. He can say, no, this time I'm going to convince everybody that I'm totally all right. And it's going to erase the memory of the fucking debate. It's going to erase the memory of calling Volodymyr Zelensky Vladimir Putin. It's going to erase, referring to my vice president as Vice President Trump. It's going to erase all that stuff. People are going to forget all about it because I'm going to be knock it out of the park, Jack. I'm going to give the best speech. I'm going to do the best interview. You'll see. Just watch me. Watch me, Jack.
The Rubin Report and TikTok's biggest Biden backer, Harry Sisson. See if he's still got the steely result.
What version of the SM7B is that? Did you see that shit? He's plugged into like a USB-C. That's no XLR. Chat, that's not an SM7B, is it? That's something else. I'm sorry, I'm obsessing about tech again.
That he had the last time he was on the
Look, I'm obsessing about tech because people were nice enough to donate on Throne to get me a way better microphone. And now I want to know what everybody else's microphone is and how it's not as good as mine because I've got XLR and Harry freaking Sisson is stuck on a USB mic. I know mine sounds better, chat. I know it sounds better.
Piers Morgan Uncensored. Dave Rubin.
And I got the Throne Gang to thank for that. Let me just mention one more time that we are at 45% of the way to the sub goal. That means we're almost halfway there. I don't know how much of this I'm going to watch. I don't know how interesting this is going to be. Dave Rubin, we haven't checked in with Dave Rubin in a while. And I don't know, the Majority Report has been covering him to great comedic effect. So, it's worth at least taking a look at. But again, any sort of donation gets us closer to the sub goal, whether that is a super chat, whether that's a super sticker, whether that is through a membership or gifting membership to other people. This goes for Twitch as well. The subs over there, whether you get a Prime sub for free or you pay $5.99 for your own sub or even gift subs to other people over there. That counts. Patreon counts. Signups for Patreon count. as well as Gifts on Throne, which will trigger the sound and hopefully alert me to the fact that it's happened. Any sort of donation that you make basically gets us closer to the sub goal, and it also gives you a chance to direct what content we're going to cover, which right now looks like it's going to be Destiny versus Hassan Inward Andy debate. But whether we get to that or not today is still kind of up in there. Again, we're at 45% completion on that on that dono goal. So we shall see. And I'm gonna stick with this for as long as I can, chat. But if it gets boring, I might dip out and just end stream from there. So we'll see.
It's increasingly resembling a kind of tragic Shakespearean farce.
John Peterson says, "Word to the wise: watch out for Michelle Obama sleeper cell." Wait, you mean that Michelle might run for president? Is that what you mean?
Where, you know, I watch these daily press conferences with Karine Jean-Pierre, and it's excruciating, utterly excruciating, watching her basically lie through her back teeth, or worse, that she doesn't know the truth and is coming out with the best version of events she can think of in the moment. Where does this end?
Sure. Well, I don't think it matters whether she's lying or she doesn't know the truth. The point is that as of that debate night Thursday about 10 days ago, nobody can lie about this anymore. It is so freaking obvious, even to the people who are paid to lie over at MSNBC and Washington Post and New York Times, et cetera, that they cannot do it anymore. That their job basically is to be the airlock, to never let reality actually escape out, and they can't do that. Thus, we are now in a situation where Joe Biden is angry and Karine Jean-Pierre is angry. And guess what? They don't deserve our respect. They do not. It was very obvious from even before.
Dave, do you know who else doesn't deserve our respect? Somebody that makes himself a freaking doormat for the right wing and will sit there and have a nice conversation with somebody who is disrespecting his husband and his child, okay? That's who doesn't deserve our fucking respect. Somebody with no fucking spine. Some fucking pick-me of pick-me's. That's the kind of person that does not deserve our respect.
Joe Biden became president, that he was cognitively declined. We have all talked about it for years and years and years. They ran cover for him. And now I would say, as someone that obviously doesn't support the Democrats, although as an American, I want the president to have a sound brain and mind, I would say congratulations, guys. This is the mess you've created. You had this ridiculous intersectional group in your base of people all with competing interests, and now you have a guy at the top of the ticket who obviously has dementia and a bunch of diversity hires running cover for him. So I think this is just the beginning of the clown.
A bunch of diversity hires. So that's the way to be racist without that's a great example. You know, we were talking about dog whistles earlier, anti-Semitic dog whistles. Now we got some, you know, a great example of racist dog whistles. You're allowed to you can't call somebody the N-word, but you can call them a diversity hire to much of the same effect. As Dave Rubin, and I don't know, is he talking about, like, I've heard them say this shit about Kamala recently. Is that what he's on about?
Yeah, I'm afraid I think you're right. Harris, listen, you were very gung-ho last time you came on, and you very artfully cut up parts of our discussion last time to make it look like I'd given a warm and emphatic...
You presented my debate out of context, Harry Sisson, you little weasel. How dare you, you cheeky monkey.
Endorsement.
I'm sorry, I'm putting too much English, too many British stereotypes on Piers.
President Biden. So let me start our conversation today by being crystal clear. I think he should quit immediately to give the Democrats any hope. And frankly, either way now, I suspect Donald Trump has got this election in the bag. Over to you, Harry.
Well, also, Pierce, I saw you retweeted an article where it said you tore up a literal TikToker. So we're just playing the same game. No, President Biden
I don't disagree with you.
There you go. I love it. Look, President Biden should be the nominee. I wonder where Dave got his MD, where he got his degree to specialize in neurology. And I just find it funny how he's saying, oh, we shouldn't respect Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre. But I'm sure that he's voting for the convicted felon and the proven sexual abuser who defamed his victim, and he gives his respect to him every single day. But
hey, Harry,
Biden
do you
beat Donald
think
Trump.
do you
The first-
think
one
that Joe
second, I'm not
Biden
done
is
yet. I let you speak.
cognitively able to be president? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. You can check out the neurology report he had earlier this year in February, where there said there was no concern, no cognitive disorder. That's coming from an actual doctor, actual neurologist.
We're all
as
making
opposed
this
to,
up.
a
Everything we
commentator.
see every day, the inability to say one complete sentence. We're all making it up.
I don't know. Watch his speeches. You should watch his speech he gave in Philly the other day at the church. It was fabulous. It was incredibly
Oh, well,
moving.
okay.
And
I'll tell you what. Okay. Let's watch
Slurring
him.
off a teleprompter.
Hang on. Let's watch since Harry
actually
wants to
wasn't a
see.
teleprompter.
Since Harry wants to see a clip from the church, let's take a look at what happened in the church.
Oh shit, he's ready. He's ready. Yo, this is weird. This is weird. I don't know if this is a good look for Pierce, right? I mean, I know that Harry is you know, he's an adult, you know, he's on the young side maybe, he's right? But the way that Pierce is going after him, it just, I don't know, it's just not a good look. I don't know how to explain this. Right? I mean, look, they're all successful content creators, right? And they deserve scrutiny, but it...
Let us stand together.
Like, look, when you're Piers Morgan and your fucking foil is like a 20-year-old, I don't know how that looks. I don't know how that comes across.
The cross, at the cross, where
Okay, are we gonna get in trouble for music?
saw the light.
He has no idea what he's doing there, Harry. He doesn't know what day it is.
Oh my gosh.
It's actually really disturbing to watch Joe Biden in public these days. He doesn't know where
He doesn't have a look. He doesn't have a good sense of rhythm. Honestly, like I've got a lot of criticism. Like, look, I agree that Biden should be replaced. Okay, 100%. I'm on board with that. But I don't know if this is the fucking kill shot that Pierce is looking for. It's just him having a bad sense of rhythm.
doing. He's the president of the United States. You know, we're now told he has to go to bed, you know, early. He can't be up, you know, working past 4 o'clock in the afternoon because he's too elderly and infirm. He's the president
God, I thought you had something good, Pierce. I really did.
of the United States. He's the leader of the free world. This is a sick joke, literally, because the man is unfit mentally and physically to do the job. You know that, Harry. In your heart, you know that.
You played a clip of the man sitting there. Does either Crystal or Dave look like they're out of it? No, they're just sitting there, just looking at the camera, just like Joe Biden is just sitting there. He wasn't doing anything. You're trying to frame.
All you could say about him is that he's off rhythm. That's literally it. And like, I mean, I'd be surprised if, you know, a guy that age was on rhythm.
Frame an innocent video and give a nefarious explanation for it. Come on, Pierce, let's be honest about this. Let's be honest about this. There was a neurology report in February where he was cleared by an actual doctor, an actual neurologist, and that's what we should be focusing on. Not these like weird selective clips that conservatives, not saying you, Pierce, but conservatives push on social media.
All right, let me bring
that's
in...
just complete nonsense. That's utter nonsense. You know, it's
Dave,
weird
what
to
was the
be
problem
so
with that
young and so sold out for the system. I got to tell you, it's really bizarre. Everyone knows that the man cannot say one complete sentence off the top of his head without slurring. The teleprompter reading.
This is not a good debate.
It's horrible. And even in the Joe Scarborough and Stephanopoulos interviews post-debate, they were both probably worse than the debate. So the people trying to help him right now are actually making it worse by letting him speak.
Let me bring in... hang on. Let me bring in Crystal. She's been waiting very patiently. Crystal, you know, I'm in London at the moment. And I got to say, the real problem for Joe Biden, he's become a complete laughingstock around the world. I mean, there are jokes being made about him all day long here. You know, doing a Biden means that you've basically lost the plot. You know, not knowing where you are, what you're doing is doing a Biden and so on. When a president becomes a complete laughingstock like this, and there's ample evidence on camera of his clear...
Whereas doing a Trump means getting your dick bit off by a shark and replaced with a hook.
Cognitive decline. Where does this leave America right now?
Well, it's an utter and complete disaster. And I know a lot of the discussion focuses on November and can he beat Trump and the electoralism, et cetera. But we need to be asking the question, who's running the country right now? And I think given the level of decline that we saw at the debate, it also becomes a lot more clear why his policy, for example, in Israel has been such a failure, why he's gotten repeatedly run over by Netanyahu, has just continued to supply weapons in spite of what is a clear genocide at this point. The failures are...
So, like, chat, I'm just looking at this debate for potential. All right, what could potentially happen good here? Maybe Harry Sisson tears into Dave Rubin. Maybe Crystal goes after Dave Rubin. Like, Dave Rubin himself looks kind of sleepy here. Exactly, Thomas. Trump is not all there either. Both nominees are global laughing stocks.
Here and now. And so it's incredibly pressing. And Piers, you make a great point. You know, some of the first people to really sound the alarm in recent days were G7 leaders who were shocked by his decline. Now, Dave is right that some of us on the left and some on the right have been talking about this manifest decline over a number of years. But if you compare him just to 2020, it's quite astonishing. So, you know, one thing I would say is, you know very well what Harry and other defenders would be saying if the shoe was on the other foot. If you had Trump displaying clear signs of Parkinson's, which I'm not an expert, I'm not diagnosing him, but multiple...
So this is just going to be Pierce, Crystal, and Dave going after Harry, who I almost feel sorry for here because he's got to defend the indefensible. That's what we're watching. 3 grown-ass adults, and like, no, I'm not trying to like infantilize Harry here or anything like that, but
doctors have come out and said these are classic symptoms of Parkinson's. You learned that a Parkinson's expert had visited the White House 8 times in 8 months, and the White House completely stonewalled when asked why that expert was there. One other thing to add to your thesis that this is all becoming quite Trumpian is the fact that his physician, who Harry's, you know, hanging his hat on, giving him the clean bill of health, etc., he's
I don't think this looks good.
And business associate of the president's brother. There's a very Ronnie Jackson political crony kind of...
You know, it's really a shame that we're not watching Destiny instead, but...
...a situation, too, with this person...
I gotta stick to my...
...White House at this point, just as you should never have trusted a word that came out of the Trump White House last time around.
I mean, look, you know, the problem, Harry, you've got is that Karine Jean-Pierre is there every day saying stuff that then gets completely contradicted within hours. You know, originally the excuse for the debate performance was he had a bad cold. Then it was he had jet lag 2 weeks after he got home. I mean, none of this makes any sense, right? The truth is that there is something going on here and we're not being told the truth. That's the truth. And it's been going on for years. I mean, I've written a lot of columns for the New York Post in which I've continually expressed serious concern about Joe Biden's cognitive decline and his physical performance. You know,
he's like, listen, you must understand. I was calling Biden old as fuck before anyone else was. I'm Piers Morgan, aren't I smart?
Air Force One face planting on stage at one event, but it's also the continual gaffes where he keeps saying things the White House have to immediately rein back. This is a quite dangerous situation, I think, where the most powerful man in America right now is not able to function properly at his job at a time when the world feels quite perilous and needs a sharp president of the United States. Do you not think that? I mean, when you watch him, do you feel remotely reassured that he's completely in charge here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is all just hyperbole. Like, this is nonsense. I don't know why we're talking about Biden's mental state when we can just look at his...
Hyperbole, he says. Is this all just hyperbole, chat? What do you think? This is the hyperbole? Look. If this was the hyperbole, I would smoke it, okay? That's how I'm doing right now. That's how I'm feeling right now. Thank you very much. Right? I could use a hyperbole. And instead, all I've got is this hyper blinker. But that's not, you know, that's not nothing. hyperbole. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun. I mean, look, you know, you read words that you don't know how to pronounce. You read words that you've never heard said before. That's not a bad thing. That means you're intellectually curious, Harry. You're intellectually curious, and that intellectual curiosity is going to pay off someday when you decide that you are no longer a liberal. That the mode of production needs to change. And you can call it a hyperbole with the rest of us over here on the far left.
Record, right? Well, let's focus on the policy, the results, and not just like, oh, you know, Joe Biden looks weird.
Was that mean, chat? Am I being mean? Am I bullying? Look, am I joining in? Am I one of the mean adults? Did that just happen? I mean, he's wrong. What he's saying is ridiculous, but he doesn't pronounce the E on hyperbole, but, you know, I'm trying to be nice. Is this counter program for Biden? Piers says Biden needs to resign. Kind of makes me want to support Biden again. Yo, it has that effect, doesn't it? It has that effect. But like, I'm not trying to bully Harry Sisson. Come on, that's not right. I'll bully Xander Hall before I'll bully Harry Sisson. Speaking of bullying Xander Hall, should we bully Xander Hall? Can I call another, what do you call it in football? The thing where they like aren't going to do what they plan to do, but they're going to do something else instead? It's like a laudable. They call a laudable, I think. That's what they do. They say, hey boys, it's laudable time. Can we bully Xander Hall? Is that wrong? Will White Nervosa be mad at me? I don't see any, does mewing really work? What? I don't know, chat. I don't see any content to bully Xander Hall with. I think that would. Xander Hall, you need to do more videos about woke scolds. God damn it. God damn it, Xander Hall. Where is your stream about me? Oh, that's right. You took it down. You took it down. I mean, look. Everything that Xander Hall is putting out is just like, it does not speak to me. No, there's no vectors for bullying Xander Hall here. That's not going to happen. It's like he got like less toxic after Heffel's disappeared. I don't know.
Just one clip, 15 million jobs, historic investment in infrastructure, the largest since Eisenhower, expanding veterans' health care, capping insulin at $35 a month. The list goes on. Donald Trump couldn't dream of doing these things. So for me, as a young voter, I'm looking at who's going to get the job done, who's going to make the country better, and that's Joe Biden. Donald Trump has no policy to run on, and you know his defenders will go around saying, oh, the felonies don't matter, oh, the sexual abuse doesn't matter, oh, the business fraud doesn't matter, but then they have no policy to even justify voting for that guy.
Harry, you're going to still be here when Joe Biden is long gone. So running cover for a guy that clearly is not capable for the job is not a long-term strategy for your career. That's just a little career advice for you. But in terms of the policies, look, I am not a Democrat. I don't support any of Joe Biden's policies, but the policies objectively have been horrible. 7 to 10, some people say 12 million illegals in this country in 3+ years. The interest rates, the mortgage rates, the crime in blue cities, the drugs that have been brought in, the fentanyl crisis. We have the disasters across the world that if we had projected any strength would not be happening. We all know all of this, and I say that as someone that doesn't support the guy, but as an American, it's like getting onto a plane. Would you prefer that the pilot be able to actually fly the plane or not?
Well, here's the funny thing, right? I don't believe that Dave Rubin actually cares about the pilot flying the plane right. I believe that if he can like imply that a female pilot or a black pilot is somehow not going to be able to fly the plane as well as you know is the case behind his whole DEI thing, his whole DEI canard. I mean, he cares then, but I don't think he cares when it comes to Biden. I think that he's fine with Trump or Biden crashing the plane as long as it gets him what he wants. But here's the conundrum. When you hear Dave Rubin saying, Democrats, you should really take Biden out of the race, is that going to have the effect that he wants it to have? Or is he using reverse psychology on us? Chat, is Dave Rubin capable of using reverse psychology? Now I am confused about like where he's actually going with this, right? Because most of what I hear from the right wing seems to imply that they really want Biden to stay in. And he is the first right winger I've ever heard that's not just like, yeah, he's fucked up and incapable, but he's like, you really should take him out of the race. He really should be replaced. Trump should run against someone different, not this guy with the obvious faults, somebody with maybe less obvious faults or less faults than Trump. That's a good trade for me, Dave Rubin, as a Republican who wants to see Trump elected. Is for you to have a stronger candidate to possibly not lose to him. That makes so much sense. No. What are you trying to do, Rubin?
So whether I like the policies or not, or agree or not, I would like the president to be competent, to be able to literally say one sentence without slurring or getting
wait, hold on. You heard it here first, folks. Dave,
hang on. Chris, I'm gonna bring...
What goes in the hyperbole matcha? Ooh. Wait, yogurt? Like frozen yogurt? Or like ice cream? Like matcha, like ice cream, but with like some kind of a replacement milk? I mean, because, like, I don't know. Is it wrong of me, chat, to enjoy beverages that are like a combination of matcha and coffee? Does that make me a fiend? If I was in Fallout New Vegas, would I have a flashing outline on me indicating that I'd been using a chem just from drinking a combination of coffee and of matcha? Is that too much? Is that double dipping? Is that candy flipping? Is there something bad about that? Should I be worried? Am I too invested in the caffeinated lifestyle? I don't know. I really don't know. Your hyperbole holds... Oh, leafy greens. Those are good too. Yeah. Like, see, like a smoothie. Like a smoothie. You pour, coffee in as your base. You put a little matcha in there, some bananas, and what am I forgetting? Berries and leafy greens. Of course, leafy greens. The leafiest of greens.
You back in. I'm going to bring you back in. We're just going to be joined briefly by John Bolton, President Biden's ability.
There he is. Why? Why are you here?
Today, 31 NATO countries.
Can we bully him, chat? Can we bully him?
On Washington for a summit where all eyes are bound.
Wasn't he in the Bush administration too? I really want to bully him. I know it's wrong.
The president. Should America's allies be worried? I'm sure they are very concerned. Joining me now is former national
Crystal's just vibing. I'm trying to vibe too, because this is all I can do to. Like, this is just such a horrible debate.
Security Advisor to President Trump and the former UN Ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. John Bolton, thank you very much indeed for coming back to Uncensored. We're in pretty uncharted territory here. I mean, it seems to me that the President of the United States is simply unfit at the moment to serve the...
Mango in a smoothie. Yeah, that could be good.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. And I think, unfortunately, for the country, it's been true for a long time. Many people, I think, had the opportunity to see it for the first time during the presidential debate. But
Boogie 2988 seems to be lying about cancer. Yeah, what? So what's the deal with that? Was he on the LolCow podcast with Keemstar, and Destiny popped up and was like, "Huh, my dude, you're lying about cancer." Ha ha ha. Is that what happened? That's my understanding of what happened. That's what he sounded like too when he said it. He just left in a puff of smoke, in a cloud of smoke, as quickly as he came. That's how Destiny arrives. That's how Destiny leaves. You have mango in your house, but you're gonna put them rice pudding. Yeah.
there's no doubt from reports we had seen long before that, really going back almost to the beginning of the administration, that the
mango sticky rice
really wasn't up to the job. You know, a lot of people have discussed this as a campaign question or a political question. To me, it's a governance question. The most important asset that any presidency has is the time and attention of the president. And if he's not ready to perform 24/7, you're in trouble.
I'm ready to perform 24/7. Bullying on John Bolton.
And I think they've been in trouble almost from the beginning, and now it's impossible to hide. Our adversaries see it. You can bet on that.
Wait, it was when he and CoffeeZilla, and he's with CoffeeZilla and he freaked out? That really proved it? So, oh my gosh. Is this interesting? I'm just like, he's lying about cancer. Is that...
And I think that really is going to be the off-the-record subject of a lot of the conversation at the NATO summit. How are we going to get through the next 6-7 months, even assuming Biden doesn't get a second term? What risks, what dangers do we face as NATO?
No, this is the best part of it, Lara Farah. Now we get to see all the war criminals declare immunity and never face any consequences and just appear on, well, I mean, this isn't even TV. This is YouTube. Do people know this? I feel like some people don't know this. I didn't know this, right? What are we watching? It looks like TV. It looks like CNN. It looks like BBC. It looks like some kind of cable news network, right? Wrong. It is literally Piers Morgan's YouTube channel. He walked off the set. He hoisted the dual middle fingers, and he does this now. He has some sort of a home studio. I mean, it looks halfway decent, and you know, the graphics and the chyrons and everything that a news network would have, because I guess he's worked in a business, and he brings on 4 guests and is like, now it's time for a very serious panel, totally from my cable news network that doesn't exist because no one will hire me. No one will have me. I'm a bit of a pariah. My name is Piers.
And for many countries, what risks are they going to face in their own part of the world? What's China doing watching this performance?
I mean, there are big decisions.
Still behind, but yes, drinking coffee and matcha will give you that addicted. Is that what it's called? It's an addicted status. Does that make you have the like glow around you? It's the healthy glow of an addict. No, bad.
Decisions to be taken by whoever wins the next election. We've seen that the Russia-Ukraine war, a massive attack on Ukrainian cities. I think over 40 people were killed. This was yesterday. That's showing no sign of letting up at all. We also have the Israel-Hamas war continuing to rage. There's no sign of a deal.
Rar.
Hostages still haven't been returned. A lot of people being killed, obviously, in Gaza. These decisions are not small decisions about what America's role should be in these kind of wars. And you need to have a commander-in-chief who is with it, right?
Yeah, look, this is not a question of how well can Mr. X perform in a 5-minute speech delivered courtesy of a teleprompter, or even how does
people are really
that's not the issue.
Interested in Boogie too. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't. Okay, I mean, I know like this is like okay. So what's the deal? Boogie 2988 it was a really big channel 10 years ago. Is that right? Do you think the slime on Nickelodeon was representative of something else? They're still using it? Are you saying that like some kind of a excretion of Dan Schneider that is I don't know.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
Yo, communist invading radicals, welcome in. Oh my gosh, I'm here stun locked by chat. I don't know why. Chat, you're very interesting right now. I'm catching up. See, sometimes like some people in chat are legitimately catching up with me because they're like watching on delay, and here I am catching up with you, chat. I'm just like, I'm so skeptical about Boogie 2988. This is like one step away from watching Nikocado Avocado, isn't it? And then who knows where it goes from there.
Dealing with, let's just say, the war in Ukraine is a constant issue for the president. A lot is at stake there, and it requires being able to follow the plot, having a strategy, which, by the way, Biden does not, and being able to
You're very interested.
Coherent. I don't see it, and I think that's a large part of the problem. That's not going to change. It's only going to get worse as time goes on.
You've previously said that you don't think Trump should be re-elected, but if the choice remains Trump against Biden, has your position changed in light of recent events?
No, because my assessment of Biden was this way from his first press conference. I'll tell you exactly what convinced me. I've talked to Joe Biden over the years dozens of times about North Korea and its nuclear weapons program. He's always been wrong, but I'd always been able to have a conversation with him. At his first press conference, he was asked a question about...
All right, whatever.
And he had carried out a big book.
Here's what we're going to do, chat. Since everybody is interested in this, okay, I will watch one video about Boogie 2988 by Penguin Zero. Okay. There's a CoffeeZilla thing too? Boogie scammed people out of their money. And then he invested it in a crypto thing. Alright, I will watch this. Remember though,
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals in my chat? You don't say. You don't say. That's never happened before. Anyway, chat, we are at 45% of the dono goal. I am gonna watch this and maybe end stream directly out after that. I don't know. I'm not expecting the dono goal to get hit tonight, but if it does, I think the Destiny Hassan thing would be pretty cool. If not, I'll keep that in mind and know that people like it, and I'll put it on the dono goal some other night and just finish up with you know, watching, what's his other name? Penguin Zero and Moist Critical. That's what I like to call him. I think I prefer Moist Critical. I know he's Penguin Zero, but he's Moist Critical to me. He's got moisture. He's a god of moisture. He's got moisture coming out of every orifice on his body, chat. Look at this guy. Look at this moist boy. We'll take a look at him, okay? Look, if we hit the dono goal, I'll even let you hit a swerve and swerve it from Destiny and Hassan, I guess, is winning now, to Boogie 2988. And you will have to teach me about this Boogie person, because I didn't grow up with Boogie. Everybody, I mean, not everybody, but some of you grew up with Boogie. Some of you know this person from when he was like legitimately popular, before people just watched him to laugh at him. You know about all the scandals that he's gone through, all of the personal revelations that have, you know, so just made him the laughing stock that he is today. You will have to explain this to me, because I am just not aware. Like, Charlie, you will have to explain this to me. I'm going to give Charlie a chance to explain this to me. And if we hit the sub goal, maybe we can watch some more stuff and you can explain more. I should have a swerve mode. That should be a thing. Like, that there can be a swerve. You know, like in wrestling chat, you know what a swerve is? Do you understand a swerve? It's like, if the wrestling plot doesn't go the way that you're expecting it to go, that's a swerve. And that's what we're hoping for tonight, chat. A swerve away from the substandard content I have obviously been sharing with you tonight. Like the dispiriting content of Candace freaking Owens and Nick Fuentes combining forces like some kind of Wonder Twins in order to in order to somehow find a way to be anti-Semitic to Jordan Peterson.
Again, the internet's favorite clown. Everyone is lining up to throw the baseball at the target to dunk this goober into the water tank, and I can't resist. It's actually unbelievable.
I think Boogie 299 is maybe a good call.
Horrible ways to sink deeper into degeneracy.
We'll see if we can keep it up.
Even deeper holes. I am blown away by his ability to constantly embarrass himself. I don't know what kind of kink this is, but it goes beyond humiliation at this point. So fuckle your seatbelt. I'm gonna deliver a high-speed Boogie breakdown here.
Are you fuckled up?
Last night.
Hey.
So.
Hey, chat. Are you fuckled up? Is everybody fuckled up? I'm ready for this wild and bumpy ride. I don't know who this guy is. I've seen pictures of him. I just don't know anything about him. Right? This is like a new thing for me. This is a new thing for me.
Boogie has maintained
Boogie 2988
for a while that he has cancer, and a lot of his reasoning behind his most recent cryptocurrency scam was that he needed
it's a cryptocurrency scam.
The money for his medical
Who knew?
Treatments with his cancer. And last night that diagnosis was challenged with people directly confronting
Destiny. And he's not wrong, apparently. He's not...
about the
like, I wouldn't count on Destiny to be the diagnoser. I wouldn't want to be Destiny to be my medical professional, but...
authenticity of his claims, because there were some inconsistencies and some shady things with what Boogie was saying about it. I believe the catalyst behind this whole conversation was Destiny, who spearheaded the questions that he had about Boogie's diagnosis, and it led to, like, directly talking with him about it, which then led to more and more people coming in to talk to Boogie about it. And for those that don't know, Boogie 2988 is a pathological liar. He can't
okay, that's new information.
Dog shit can't help but smell like poop. Boogie can't help but lie, even about the most trivial things ever. He used to tell fibs about games and like what games he was playing and finishing and why he needed to buy games to review them, only to never review the games. Like, I'm surprised he didn't start weighing in on the Elden Ring DLC being too hard, saying some shit like, oh, well, yes, the Elden Ring DLC was quite simple for me, really. I kind of first tried every single boss. My favorite boss was Rudonius of the Hidden Leaf Village, obviously. Like, he just lies, and he can't help but continue to lie anytime he sees an opportunity for it, especially if it could potentially lead to some level of sympathy.
Should I be taking notes? He's a liar.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He's a liar. He's a crypto scammer. He's known to lie. That's his thing.
Oh, yes. I've experienced racism. Me, Boogie2988, as you know, I'm a full-blooded Atlantean, and I recall when Plato came to our hidden continent and sunk it himself because he didn't like the color of our skin. Like, he is just a liar, is the point I'm trying to make here. An outrageous one at that. So
he is the hottest of messes.
With some of the things he was saying, people started to question whether or not he really did have cancer, so...
Donald Trump's son is a crypto scam? Which one are you talking about? Barron or Donald Jr.?
They confronted him directly on a podcast, and throughout the 3 or so hours that he was on the podcast there, he chose the worst possible dialogue options every single time. And
so it's kind of like a Telltale game.
Culminated with him getting naked.
So your shred of privacy
Really?
is this, but not being naked on film.
That's Medicare? Is that Mr. Medicare?
No, I'm not talking about fucking whores.
Yeah, I'll get naked right now. I'll get naked right now.
Is this legal?
Let's do it.
A pretty interesting strategy here to get nude, just strip down to your birthday suit. Boogie's playing chess, the rest of us are playing checkers. Lying about having cancer.
He's playing naked chess.
It's a very special kind of scumbag.
What if Barron is the Antichrist? He kind of looks like that Damien dude.
It's not unheard of on the internet. There's plenty of famous cases of people doing.
He looks like a villain in Harry Potter.
But to come in and question Boogie on it, like you've got to have your ducks in a row. And Boogie, when defending himself, refused to show.
He didn't have the ducks.
Single shred.
No ducks. Not duck one. There's a documentary about this guy. Wait, who did it? I vaguely remember the documentary being a thing.
Of evidence to push back against the claims, and the claim.
Wasn't it one of the guys that did a documentary of like Jimmy Lee?
Claims had more evidence than Boogie did.
Mike Klum?
About his diagnosis, and it eventually reached the point where people were begging him to just show like a fucking single molecule that would somehow lend any credence to Boogie's claims, and he just refused. There was I think it was an $80,000 bounty. Like
a bounty.
Multiple YouTubers came in and offered thousands upon thousands of dollars to Boogie, up to $80,000, to just show a piece of his medical record to a trusted third party, so that way they could verify it that he really does have cancer like he claims he does. And he
Who's a trusted third party in this case? Bo Blacks? Like, right? We're talking about Are we not talking about Locale Live? Are we not watching a television show? Television show, you say? That's what it is. Locale Live. It's my favorite TV show. No, it's not. I don't watch this. And I'm just like, wait, Medicare's on here? So, I mean, you know what this is? It's like a Keemstar's thing. This is Keemstar's thing, right? You're trying to feel like Anakin or Savonarola against gamers? He was on H3 talking about it, and the Jimmy Lee. Oh, okay. I may have seen this episode then.
He refused.
The other party was Keemstar. See, I'm not surprised. And I think Bobby actually got fired from that show for calling Keemstar the R-slur. Which, great for you, Bobby. I mean, he did embarrass Keemstar, but goddamn. Press a button.
Which is very weird, considering Boogie just scammed his audience for $10,000 talking about how desperate he was for money. Because
so you're telling me this is a real story. You're not turning me into Chud Logic. Because if you're going to turn me into Chud Logic, then I'm going to start scamming with Raid Shadow Legends and such. That's what Chud Logic does. Do you know what Chud Logic is like? Do you know what it's like to have Chud Logic? Do you want Chud Logic? Because this is how you get Chud Logic. Right? This is one step to lolcow content, and then straight to Chud Logicville, straight to asking my thumbnail artist to do more transphobic thumbnails, to call Nick is not green an F-A apostrophe OT or whatever, like that he does, right? Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm definitely not gonna do that. Vamps would not like that. Vamps would not comply with those requests. But that's how you get Chud Logic, right? Start getting interested in these well-documented internet personalities and
of his medical bills and everything.
Here, I gotta just a second. I gotta do my Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, which you should all join. Even though after I'm done with the sponsorship, I'm gonna tell you how much mobile games suck.
So he'll scam his audience for $10,000, but he won't just briefly show a little piece of his medical record.
We just need a little piece of your medical record, dude. We just need to see what's in those medical records.
Here for 80 grand, 80,000 clams. That just doesn't add up, because he's talking about how it's like the last bastion of privacy he has, which doesn't make any sense because Boogie has never gave.
Okay, wait. Do people in chat really not get this? Like, the joke is that Chud Logic covers content like Boogie 2988, and for that reason, I thought it's not a real story. I mean, I guess, you know, if people are getting scammed, it sucks. But like, I just assume that anything that Chud Logic is covering is like not really worthy of a story. And so the joke is that if you make me cover Boogie 2988, then I will become Chud Logic. And one of the things that Chud Logic does is he scams his audience, or at least he shows them Raid Shadow Legends content and gets them involved in that, and then later says that the mobile games suck and that it's all a scam.
Giving a fuck about privacy. Every single aspect of his life he has pushed into the public eye that people have to just like have their fucking retinas burned out against their will because Boogie is shoving every aspect of his personal life down their throat. Yet this is the one thing he wants privacy on, even though he himself was the first one to ever talk about it. It just doesn't make sense. So it's definitely not looking good for Boogie after this. He's since deactivated his Twitter account and everything, which probably is only temporary. He's addicted to Twitter. It's like a heroin addict. Like, I imagine he's going to go back to the needle here to Twitter. But for now, it's looking like his ham got steamed on this podcast.
Did his ham get steamed?
It doesn't look good here. Of course, it hasn't been 100% definitively proven that he's lying about his diagnosis or anything like that, but the whole situation around it is very weird for sure. And I just want to show you a little bit from it. Now, a buddy of mine, whom I'm sure all of you have heard me talk about in the past, Jackson Clark, that's a name that lives in infamy in the mind of Boogie. Jackson Clark is Boogie's boogeyman. He mentioned Jackson so many times unprompted in this podcast that the other hosts were left stunned, wondering who the fuck is Jackson.
You know, who the fuck is Jackson? Can you throw us a bone here, Charlie?
Because Jackson has, for a long time now, been pushing back against a lot of what Boogie has said and done to his audience. And Jackson...
Okay, so a critic of Boogie
did talk about the diagnosis on Twitter, and it has...
So, chat, can you explain this to me in tipster terms? Like, right? Is this Jackson guy like the Bo Blacks to Boogie's tipster? Is that what we're dealing with?
I guess weighed heavy on the psyche of Boogie.
Yeah,
I'm never showing any of these.
Tarla Farah says gender swap Chud Logic is absolutely not what I wanted for my birthday this weekend. Please don't do it. I mean,
This motherfucker, my medical paper.
Oh god, what the fuck am I looking at? We got Destiny. We got Landlord Dan. We got Boogie. We got... Wait, who is this? Who are these other two? Isn't this Keemstar's show? Shouldn't there be a Keemstar here?
Fuck yourself. I said that 2 years ago, and I'm staying by it now. Destiny, Jackson Clark, Keemstar, you can see it when I fucking die. It's my fucking goddamn medical record.
I don't know why Jackson Clark was on the tip of his
Jackson Clark
tongue there in the middle of this panel, but wow.
XQC is sitting with Destiny. Is that who that is?
That's so big. Hold on, I gotta send that to Jackson. Jackson's gonna have a big old smile and a big old wet spot in his trousers for it. That's big. It was Destiny who put up 5K and Muda put up 50K. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's not like Boogie to turn down free money like that. He just scammed his audience for $10,000, which in this podcast he openly admits to. I think it was who was it? Like, I think it was Nicholas Diorio. Nicholas Diorio at the very end came in and he's like, "What do you mean morals? You scammed your audience for 10K." And Boogie goes, "Yeah, but this is different." He's like, "This is two separate things."
Because I'm insisting on it. Because I'm hoping they're wrong.
No, wait. Why would you have to insist on a biopsy if you can confirm?
But this is basically the whole podcast where they are picking apart Boogie's story and just begging and even trying to offer him tons of money to prove that he actually has what
This is on Destiny's channel?
he says he has. Where does he?
Yeah, this is Keemstar's show.
More Jackson though.
Goddamn medical records. And I don't want one of you motherfuckers feeling sorry for me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you do.
Okay?
As
You
Mike
hate
just
me
got
as much
quiet.
as
There he is. There's the boy. There's the man, the myth, the legend, the Keem.
you fucking want. But that's I'm taking one goddamn thing with me. And this is a decision I made.
Your dignity?
When Jackson Clark demanded this shit 2 fucking years ago, and it's a decision I'm fucking sticking to here too.
Oh, and there's Tommy C. Wait, is it Tommy the C the one that had the weird theory about Dr. Disrespect? Is he like a Dr. Disrespect truther that thinks that Doc did nothing wrong? Is that who I'm thinking of? Is that Tommy C?
I don't even know if I'm getting...
That's incredible! Jackson Clark, he did it again! First and last name. He's doing it! He's doing it! That's so huge. And now he looks like a pioneer for being the first to request the Panama Papers on Boogie here. And then 2:43 on the dot. Jackson mentioned again. This is like a Where's Waldo game. All right, so 2:43 mentioned again.
Getting his name right. It's fucking Moist Critical's butt buddy. I don't fucking know.
Why
you
keep calling him Jackson Clark?
I don't
Wait, he's getting name dropped again.
know his real name. What is it?
What do you...
Boogie's like Drake and Destiny's like Macklemore.
You don't know his real name. You've said it 4 times. Jackson Clark. You think that's an alias? A first and last name alias? His real name's fucking Steve Cheeseburger? And why you pretend you don't know his real name? You tweet about him every now and then after blocking him so he can't fight back. Yeah, that's his pseudonym. He's using it like J.K. Rowling.
What kind of debate is this? I guess a debate about the veracity of Boogie 2988's cancer claims. Chat wanted to see this, and I don't know who this guy is. I don't know very much about Boogie. I'm trying to figure this out.
I'm gonna let him have the right? I'd break some type of law.
HIPAA laws, yeah.
I'm gonna let him have the win.
What's the reasoning behind that? Why are you letting him have the win?
Because as I said to Jackson Clark 2 years ago, or at least said about
Motherfucking Jackson Clark.
yeah, I am not sharing my medical records. I'm not sharing this with the internet. This is for me. I'm good.
How much money did Jackson Clark get you to fucking say his name?
Yeah, I know,
right?
I don't know.
Great advertising, yeah.
I mean, it's good. It's good for Penguin Zero, Jackson Clark, Penguin Zero, Jackson Clark. Check it out. Buy Fattycoin there.
That's honestly, put that on the back of the DVD box. That is so fucking flames. Hold on, I'm telling Jackson timestamps. Get Jackson on stream. He's sleeping right now. It's Australia. He's not up yet.
Wake him up.
He actually hates you too. He does. He absolutely does. 100%. But he hates everyone that doesn't immediately fall in line and agree with him. What's crazy is he doesn't hate Keemstar, who literally invited him over to his house on the 4th of July just to throw ice cubes at him and bully him. But he...
Yeah, I mean, like, my understanding of this show is that, like, this is, Keemstar, maybe Tommy C, and Medicare, like, bullying the other guests that they have on. Like, these are lol cows, as they are called, and the whole purpose of this is, like, the idea is this, right? People just laugh at them, and they don't really interact with their content, so they're, not doing well on social media. Boogie, especially compared to, like, he's a huge channel, but just views, have dropped off, and I don't know what all has happened, but yeah, some of it was in that documentary. Wings of Redemption, I can't remember. I don't remember what the deal is with Wings of Redemption, but he's in the same category, right? And so those are the cows, and the other guys are the farmers. The idea being that they get these guys to act silly and make fun of them, and they stay and they put up with it because it's the only way that they're getting eyes on them. So that is that pretty much how it works?
He hates everybody else. Literally everybody else. It's so odd. It's super weird.
Oh, I get it. Drake needed to be called out, but if Macklemore did it, I gotcha, Narwhal. That makes sense now.
He hates me and Jackson so much more than everyone else. I genuinely do not. I have talked about Boogie twice. Once with his crypto scam, and once with the documentary that dropped where he talked about how his life fell apart from buying hookers and everything, and still had a crazy ego about how he deserves to fuck tens and all kinds of heinous shit. Those are the only two times I talked about him.
Wings of Redemption was cosplaying as a therapist? Oh, was pretend his channel was like, I'm a therapist, but he turned out to not be?
And comparatively to everyone else, I don't even think I was that mean. I gave him legitimate advice about maybe instead of scamming your audience, you should just keep making YouTube videos. He averages 20K views per video. If you just make a video a day at that average, he would be able to support himself with at least $10,000 a month. Easy, bare minimum. Like, I feel like, honestly, it was pretty reasonable. But maybe he doesn't like to hear that. He'd rather people throw ice cubes at him in person. I don't know. I really don't know. You guys did make fun of him in the documentary for like an entire podcast episode. Yeah, constructively. Like, if you're going through all these health problems, maybe don't start every day with a Mountain Dew after you take off your fucking CPAP machine. Like, that's constructive. I think. Like, instead of a Mountain Dew, anything else. And maybe just doing fucking acid in the middle of the forest with a fucking shaman is not going to be the therapist you need.
Wait, who did that?
I know, yeah, I know.
Wait, who did that?
They brought in everyone for this one. It's certainly...
Did Boogie do that?
Not looking like Boogie was telling the truth, shockingly. But who knows? Maybe for some reason he really is refusing like $80,000 in order to keep this last bastion of privacy. Which isn't really private, considering he was the one that talked about it first. Watched all 4 hours, he doesn't hate you and Jackson. He thinks Jackson Clark is your real name and Charles White is one of your internet aliases.
What if it is? No, just kidding.
No, that's not true. He knows we're separate people.
Oh my god, you had to deny it, though. You had to deny it. Maybe Charlie is actually... No, just kidding.
No, you're just making shit up, but I love that. I love that idea. Jackson Clark is my Australian alter. So a couple of quick things. I have made 2 videos on Boogie ever, but he has become a pretty common topic on the podcast where we talk about some of his more recent shenanigans. So maybe that's where he's hearing a lot of it from, because in videos it's only been 2 from me, and on the podcast it's not just me, it's everyone kind of just going over like the Boogie recap on what he's doing right now and why he probably shouldn't be doing what he's doing right now and how he can do things that are better than that. Like maybe that's where he's seeing a lot of it from, where he gets this idea that I'm always, shitting on...
You're always watching, yeah.
The thing I actually want to dive into a little bit is where I briefly mentioned that if Boogie would just make a video a day, or at least increase the frequency in which he creates content, he would be able to support himself. And he wouldn't need to resort to scams or lies or these elaborate ruses to try and squeeze milk from a stone here and shake down the last remaining audience he has for their lunch money. He could just support himself through what he used to do, which was make content. Yes, he lost most of his audience once they...
What kind of content did he do? Is it like a format that's currently... Like, wasn't it like vlog stuff? Did you do vlog stuff? Or what was his deal?
Started to take a peek behind the mask, the facade that he put up, then they noticed that he's like the goddamn Babadook, right? He's a monster. But his channel was so big that even losing the majority of his audience still leaves him with a very sizable audience left. That's bigger than like 99% of other channels on the platform already. And averaging between 20 to 30,000 views per video is sustainable. I have another channel, and I've talked about it a couple of times, called Skill Check. And this is for all of the nerdy shit that I love to do. It's pretty niche. So Dungeons and Dragons and trading card games. Right now, mainly Magic the Gathering, Commander.
Oh, that's why it's called Skill Check.
But we're branching into more Yu-Gi-Oh! And One Piece TCG content. I have a huge passion.
It was like old school YouTube gamer stuff, unboxing, etc. So wait, old school YouTube gamer stuff, is it like Let's Plays?
For this shit.
What counts as old school?
And the average views on the videos for that channel is right around 30 to 40,000-ish. Sometimes they pop off like the Commander game with Wubby or the Shot Caller Commander game, but the average is between like 30 to 40,000 across the whole channel. And I'm gonna just give you a peek behind the old analytics here. This is what the channel generates. Off 2.1 million views per month, it makes over...
Oh, this is his channel. Okay.
$7,000 per month. Now let's compare that to Boogie's channel. Boogie...
Wait, can I see that again? Can I see those analytics? I'm just curious about this, right? What does it look like for YouTubers that aren't streamers?
This is what the channel generates.
All right. You get 21 million views. You got 323k watch hours, 92,000 subscribers, so almost 100,000 subscribers. It's a fast-growing channel. It's grown like it's grown like 15% in the last 28 days. It's definitely, well, I don't want to say it's punching above its weight class. It depends on like how many videos is he putting out per month. Okay, 1 month ago, 3 weeks ago, 5 days ago. So like 1, 2, 3. Like 3 to 4 videos a month. So yeah, that's respectable. That's like 500,000 views per video, maybe. To put it into perspective, chat, this is 1 month for Charlie's second channel, and it's like, it's higher than my total views. I don't know if it's higher than my total watch time.
Generates off 2.1 million views per month.
He's like, yeah, it's easy. You just get yourself a 92K size channel and generate 2.1 million views per 28 days with 323 watch hours going on, and you make 7,263 and 51 cents in terms of ad money. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
$1,000 per month. Now let's compare that to Boogie's channel. Boogie, even when not creating content, his channel basically just gathers fucking cobwebs because he doesn't want to put any work in and make stuff. Even with that in mind, his channel still makes almost 1 million views per month. Now imagine if he would just post more frequently. He could easily fucking support himself through AdSense. He could. No matter what lie he tries to feed you about how that's not possible, no one wants to watch.
Boogie has 4 million subs still?
His average says otherwise. He just doesn't...
He was called the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, so he was known for being wholesome then? That's kind of the opposite is now, right?
Want to do it. He's looking for the easier paydays, like taking $10,000 up front to pump a fucking crypto scam. If it is true that Boogie is lying about all of this, that'll just be yet another unbelievably low thing that Boogie has done throughout his career. And he has made a career out of doing some of the lowest shit the platform's ever seen. So again, it hasn't been 100% confirmed that he's lied about this. So maybe he is telling the truth. Maybe he's got stick it to the man neosis. Like, it's just all a very odd set of circumstances with the way all of this is unfolding here. And I just had to talk about it a little bit because, man, I mean, Jackson Clark, he got mentioned so many times here, and this is just such a fucking weird story. That's really about it. So yeah. As I was rendering the video here, some new lore just dropped, a little update to this case. Keemstar made a tweet kind of talking about some things behind the scenes. Now, he's like the Boogie whisperer. Boogie tells him everything, I guess. So I think probably best to wait for Boogie to confirm all of this, but I'll at least put this here for the sake of covering everything that's come out here. According to Keem's tweet, Boogie went on steroids that could cause cancer in the blood, and then 2 years ago, after he lost his money in crypto, went to the doctor, said he had high red blood cells, indicating he may have it. And before he got any confirmation, he made a YouTube
He may have cancer blood. I think he means blood cancer.
video announcing it, and then for 2 years has been telling people he has it to use it for sympathy, and he never actually got confirmation, but now apparently he's scheduled to go see whether or not he has it. So that's the most recent update there, and it doesn't come directly from Boogie, so I guess we might have to wait to see what he says about it, even though Boogie himself isn't really a reliable narrator since he lies about everything ever. But again, there is no 100% confirmation on whether or not he's lying about this or anything, but it is certainly very peculiar. Very, very weird. That's about it. So yeah.
Chat. You're telling me that this man is going to the doctors to get a test to see if he has blood cancer. And the results that he's hoping for are yes? Is that what we're dealing with here? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening tonight in our world? Is that where we end it? Is that right? And this sort of relationship he has with Keemstar, it sounds like very unhealthy, right? It sounds like Keemstar has offered him like a chance to be financially viable when he's like feels like he's falling off the world, right? Doesn't seem to be able to make whatever content that he used to make, and is sort of relying on Keemstar, and therefore it's as if Keemstar is his only friend. Is that what's going on? I blame capitalism. Cicadas? Wait, what's the deal with cicadas? Do they only come out every like few years or something? Is that the deal with cicadas? He does Keemstar dirty? Wait, Boogie does? Voidzilla goes into it. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to have a chance to go over that tonight. We're at 45% of the dono goal, and I'm probably going to call it pretty soon. But I will remember that there's quite a bit of interest in the Destiny versus Hassan debate, and even if we don't get to watch it tonight, I will try to hold on to it so we can watch it sometime, because I feel like, as gross as it is, that Destiny. Yo, corgis are flying now? We got corgi. We're teaching the corgis how to fly. But apparently people are interested in this Boogie story as well. Corgis Can Fly is such a good name. I agree. I mean, it's got to be weird to be coming into a stream for your first time to sub it and then hear your name called out, just because it's like, but maybe it's not for Corgis. Maybe Corgis has had that before, because it is quite a good name. A Corgi Beach Day. Wait, how does one have a Corgi Beach Day? It's like, I think there's two ways. You have to either have a Corgi yourself or know somebody who does. And then you can have you can't like rent Corgis, can you? Are there rental Corgis? Is that a thing? Look, if I can't afford to eat bell peppers and beef, I definitely can't afford to rent a Corgi, and will have to go on more missions in order to attain the funds necessary for something good to eat or for a rental Corgi. You never use Discord or Twitch, you're probably better off for it. I used to rent Corgis at Blockbuster back in the 90s, says SM. It's 1,000,000 Corgis. You can just take your own puppy and they become an honorary Corgi for the day?
Today I confronted Boogie2988 on a crypto pump and dump he did, where he got paid $10,000 to promote a coin, and he said that he thought that
That's the fatty coin.
just because he said, hey, don't buy this unless you're rich, that nobody was going to put their money in. A few hours later, $3 million worth of trading volume had been done. And I tried to tell him and explain to him that that's how these deals work. Insiders pay you, the celebrity, to go ahead and promote something. They paid him $10,000, and then people end up buying the coin. It doesn't matter what you say. The whole point is they're renting your likeness, renting your image in order to do that. He then told me, well, you know, basically he's paying for cancer, so he can't pay that money back. It's all spent, money's gone. And I tried to get to the bottom of why he did it, why I think that he didn't actually care whether it was a scam or not, because he actually came to me ahead of time. It was a really weird story where he came to my DMs before he fully launched the coin. He had just done an announcement tweet saying, hey, you know, at pump.fun, which is the platform he was launching on. And then he said to me, hey, I got a question for you, something like that. And I said, I looked at his Twitter profile and I said, don't do what I think you're about to do. And he said, oh, it's too late. Like, I already spent the money, hospital bills and stuff. So I thought it was really weird. Like, why would you come to the guy who busts scams if you thought it was all on the up and up. Because that's what he tries to say is, no, if I had only known, if I'd only...
Yeah, the guy that goes to CoffeeZilla is not the guy that doesn't want to be exposed, right? The guy that goes to CoffeeZilla has got some wish on some level to be found out, right? This is what he does. You don't go... What?
Seen ahead of time what this was, I wouldn't have done it. Very strange story, though. I want you to hear from Boogie2988 himself, though, about this. Decide what you think. In general, I think it's fine to say people should not be investing in memes. I just think it's also obvious that marketers wouldn't pay people if people didn't fall for this stuff. Ultimately, they are scamming your fans. They get in on the coin early. They sell as your fans pile in.
Didn't Destiny do something like this?
I hope we can continue to expose celebrities.
What was it NFTs? What did Destiny do? Did Jordan Peterson become the Tony Robbins of incels? I mean, I guess you could say that.
Who do this, such as Boogie, desperate or not, it's not okay. There are other ways to
Wait, spicy potato tacos?
make money. And yeah, here's the call we had. Boogie, it looks like you launched a crypto token that is a scam, a pump and dump. What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I don't think it's a pump and dump. It is a meme coin.
It's literally from a thing called Pump.Fun. What are you talking about?
I never knew who Pump.Fun was until today.
Well, that's what you tweeted. That's what you tweeted. You said, oh, we're going to break.
But I learned about it today, so I also tweeted about it today. Try to find a time I tweeted about it before today. You won't, because I just found out that
Because I never tweeted about it today.
know who this company is or these people I'm working with, other than they referred to me by Afro Man's manager.
Right, but you said before.
Afro Man, the guy that got high back in the 2000s, he got high.
Before you posted the pump and dump, you said we're going to crush the internet. Pump.Fun.
No, he's the guy that has the song that's like, but I got high.
You didn't realize at that point you're doing a pump and dump, that you're getting paid by insiders to do this?
Or am I mixing this up with someone else?
Well, not really, because again, if you watch the video that I launched this with, the entire video, the entire bit, the entire joke is I lost all of my money in crypto.
But I'm here to tell you the truth and the hacks to help you break
Is that a cigar or
free from the matrix
a Slim Jim?
so you can be a brokey like me. True happiness comes from a goldfish,
So it's like a reverse Andrew Tate, right?
from the same woman a couple of nights a month, and the occasional meme coin. Fatty for life.
Here's my shit coin. If you want to be broke too, buy my shit coin. That's what I say in my tweets.
I'm looking into Boogie stuff. This is what chat has suggested. We couldn't quite swing the Destiny versus Hassan because we did not hit the dono goal. But yeah, this is a bit of a rabbit hole. I don't know how much more of this I can take. His face looks cartoonized. Why is the color so weird for Boogie?
What's the joke about you getting paid
It's sausage. Are you sure it's not a Slim Jim?
to do this, though? And asking people to invest in this coin? I mean, what's the joke exactly? You know people are going to invest. That's why you're getting paid. You know that.
I thought people would buy one coin to come onto the server and hang out and fuck around. That's what I thought. That's my understanding, and that was the point. You know, when they were pitching this to me, they're like, don't be like Logan Paul. Don't be these other people. We want you active in the community. We want you to talk. We want you to be there. This is your community. Be part of it. And so it seems very easy for me to do this with another company to collect.
You are asking people to invest in a financial product, not just a community, right? You understand that. This is not like, hey, pay $1 and you get access to my community. People think
Every bad person is in the internet is involved. Destiny, Medicare, Keemstar. We watched the Moist Critical video about it. He showed a little bit of the place, the podcast where Boogie gets confronted. I think I understand. He says he has some reason to suspect that he might have cancer. Hasn't been confirmed yet, but he says he's going to take a test, apparently hoping that it comes back positive for blood cancer so that his fundraising around that can be accepted as morally acceptable. I have, is there any part I've missed? I think I've got, they sell these sausages that are like big Slim Jims in Costco. It's like a forearm length. Damn. That's a lot of sausage. Am I saying he's a beta? Wait, who am I calling a beta? This particular Boogie look is giving me flashbacks to George Carlin's bit about middle-aged white guys that are obsessed with blues. Yo. I grew up pre-internet and computer says, you don't like my music. That means my central nervous system is old school. I mean, possibly, unless it's been reconditioned through social media. In which case, your mileage may vary. Aren't all sausage links just like Slim Jims? No, because you snap into a Slim Jim. Jason Will, you snap. Whereas sausages, you just gently bite into. I think. Wait, how do you eat sausages? Are there different ways to eat sausages? Does the rest of chat gently bite into sausages? Is that normal? Is that a normal response when faced with a sausage? Or does anyone snap into a sausage? Because it just doesn't seem to me that the sausage would provide a lot of snap. Oh, because I'm calling him the opposite of Andrew Tate. Yeah, there's a... Well, I mean, like, Andrew Tate's trying to sell a lifestyle of success. And his joke is that he's selling a lifestyle of failure and financial insolvence. I prefer a beef jerky to a Slim Jim or to a sausage. Yeah. I don't know. I think it does cause cancer though, right? Is that one thing about sausages? I believe I've heard they do cause cancer. So, oh my God. I hope Boogie doesn't see this because then we're gonna give him the wrong idea. Oh my God, chat. No, I don't think, I think it gives you like renal cancer or something. I don't think it's blood cancer. I'm laughing about cancer. Why am I laughing about cancer? Cancer is not funny. Cancer is not a joke. I eat sausage in a patty, in a link, in a breakfast pizza? Sausage... What? Gumbo. Because big Slim Jims are just cured sausage? Yeah, but they're like dry, and you snap into them. You just snap into the... Probably don't have the best advice on sausages as a lesbian here, but I don't know. Snapping seems legit. Into a sausage, right? You would snap into a Slim Jim. I just don't understand how you could snap into a sausage. We should go vegan, NCC. One step ahead of you. I've already done it. I went back in the past and told myself to go vegan. And so now I'm vegan. Isn't that amazing? How time machines work? Macho Man told me that Slim Jims are good and he wouldn't lie to me. I mean, that's what it is like when there's a celebrity, whether it be a YouTuber or whoever behind it, if it's Keemstar, if it's Boogie2988, if it's Chud Logic, if it's food shops, you know, then you know that it's okay. Whatever they're telling, whatever they're you know, whatever product they're advertising must be good, because a internet celebrity is behind it. Aren't Slim Jims just a sausage version of Ben Shapiro's wife? Oh, because I said they were dry. Hot dog sausages are carcinogens. Yeah, I think like yeah, a lot of the preserved like meats have carcinogens, right? Yeah, I think we figured out everything that we need to know about Boogie 2988, at least for now. We will reprise this chat, and maybe I will give another chance to unlock this debate for the next Dono Goal. But yeah, for tonight, I'm gonna end things coming up here. I love those soy hot dogs, though. Wait, what? The soy hot dogs? Are there good ones? I'm not vegan, but I will lower my meat consumption occasionally, specifically getting potato tacos to lower my methane footprint. I mean, they also sound kind of good. I don't think I've had potato tacos. I've had like Papas Bravas, which is like kind of like potato, it's like tater tot nachos. Can you imagine that? Tater tot nachos? Is that a common thing? I feel like I can't be like the only one that's had that. Impossible Burgers are better than Beyond Beef? I don't know if I've had either. But I know I'm gonna snap into some lentils and rice in just a second when I get off of here, chat. Well, thank you for being here. Much thanks to the gang on Patreon, the supporters on Throne. Remember, you make this stream better by improving the production quality, and it's already improved. There's a few more things on their way, hopefully making it easier for me to get some prepared content done. I might even try it out on stream, chat. It's like a room divider, and I don't know. I feel like for certain things like prepared content, like, you know, this feels like it's a room, it's lived in, you're, you know, here next to my closet and everything. I feel like professional content is going to require like a room divider where it's a little bit less like everything everywhere, including my guitar. But yeah, it's things are getting better, things are looking up, and hopefully we'll be here next time. And I'll put Destiny versus Hassan back on the board of options, and